got me shook from the way your body looks. Got me riding hooks, got me feeling like a rook. I don't do it by the book, but for you I'll take a look. Don't know what your mama took, sweet and spicy like a cook, yeah. I'll keep it real, let's make a deal. Buy you a meal if you just let me feel. Get out your heels, grab on the wheel. Back to my place at the top of the hill. Don't have regrets, I know what's next. She need a fresh, I'll be back in a sec. Look at them legs, don't make me beg. Back to the room, let me show you my bed. Touching on your body feels like taking on a drug. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Everything you do, I can't see.
Of Asia, it is Hong Kong, undefeated from the very start of the tournament.
Hello and good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. You're joining together with me. My name is Flavor, together with my good buddy here, Mr. Yolo Lee.
Yeah, it was, of course, a beautiful morning here on our, by the way, our very first day of the PU ACL as well here to decide which of the few teams, especially for, by the way, we are handling the East Asia side first for today. Tomorrow will be Southeast Asia, but of course, more excitement and of course, best games to see towards the end of this day.
Yep, of course. And of course, I do know that some of you have already had your fair share of enjoyment witnessing some amazing Pokemon Unite actions previously, but we're now at the regional stage itself. So hopefully you guys are all excited for what's about to transpire in the next following weeks. Now here is the tournament overview structure that we have for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Now from the open qualifiers, it features countries from Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, and India. Now, of course, representatives from those countries, by the numbers that's being displayed over there, will move forward to the regional stage, which is where we're at right now. So we have East Asia, Southeast Asia, as well as India.
Which is really interesting, right? Because now we are slowly, like, I know it sounds really bad when I put it in this manner, but it's somewhat the truth because it is the nature of the competition, right? We're slowly filtering out the various teams here because, of course, as much as I would love to say everyone is a champion, because this is the nature of the competition, we only want the best of the best to represent here. Because this is the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League here. But of course, like I said, we had to go to the regional stage, and day one, we're kicking things off with East Asia. And of course, for the East Asia side, let's start off with our first 8 teams here, which is going to be Team MJK, Team KS, Unite Holic, Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea, alongside with Team Mosquitoes, Shin and Rode from Taiwan, and Too Easy and Joe is Unite.
And of course, we're also looking on the Southeast Asia side, which is going to be on the middle segment, which comprises of 8 amazing teams, comprising of Team MYS, Road to the Top, Talent PH, Secret Rare Diamond, Team Rise, Onyx, Team Get Together, as well as Team Loading. And of course, on the most right, we do have 6 teams being featured here from India. Now, although the tournament has concluded, these are the 6 teams that have competed in that particular tournament, which comprise of Team Revenue Esports, Team 2 Gravity, Fortune Legacy, Team Griffin, Team Clown 5, and FS Esports. And of course, congratulations to Team 2 Gravity for being the champion and moving forward to the next segment of the competition, which is Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals.
Now let's quickly bring up the schedule for today, just to let you guys know a little bit of a teaser of what's going to be happening for day number 1 for the regional stage of East Asia. So match number 1, we have the best of 3. By the way, yes, all of our games will be best of 3 round robin. So our first match is going to be the Japan Open second. It's going to be Team KS versus Team Mosquitoes, followed up with Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea against Joe is Unite from Taiwan. Third match, of course, is Shin Rode versus Team Mosquito once again.
Yep, and of course, followed by that, we have 3 more other matches, which is match 4, 5, and 6 as well. So look forward to those amazing matches happening throughout the day. So we have a lot of amazing Pokemon Unite actions waiting for you. Now, of course, as mentioned before, now these 8 amazing teams in Southeast Asia will be placed in 2 groups, Group A and Group B, and each group comprised of 4 teams. Now, for Group A, we have Team Shin and Rode, Team KS, Team Mosquitoes, and Team Unite Alcoholic. And they'll be placed in respective groups, and they'll be playing in a round-robin format.
Yeah, that's pretty much for Group A. But let's quickly check out for Group B, who's our next contender for the remaining 4. And of course, it's going to be Team MJK, Zora Tigers Gaming, Too Easy, and Joe is Unite. Now, of course, all of this are being fair. There's no specific people who goes to what group stage here. So maybe some teams are more happy with this lineup, but some maybe not too happy about it, because sometimes you just don't have enough intel, right? It's because we do have some new teams and some returning team with some new rosters as well. Yeah. So not a lot of intel to replay on how the synergy or the team is going to be like.
Yeah, and of course, this is going to be the bracket that awaits all of them on the East Asia League day number 3. Now, of course, on the first round itself, now the third and fourth rankers from Group A and Group B will place on the first round, and they'll be going up against one another and move forward to the second round itself, going up against the second place winners from Group A and Group B.
Well said, and of course well explained from Flavor. So in other words, I guess you could say it's more pivotal to try to take the top spot in each of their group stages matches here, because at least that way is somewhat more of an easier hill to climb, as they were able to get that advantage seeding here according to this brackets of day 3.
Yeah, and seeding is very, very important, where if you place first place in a group, you are required to actually play less matches here on the league game number 3, and a much shorter route for you to actually make your way to the finals, and of course, the top 3 slots to make it into the next round, which is the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2024. Now, of course, this is going to be the tournament rules for day number 1 and number 2, and as mentioned before, it will be a single round robin, and all matches will be a best of 3, where the first to actually get 2 wins over their opponents will be crowned the winner for the match, and 8 teams will be divided into 2 groups to compete against each other, and teams that finish with higher standings will gain seeding advantage on day number 3.
Which is really great as well. And of course, following up, it is all single elimination during this round robin session here. Only the top 3 teams within after day 3 will qualify for the actual main stage, which is the Pokemon Asia Championship League Finals here. A very big opportunity, and of course a great moment of triumph. By the way, this is day 1, so I guess you could say this is somewhat of the beginning chapter for some of these players in the book known for Pokemon Unite.
Yep, and I do agree with that. And of course, a lot of people are curious to see how today will transpire with all these amazing teams going up against one another in the round robin stage, and set themselves on whether they'll set themselves in a positive place in the competition. And of course, we're not done yet, as we're also looking at the tournament overview on the game rules. Now, the general rules is that the match time is standard 10 minutes. It's a 5v5 tournament mode, and the stadium that will be utilized for the purpose of the competition will definitely be the Thea Sky Ruins, and it's going to be a draft pick. And the held items, there's no use limit, no level limits, and very important piece of information as in regards to the Pokemon. Now, Zacian as well as Mewtwo X and Y will be banned, but we do have an additional extra information for this week's purpose of competition.
I mean, definitely for sure. It's really unfortunate it's also reasonable why most of the Pokemon EX are being banned out here, and also unfortunate that we don't see Metagross for this week. However, he will be available for selection for the next weekend onwards, so don't have to worry too much. And let's quickly fall back on a little bit of some of that classic composition instead of Metagross constantly roaming around the streets here. Now, this is going to be the format for the draft pick, as if some people who are not aware, we of course both sides will be starting with their first band pick, which then leads up to a priority pick first, which only allows 1 Pokemon for that selection, follows up with 2, and then etc. until the very last one.
Yeah, and of course, this is a very standard format as it's utilized for the purpose of competition as well. Of course, if you do have the advantage of having the first pick, your opponent gets to actually counter with 2 immediate picks right after as well. So you need to strategize and coordinate on how you want to play it in a competition. And once the draft has been locked in, you have to utilize that draft until the end of the match, until the beginning of the next match in that best of 3 series.
I'm already a big fan of draft picking because it feels like a mental chess game between the in-game leaders or the team captains, right? Try to see whether they can outwit their opponents to select the best Pokemon required for their team composition against their opponents here.
Yeah, of course, I do agree on that, and this could be an opportunity for them to actually have a big win even before you jump into the game itself. So it's very important that you actually draft things out very, very well before you jump into the whole game itself. And of course, it's also an opportunity for you to throw off a little bit of strategies being put forward by your opponents as well. So be very, very mindful and be sure to actually draft properly before the match begins.
here's the thing about this, right? I think like drafting will be somewhat more simpler for most team captains if they have the necessary intel on their opponent teams, right? But like I said during the pre-show, we have a lot of not only returning teams with new rosters, but we also have new teams coming into the mix as well. Particularly to like our first match that we're going to be casting today, which is Team KS from Japan. Relatively new, of course. Individually, their players are very skilled, masters rank, of course, and very experienced in their own sets of roles. However, when you put themselves in a team and play, and let's be honest, the difference between playing on screens and playing in a competitive level right now, there's a lot of difference here. So I'm really excited to see how well they can play off each other, but most importantly, how much research has Team Mosquitoes, the Korean team, who's going up against Team Chaos, how much have they prepped against them here, since there's barely any intel about them.
Yep, I do agree in that. Now, of course, both these teams, it's going to be quite an opening battle, I would say. It's going to be in between Japan going up against the Korea. And of course, these two teams are actually second place winners from respective, but do not look down upon them, as despite them being second place winner, they actually put up a really strong fight in their respective qualifiers. Now, talking a little bit here about Team KS before we actually jump into the team intros, which is happening very, very soon as well. Although we do not have much information in regards to them, aside from the matches that we do witness from the Japan winter tournament, which is amazing, by the way. We do see that probably that information would not be sufficient for us to actually make do. That we'll see how well they actually bring things for us today.
Definitely for sure. But of course, let's quickly bring up the match hit, the team head-to-head here. This is of course Team KS versus Team Mosquitoes here. And you know, of course, whoever has been a fan, you definitely would have recognized some of those members here. But I'm just gonna quickly, like, since we're on the topic of Team KS, let's quickly walk down with, of course, starting off with their team captain here, which is Noda Wajiro, or Wajiro Noda here. Team captain, main support player here, by the way. And like by far, most of the players that I've seen so far, just by stats, like if we talk about statistic, he has almost like a healing average of 80,000 to 130,000 in total. On average, that's insane to me.
Yeah, I think it does clearly show that he actually knows what he's doing. I think he's quite comfortable with what his role plays out, and that's why he's actually a great captain. If you're able to actually dish out that much healing towards your teammates, be able to ensure that they're able to sustain in team fights, then they're able to actually dish out more damages from the attackers and the all-rounders as well.
What's even more interesting to me is the fact one of the members, I Am Tomato, for example, he was actually previously, like, just looking from his base stats alone, he was actually mainly a supporter before joining up with Team KS, where now he takes on a new main role to literally accommodate with his new team as the main defender here. But you know, that's pretty much about Team KS. Now let's quickly walk on towards Team Mosquitoes. Now the minute you see, of course, Flavor, when you see three names in particular, you definitely know who they are. By far one of the most experienced players here in the Pokemon Unite. That's S4L, Blossom, or First Blossom in this case here, and Epe here. Both has been in the ACL, also have went to World Champions before. By far, probably a great starter for Team KS, while some people say like certain adversary must be avoided. But I guess in this case for Team KS, this can be very good experience for two is much more very fresh in the competitive scene.
Now we do see some big names here appearing from Team Mosquitoes. I do wonder if Team KS, are they ready for what they're about to go up against in this first round? So, or probably we might just surprise ourselves. Now, I do want to share a little bit about regards to these two teams. Now, they had a different journey altogether, making their way towards the regionals. As we will see Team KS, they actually had quite a Cinderella story, as they got knocked out in the first round in the Japan winter itself. So they had to crawl through. So I believe that they actually lost against Teams Ninja in the first round itself. So they had to crawl from the first round through the lower bracket, and they went up against Team Ninja once again as they dropped from the team up bracket. They did manage to have a win over them, and of course they made it to the finals itself, and quite fortunate that they actually lost in a 1-2 series, but it was an amazing series.
I mean, besides the main series, I believe also there was a lot of well thought out tactics and composition to really play alongside it. And most importantly, I think synergy-wise, I think they were pretty much on point for that. But now that's a little bit different here. Now we're in the regional competition, where we're talking about the best of the best on each of the region teams coming into the mix here. And I do agree, it is going to be quite the steep hill for Team KS to overwhelm Team Mosquitoes. But Team Mosquitoes, if you think about it as well, they are coming in with 2 new members to the rosters here. And so that might be a little bit of a handicap and might be an opportunity for Team KS to try to capitalize. But of course, let's start off with the draft picks here. And of course, our first 2 band will be your classic Zoroark and Blissey.
Wow, quite a strong opening over here. Of course, we don't see the usual coming in, as we do see Zacian's been back as its autumn thinking ban based on the tournament format, and an immediate Inteleon pick here coming on from the side of Team KS as their first pick. And it's going to be the 1-2 response here coming from Team Mosquitoes. We have the Eldegoss as well as Blastoise. A little bit of our conversations we happened earlier on that we do see number Eldegoss, which might be appearing a lot here in today's competition.
Which is actually quite common in the East Asia games as well. And since Lapras is not being banned out here, I believe there might be a potential double defender lineup coming from Team KS as well, which has been one of the few common fallbacks to when Lapras was in the pool for themselves here. Trevenant going to be on the lock-in for the side here, and I believe it is going to be in the hands of their defender. And it's going to be an absolute fun. First Blossom with the Trevenant has been really nicely timed. Those wood hammers, great control, great CC. As for the Korean teams here, they always have a model which is control is the name of the game here.
Yeah, of course, we'll see what will be the last pick coming in. And they do have their eyes set here on having this Charizard as the last pick and see how well they can actually compose. They have actually quite a number of high firepower coming on from both ends here for Japan. That they're playing out the Glaceon here. They have the Buzzwole, a little bit of Mighty Muscle coming in from their end as well. Now we do see the Lapras. We had short conversations on it as well. We do see him, although being a defender by nature, but it does look like an all-rounder if we look at it carefully as well. And rather than taking on the Charizard now, they're going with it's going to be a Decidueye.
I mean, I prefer that a lot more better as well. Like, because Charizard just from the recent patch got pretty nerfed pretty hard as well. Now, and he sort of fell off the meta quite a long time ago as well too, so him switching out to the Decidueye is a lot more better because I think they just somewhat understand, since they're going to go up with this double defenders lineup, they have this massive wall, so they're going to take full advantage of this poking mechanism. And since now seeing for the enemy team locking in with the Inteleon, we're going to be looking forward towards that nice late game combat here, unless the Buzzwole does try to make quite the mess towards the team here. As you know, Buzzwole has been one of the few most terrifying all-rounders that we have seen here on the field.
Yeah, we'll see if they do have any monsters able to actually go on the back line to actually catch some of this ones. If they're able to actually go behind on the, I think on basically on the back lines coming on from the Koreans, I think it's going to be quite problematic for Team Mosquitoes. So for KS as well, they do have the mobility, they do have a little bit of durability from the end as well. Glaceon most definitely is going to try to actually ignore all the monsters like Blastoise and all this and try to actually catch on monsters like Decidueye here in this game.
This is gonna be pretty epic here because I believe, with the Buzzwole being the fourth with the second last pick, right? I think they just somewhat understand like, hey, you know what? There's a lot of walls. There's a Blastoise we had to go through. There's a Trevenant we also had to go through to get to that back line. Instead of, it's because they already have they do like to play this double attacking lineup here with the amount of pokes that they can dish out. Now they just want to add on a little bit more damage, bring in another all-rounder to try to melt away those walls as fast as possible. That way they can get some form of control. And speaking of control, a beautiful first secure for the team here.
Yeah, and of course we do see this is going to be the matchup on the lanes as well. In the top lane, we do see the Squirtle where they're going up against the Buzzwole. Now it's going to take a little bit of time for Squirtle to get online. We're anticipating to actually go into War Auto and also into Blastoise by level 7. It's going to take a bit of time, and knowing this, most definitely the opponent's not going to allow that to actually happen real quick and punish him as much as possible. And of course, we do see the Glaceon as well in top lane, so this is going to be quite tough, especially when you do see we still have to wait for Decidueye to actually appear as well for the side of Team Mosquitoes.
I mean, if you're talking about tough, look at bottom lane. It's such a hard lane to contest, right? You got a Sobble, to the Lapras that has range advantage over both the Alolan Vulpix and of course the Trevenant here. It's definitely going to be a very tough, very difficult lane. But of course, not something that they can't recover from.
Yeah, and of course top lane is quite obvious. They're trying to actually make it in tri-lane to actually provide a little bit of support on the side of Mosquitoes here to ensure that they could actually get their levels while not being punished too much by Team KS. There's no takedowns at the current moment, but we do foresee that there's a lot of screening coming out from the ad. They get to secure more of those wild Pokemons on the field itself. So we do see, even the Squirtle, he's just actually evolving into a War Toto at the current moment. It's going to take 2 more levels before going on into the Blastoise. Meanwhile here, at the top lane, they here, quite the charge, but Toto able to actually get the scare here away. Double punches coming on. Still not enough to actually go in for any takedowns at the current moment. Still holding on at the top lane.
Great utilization. Absolutely calm and collected. Not panicking. The war total was not panicking at all. Just waiting, biding his time, waiting for the right moment to try to escape. However, our dear friend would not be able to escape that as another KO will be achieved from Team KS.
Yeah, do not look down on Lapras as well. Even the defender is able to actually shove quite a number of damage together with the Wartle Pulse. He does have a little bit of mobility as he utilized the XP just a while ago as well to actually put in for a chase. Meanwhile here, going off a little bit scoring, tried to go a little bit of witness here, but then getting himself involved, he's going to be an Inteleon, managed to negate some of the damage being discharged right in the nick of time where all the mons actually been gathered up from the side of Mosquitoes.
Definitely playing a little bit more safer here. Not much, a lot more skirmishes here. Try to try to get those swab looms here. Majority will, of course, go to the hands of Team Mosquitoes for that as their clearer is just absolutely insane, by the way.
Yeah, now it's loads of action happening here in the bottom lane, and we see a 4-man movement here coming up from the side of Japan together with the side of Mosquitoes as well. In the top lane, it's just a mano-a-mano battle here in between these two giants over there. Warthog getting pushed out to behind here. Oh, this is going to be a one-to-one fight. I don't think they're able to actually provide any form of assistance here in the Regi's encounter between both ends, and we'll see who's going to be the one to take him down. But quite unfortunate, is going Lapras gets taken down in the hands of Mosquitoes.
That was a beautiful prioritization, right? Because they just want to try. They just didn't want to waste any more time. What a snipe coming from the Inteleon as well. Max range, if I do say so myself. It's going to be quite the secure, a couple of more points in to try to get that lead. Of course, not too significant for now, but just enough to give them the heads up.
Yeah, and the current moment also, we don't see much of point difference coming up from the end. It's still in the early stages of the game. We have not reached the middle segment yet, and of course going for yet some of the Swap Blue families here in the middle segment, and it's going to be taken by the side of KS. Now you see here on the front lines, we do have the Lapras here. We actually get a little bit more from the Valtoy on the middle side. Meanwhile, top lane is not going to be just the Buzzwole. It's going to be together with the Glaceon as well, moving forward, putting a little bit of pressure here on the Blasters, trying to skim them out for a little bit of scoring. And of course, we're going to see the Withammer's not getting any from his side, and getting pushed out, knocked up in the air.
Pressure is definitely the name of the game here, and KS is of course on top of things when it comes to that kind of pressure. Looking to try to secure even more objectives and try to take the Retransmision right in the face of Team Mosquito members here. They're not too shy away about this, but then again, Lapras is taking quite significant amount of damage. So does the Clefable, and will fall as well to the side here. More Woodhammer thrown back into the zone here. So far from the team trying to sustain. Woodhammer comes in for secure here, while the rest of the team trying to secure that Regieleki as quickly as possible. Glaceon, unfortunately, not able to secure that Regieleki, but they're still fine as long as the team is alive and well. Blastoise is thrown in again, but he doesn't deserve to get out of things. But the Glaceon comes in to secure their KO.
Look at that, multiple knockbacks coming in from this Buzzwole, which is doing wonders anyways, pushing him towards the goalpost on the side of KS instead of the other end itself. So we have to be very, very careful. Instead, it's going to be Traveler pushing the Buzzwole to the head, but not enough follow-up damage coming up from Mosquito's teammates over here, so not be able to actually do much. Even knocking back the Regieleki as well to the other end. Got to be a little bit careful. You don't want to push it straight into the goalpost.
I feel there's just so much, so much push and pull here, right? That kind of thing. Everyone just has to wait to get out of those tight spots, and some were able to displace most of their opponents here. Regirock, of course, was able to, they're slowly taking it down to almost half a speed, but they were able to reset it. Now let's see the confrontation here.
Yeah, of course, now it's going to be the Regirock encounter here at the bottom. Now, this is going to be provided with special and normal defense, normal buff for the team that actually takes it down as well. Who's going to be the one getting it? And it is going to be the hands of Team Mosquitoes this time about. And it's not going to be a good time here, but does see Glaceon try to push forward over here. So you have to be really, really careful from their end. Mosquitoes does have the buff.
More secure. Just want to see, okay, there's a lot of points, a lot of points going on the field here, but not able to find any opening. I mean, that's just how much they're trying to be aware about this right now.
We see trade-offs, but then nobody is actually going on the scoring. Really good defense coming up from both ends as well, and it's not that simple. We do see some of the solid defense here on the top lane. We do have the Blastoise, really good timing as well. So despite going up against the Buzzwole, oh, here we go, Hydro Typhoon leading up into it, and just in the nick of time, follow-ups coming up from the teammates. We have the Trevenant here together with the Eldegoss, although they didn't actually have the CDY in time, but is able to actually be enough to actually take down two of the mons coming on from the side of KS. And this time about, they are invading the goalpost here on the top side. Are they able to actually do the scores before Cavalry arrives here from Team KS? Buzzwole trying to do something about it, but it's going to go down.
I can't believe I am Tomato. You are a menace as a Lapras. Do you know how long he delayed that point being dropped up by 5 people? That was so long. That was almost like a good 3 minutes. He just held his own by himself without any assistance of his teammate. But of course, it was a good initiative coming in from Team Mosquitoes, right? They needed a breakthrough here and getting enough intel that 2 members of Team Chaos is currently at the bottom lane, decide to just re-engage, just completely commit that Hydro Typhoon to get those 2 pickoffs. But then, of course, kudos to I Am Tomato, because that was some phenomenal stalling coming from him.
Yeah, it took quite a lot from him. It's quite a miracle that he's able to sustain those damage. And of course, trying to push away, trying to actually screen out the enemy, but unfortunately, they still did manage to actually take down on the goal post at the top. But as what you mentioned, they did manage to delay a lot of time from that actually happening for the side of Team Mosquitoes. Meanwhile, here we're looking at the bottom lane here. We might just see yet another big encounter as the next Reggie is about to appear. And I do believe this time about it is going to be the Reggie Steel, which is going to be giving a huge buff to the team. And unfortunately itself, it is the 2-minute mark. The Reggie is not be able to actually get taken down by any of the teams as Rayquaza appears at the middle here of the stadium.
Here's the crazy thing about it is that it's not like they're not any team is ready to just die for that Rayquaza, not only because of the fact that everyone had so much points. The minute they try to take the Rayquaza, it's going to be a free point dumping towards any of those hoop zones here, which can be quite punishing for them because the point differential between Team KS and Mosquito is not that far apart.
Yep,
literally true. 2 dunks and instantly that could decide the round as it is within the next 1 minute.
Now both teams are not really in a rush here to actually take down a Rayquaza. Now one of the naughty things that can actually be done from both ends is actually to go in for a score quietly rather than trying to actually engage on this Rayquaza. But of course we do see some fights actually happening here coming up from both ends, trying to actually do a little bit tickling Rayquaza. Oh, this is going to be a tough one. Is there going to be any room here? We do see the Blastoise making his way through the wild Pokemon area. Yeah, I am not even sure. He's trying to slowly but surely try to make his way to the bottom area. No, instead, he's rotating through the behind area instead. He's trying to actually set up for his team. He knows it's coming as well. There goes his hitting off for more. Oh, here goes some dive. Hydro Typhoon and this no, not really. Oh, it's going to be hitting off on the 1 because it's not kicking in on the Blissey there. Not be able to do much. There's no follow-up coming up from Team Mosquitoes on that encounter.
The thing is, it's fine. The fact that even if they couldn't get the perfect pick up with 3 men, but that's fine as long as they just slow things down by running down the clock, because time is currently on Team Mosquito's side as long as they're not taking the Rayquaza or even dumping any of these points. But now they're trying to attempt for it since 2 members of Team Mosquito is currently out for the count.
Now it is a 4v3 situation at the current moment with 2 months coming up from the other end here, but it doesn't have 20 seconds more to go. Is there sufficient time for them to actually go on the Rayquaza as well as going for the scoring as well? It's going in the hands of KS right here. They just need to score.
I can't believe they got it!
Trevenant is going for his right to actually screen out team members here from the top. Is Woodhammer going to be sufficient enough? Here comes Blissey. Oh, and the score is in!
Got it!
That's plus 100 yeah, coming up from Blissey together with the Intellion as well. That's plus 200 from there. And Lapras. So that's going to be a plus 300. And I do believe that is going to be the victory point scoring coming off from the end of Team KS.
I can't believe it. We almost reached a moment where we can literally use the code Save by the Bell. That was just how close the round was here. I think they got a little bit too shaky, especially the part because we saw Desudai coming from S4L, right? He was trying to poke as much as possible, but since they didn't really have any more ultimates and, you know, not much enough control, couldn't really control that Rayquaza as much as possible compared to two attackers and 1 all-rounder doing so much damage.
I think everybody was just looking at the clock there, and they would try to counter that. Is there sufficient time for them to actually do both, taking down Rayquaza and do the scoring at the same time as well? But I guess from that, yes, they do. And of course, it's just in the nick of time as well. Now, looking at the gameplay that actually happened, I believe that was such a close game. I think if they missed out by just a few seconds, I don't think Team KS will be able to actually do any form of scoring despite taking down the Rayquaza. It's quite unfortunate that the Blastoise was not able to actually get himself in a really good position. I think it was late by just like 1-2 seconds, which was prime time for him to actually be there and actually do a 5-man Hydro Typhoon on the enemy members and actually have really good follow-up from the members from Team Mosquitoes.
I mean, there was also a really good reaction, right? The minute they spotted the Blastoise and he flew right in, everyone just ejected out. Everyone just like bounced out. They're like, disperse, separate as much as possible. He came from behind, we didn't know, but now we do. React to it. One person got caught for it and got picked up for it. That was really unfortunate, but that's still fine because Vitopo, who was playing the Buzzwood just now, I think he was playing such a pivotal role in that Rayquaza pit, because he just kept picking off, or at least try to displace as many of Team Mosquito team as much as possible. Ironically, their name is Team Mosquito, and yet a mosquito like Buzzwole has been the bane of their existence at the pit of Rayquaza.
On the other end instead. And of course, these are some of the highlights that you can see from the match that has just transpired just a while ago. Now, of course, we do see a lot of back and forth happening here coming out from both ends. We do see trade-offs, we do see takedowns, but then not much points being scored between all that. Look at that. Yeah, I think this is not really one of the main times right here. During this time, there was no more Hydro Typhoons coming into hand. By the time he actually utilized it, there were not much team members coming up from the side of KS that was actually around for him to actually utilize it. Even if it was actually being utilized as well, basically there was not enough follow-up coming up from the team members from Team Mosquito to actually take down any of the mons from Team KS. The only one they actually lost was only the Lapras.
It probably would have been a little bit of a different story if it didn't have, like, if Team KS didn't have an all-rounder like Buzzwole here, who's able to displace people, and he alone can dish out so much damage with just combos alone. Like, it finally paid off as the second last pick when the two defenders was being locked in. He was just, the whole priority of Team KS was like, you know what, they have a lot of backliners, but they're also very scared because once we get a little bit too close, they will also get picked off.
I agree.
So they decided to focus their priorities in getting rid of the frontliners. They got rid of the Blastoise, and instantly Buzzwole gets resetted, by the way, ability reset, and follow up with the Trevenant. Both dead. So both are KO'd and removed from the field, and the rest of the team had just no choice but to just give up the fight. They're like, we can poke, but that's all we can do.
Yeah, and I think it was quite a standstill coming from both ends as well. Nobody was trying to go. Nobody was trying to rush to his Rayquaza. They were very mindful of the time as well.
Yeah.
And if you look at Buzzwole's position, instead of being in the middle between his teammates, he was actually on the other end because he knew that at any point Blastoise was going to jump in together with Hydro Typhoon, and he was actually right next to the Buzzwole. And we were questioning to ourselves because I think we didn't pay much attention to it, but Blastoise somehow made it to the left side of the map.
I know.
And instead to come in from behind. I think it was a great idea because at one point he had options. It's either he wants to actually go in for scoring on the bottom goalpost, which is a much closer destination compared to the top one, or he can actually join in the team fight and actually, you know, just jump in and then do Hydro Typhoon and win the team fight with possibly to win the team fight.
I mean, there's, you know, honestly, we could like deliberate all night, right? Like,
yeah, that's
like
true.
Possibility of the what ifs, right? But in the end, the reality of things is the fact that it just really came down to the wire. Who will be the first one to be impatient? Who was the first one to break here, right? Because like when you have 18 seconds left on the clock, right, and a point differential of like about 60 points, right? Most teams tend to get that pressure, right? Like your heart starts racing, the adrenaline starts running. Like, I need to do something. We have to do something, you know. Panic and chaos starts happening in their head, right? And the minute someone initiates, the rest of the team has just no choice but to just follow up. Because if the guy goes in alone, then you end up having this. What if I didn't follow up? You know, what if we lost?
That's true. That's true. And so you don't want to regret those kind of decisions making happening during those times.
But but in the end, the outcome was just really well played by both sides. I think none really made a mistake here. I think it's just more like the team that had the most cards to play with was more of Team KS. They had a little bit more control. Although yes, they were points behind initially because of the fact that you're running into like double range attackers with two double defender walls.
Yeah,
it's pretty hard to get through it. But when the game is somewhat on the line and it gets a little bit nice and close and compact, especially towards the middle area, the central area, well, of course, that's where you see like all-rounders like Buzzwole tend to shine.
Yeah, and I do agree on that. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, now that is quite a game. Congratulations again to Team KS for the winning for game number 1. Of course, for those who do not know this is a best of 3 series. So the game is not over yet. And of course, the first team that actually gets 2 wins over the opponents in this best of 3 series will be crowned the winner and champion itself. Now, a little bit of additional information is that the winner for each series will be given 3 points in the group stage, this round robin stage. So of course, if you do win the series, you get 3 points. And even if you lose, if you won 1 match, so let's assume the score is 2-1, you get 1 point for yourself if you lose and win 1 match. But if you do lose 2-0, you don't get any points at all.
Yeah, that one's a little bit unfortunate. But at least I do love this new point system, right? Because at least that way you do do earn something and not really lose out on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but of course, it's still better to be the winner, right?
Yes, of
because
course,
3
yeah.
points is a lot of points.
It is a lot of points, yeah. And the
And-
more points you accumulate, the better your placement is in the group, and the better
Exactly.
your seeding will be in the third day of the competition, which is going to be the main bracket.
Yeah, that'll be really great. No, actually, I'll be honest with you, I'm really surprised from that lineup, from that drafting, that to not see a double defenders coming from KS, because the only time I ever see them like playing the Lapras is when they have 2 defenders here. When the Lapras also banned, they always go for the Lapras and 1 additional defender here. So it's very, and for Team Mosquitoes, they don't really have like a very consistent follow-up bit. Not like most teams where they're very used to like, we always run double defenders no matter what. Unless, you know, we have speedsters, then we might change things up here. No, for Team Mosquito, they're a lot more like, we are very flexible. We can go double defenders, we can go single defenders, we can go literally like triple attackers, or 2 attackers, 1 all-rounders, or 2 all-rounders, 1 attacker. The combination goes on, so they don't really have a staple. Some people might feel like that may not be great, because sometimes you feel more confident when you have a staple. But in this case, I think this allows Team Mosquito to be a lot more flexible, especially with the 2 new members here, which, well, in terms of synergy, it does take some time to get used to certain feelings. I think this allows them to. This doesn't really pressure the new members to their rosters that much.
Yeah, with all this information in hand, right, we do see that, of course, we had this conversation earlier on when Team Mosquito do have some veteran ACL players. We do have some players who are actually featured in Worlds as well. Whereas the winner for the match itself, Team KS, we don't have much information on them aside from their own country qualifiers, which was the Japan Winter. Now, this is going to be interesting. Now we'll see that how well they can actually be playing out here in the competition. And they had a great opening. They won themselves the first match. And I believe a lot of people out there who's currently tuning into this competition today are curious to see how well they fare against some of the other teams in their own groups here in Group A.
Yeah, definitely for sure. A new team like Team KS is really showing their stripes, really showcasing like why they are here in the regional state for a reason. It wasn't like some lucky draw of the cards here or anything.
Most definitely.
No, they have worked and earned their first game. But of course, you know, for some teams, so most of them would normally consider the first game of the best of 3 as touching the water.
That's true.
Trying
Yeah.
to get a feel of what the opponent team is like, especially since Team KS is relatively new, so there's not much intel. There's not much info they can really play off with. Sure, you could research like what Pokemon they usually go with, but that's pretty much it. You don't know like what's the play style. You don't know what's their thought process. Are they a very aggressive team despite having multiple all-rounders, or are those kind of teams that wish to like to play a little bit safe, know how to turtle out and drag it to the late game for their attacking teams, range attacker particularly with two evolution stages here, like the Inteleon, for example.
Yeah, and of course, like Inteleon so happens to be one of the hot picks when during the Japan Winter qualifiers.
So many.
They have so many as well. They do have. I mean, one of the things that I was expecting to see in this particular matchup was actually their Venusaur as well. We see a lot of that happening. Lapras, we see their slow bros being played out as well by and I think there's quite a number of other. I think based on what is played throughout their own country qualifiers, they're quite flexible when it comes to play, but they do play some of the top picks here in the competition itself. And with this knowledge in hand, I think what other teams should do is just play it as is and just play it by ear and just see how draft things out and just play to their comfort rather than thinking too much on what the enemy can bring forward to this match.
Yeah. And I think it's somewhat understandable, right? Because especially when you figure out like your opponent team is not much of a speedster player, this does makes things a lot more easier when it comes to your drafting, right? Because usually when you figure out like, oh, this person likes to play Zoroark, right? It's either we have to ban it or we have to pick a slow bro to try to counter it, right? And kind of try to lock him down as much as possible, right? So loving the idea that Team KS initially for the first match they actually started off with the Zoroark ban. And of course following up with the Blissey ban being made by Team Mosquitoes. But let's see what's the following up ban, and of course, getting rid of the Inteleon.
Yeah, they know that at this current moment they will not be having the first pick on their end, so they're not going to allow their opponents, because their opponents too are very familiar and they're very comfortable with Inteleon picks for their own drafts. So there's no way, Jose, they're going to allow this to actually happen itself. Now, of course, they can be banning out here from the end as well. It's going to be the Blissey, and we'll see how the opening will happen from the side of Team Mosquitoes. And immediate Eldegoss pick from their end.
Once again, securing this one of the few supports that we should like. And by the way, it was something that was being favored by Nanda Wajiro as well, the team captain for Team KS as well here. So locking out the support for themselves, But they're also going to be trying to secure one of their few favorite defenders here, which is an attackers, which is both Mew and Blastoise. Zorog is, by the way, not banned, by the way, this time. So there is an option for their team captain S4L to try to go for the Sora if he wants to go for it. But is it still particularly viable, especially since Slowbro is still in the pool?
Yeah, I think it is very much still possible coming up from both ends here. And meanwhile, we do see that the Team Mosquitoes went straight for the Lapras as well as Trevenant. They are still comfortable with the play on the Trevenant on their end, so they're still going to be playing. But this time, Lapras is going to be in their hands. So they do have two really good defenders, I would say, coming up from the end here. So we have on the front lines, provided with support coming up from the Eldegoss as well, so it is going to be quite sturdy coming up from Team Mosquitoes. Now all that remains from their end is definitely didn't need a little bit damage from their end. Now it does look like they are hovering around on that Espeon, and together with the Dragonite and Espeon is going to be locked in for their end.
Now we're getting things started right now. We're going to be literally looking at a lot of burst damage coming in from the side here for TKS, whereas on the side of Team Mosquitoes now they're going to be taking I guess you could say taking a chapter out of TKS book from the first round, which is having this all around to try to be a nuisance as much as possible here. Now, both teams running double defenders here. Both have their perks, both have their quirks. One really great for team fights, whereas the other one really great for control here, and a lot of poke potential coming in from the Lapras as well.
Yeah, and we'll see how they will actually play out with this draft. I do like both drafts. From both ends, they do have their own pros and cons and coming onto things. I'm very curious on how well Team KS actually plays around together with this Mew. Very flexible Pokemon here in the game itself. It boils down to how well you actually play out with your abilities. Can become both a support and attacker at the same time as well. Quite an all-rounder together with his abilities. And you pair it up together with the Cramorant. You pair it up together with the Blastoise as well. So you have a really good setter. Quite sturdy for both ends, I would say.
I wouldn't be too worried about Kokoda with his Chandelure. He has been playing Chandelure for a few times here, but on the other hand, Rom for the side for playing the Mew. He has, by the way, almost a total accumulative over the years, right, of his Pokemon Unite career. He has over 2,093 battles with the Mew with a 67% win rate, by the way. So
which is insane.
Yeah, exactly. So it is literally not only one of his top 4, but it is one of his top picks to use.
Now, is this going to be a mistake coming from anime side to allow such thing to actually happen? I mean, you're literally talking to a master, not just based on rank, but also literally based on the amount of games that he has played here on the Mon itself. We will see.
I don't want to jump the gun too quickly, Flavor, because Professor Flavor, because of the side. Although yes, he may the record and the numbers does show that he is a very powerful Mew player. But at that time, because like I said, this is just one of the things where you just don't have that intel on, right, regardless of certain stats. So Team Mosquitoes, even though they may not know it, they can still have faith in their teammates and the picks that they have and their abilities to try to take this win. Because for not, then this is going to be a very simple 2-0 or a very simple best of 3 for Team KS.
Oh, and I do hope that does not happen. We would want to see more matches happening out from these two amazing teams from Korea against Team Japan here. And of course, they're here to win it. And most definitely, we do see some aggressive going on here. Oh, Olmo does have the shields and managed to pick up one of the berries here for a little bit of recovery on that Squirtle. Almost gets taken down by enemy side. We do see rotations from the Dragonair here on the top side, from the middle side to the top side, to provide a little bit of assistance, especially when trying to get all these wild mons from the side on the top side.
Good rotation timing, by the way, from Dratini as well. He almost made a call, although he does force out the utilities. It's still totally fine for them. Mew goes to the ball lane. I think this is going to be a little bit more of a slower lane. However, because now we're going to cross a lot, we're going to be seeing a lot. I'm not sure he's going to be playing the X-Scissors or not.
And this is going to be taking a while as well. Meanwhile, we do see the mid lane rotations. It's going to be a 1v1 battle between the two ones here. Meanwhile, at top lane, Lapras is still holding on. But it's not going to be enough. Was trying to get the shields from the goalpost at the top side, but was not able to actually get it in the nick of time. Meanwhile, able to try to actually make an escape here to the right side, away from the enemies from Team Mosquitoes. Looking close so far, coming up from both ends. Meanwhile, the Swablu family here in the middle is going to be contested, coming from both ends. It's mostly going to be in the hands of Team KS. The Cramorant here in the middle.
Oh, it's so difficult as well because like you have like War Turtle which has one of the best like
Oh no.
secure moves in the entire game. Oh, by the way, good lockdown, good displacement here. Is going to be able to secure on our pro friend who hasn't even reached the final evolution of Tremblin yet, and still very aggressive upon this. He knows there's no escape for them and will continue to push out the pressure.
Oh no, gotta be careful, Aspeon. He got screened out. Forced him to actually use the jack button to actually make it his way to the back and actually get himself with the berry. Wow, look at this presence, Cameron. Now, the thing is, Aspeon was actually waiting for one of the mons coming out from side KS, which is a much more softer one to actually invade on the wild area. But quite unfortunately, Cameron just invaded straight to them and forced them to actually make an escape way from behind. Meanwhile, the battle between defenders here is going to be a Blastoise against a Lapras, forcing out, missed out on the Hydro Pump here in the face of Lapras. Let's see, Imano will come from both sides, but it does seem that Blastoise decided to disengage, make his way to the right side. I'm so hoping for a trade off.
Yeah, but the regen is just a little bit too much. I think he just doesn't like, and the worst part about it, he doesn't like how long the fight was being dragged out as well. Unsure and not enough intel on the rest of the map. Decided to fall by and play a little bit more safe. However, Regirock is definitely going to be secure for the bottom side. Regieleki will be secure for the side of Team Mosquitoes here.
Solo takedown there by the Dragon Knight. No intrusion coming up from the side of KS. So meanwhile, of course, they need to stop this Regieleki from invading the score post.
So that is so disappointing because there's just so much aerial denial. They just can't run without the eject button.
That is tough. This is why never underestimate Chandelier and the damage that it can actually bring into that particular team fight. So now this gives a little bit space. They were trying to screen out the Regieleki on the top lane from actually invading the goalpost, but giving that opportunity, this video opportunity here at the bottom, but gets screened out by Traverden together with the hammer hitting off on Treem, and now Cramerton forces forward. Might just be a sacrifice here coming up on the side. It will be sufficient. No! Cramerton makes an escape to the right side by the Nick by just a bit of HP.
The trick room is just absolutely phenomenal here. And let's be honest, I really thought that the Crossel had to actually give himself up just for the rest of the team to really get out, because they got a little bit too deep. They really got a little bit too deep towards that goalpost, and Esme was able to get around towards the Chandelier, forcing him to use that eject button here. So I thought the Crossel was doing a really great job to slow things down, but the back-to-back, the communication between the members of Team KS, really ensuring everyone actually gets out of it alive. I think that's really fantastic. Already.
Yeah, I think they had really good communications. That Kramer knew what he was doing. He knew that he needed to actually make that sacrifice to actually ensure most of his teammates are able to actually disengage from the encounter in the bottom lane and make it escape. Meanwhile, here we do see rotations coming up from Mew. Of course, it's going to be a light screen together with the Solar Beam combo. She can amplify the damage a bit more as well. So this is a very standard combo coming in to actually secure a little bit. Meanwhile, we do see loads of mons here coming up from both ends. Gather at the bottom lane. We do see Charger Unite being utilized by the Lapras, not hanging up on anyone. Not be able to actually carry anyone from the end as well. Look at that. Big use of Espeon, but did not manage to catch on to anyone from the side of KS. What will be the outcome from this?
So trying to lock them down as much as possible. Remember, there's still the Hydro Typhoon and instantly beautifully timed as well. Understanding that they don't really have any more Unite moves, they re-engage into the fight after a quick reset and recovery, and will continue to put on the pressure. Although Chandelier initially did get caught off, forced to reset, but it still totally worked out for them. Team KS completely unfazed and would not be phased in any of this engagement here.
That was brutal because they ensured that the team members from Team Mosquitoes expanded the Unite moves in that particular encounter. They were able to actually endure all that damage coming in from that end, and also they came up with their own counter attack from the end, and it was very fruitful. They were able to take down 3 Pokemons from the side of Mosquitoes, and this time they also took down one of Reggie's here at the bottom lane as well, which is a better buff in this next encounter. But as usual, we don't see much difference here when it comes to the points being scored from both ends. It's only a difference of 28 points, siding towards the side of Team KS.
I am Tomatoes by far one of the most patient Blastoise I've ever seen, right? Like,
yeah.
He's not even trigger happy. He had that Unite move. He's just been waiting out for the perfect moment here. And what a chain reaction here of Control's abilities.
I feel bad for the he was constantly on lockdown. He was not able to utilize anything to actually make an escape away from the 3 mons together at the bottom lane from the side of Mosquitoes. But he did manage to actually score before all that actually happened as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, another Wajiro. almost could have got the second KO, but no, unfortunately, Clefable was just a little bit too techy for his ticket.
Oh no, Espion.
As Trevenant popping the ultimate here, unfortunately, Espion will be completely removed by I am Tomato, the defender. He's no longer the defender, he's the all-rounder, and he gets the double KO.
He's still
and
surviving.
trying to look for a couple more. Mew comes in, trying to CC as much as possible. Of course, he does fall in the end, but guess what? This is a wrestling match where he tags in the Crustle, but the team saw the Crustle decides to back up for safety.
I feel bad for the Espion though, because he was actually before Blastoise actually arrived. So basically, before all that actually happened itself, he usually utilized his eject button. So during that whole team fight, he doesn't have no means of actually making an escape. So he has to just hustle through and get taken out earlier on. So you lose out one of your most important damage dealers from side of Mosquitoes, and that was very, very crucial as you don't have much to actually take down the mons from Team KS. And that Blastoise, it was insane. He was manning up. He was dishing out damage for the team, but quite unfortunately he gets taken down as well in that particular trade-off.
Right, Team Mosquitoes, they have the lead, of course. Now they have Team KS at the back of the wall here. Crosser trying to see if he can try to get a beautiful starting for the rest of the team. Does spot the S-spawn, force him back here. The one who's going to be, it seems like the one who will start up the initiation of the Rayquaza will be Team KS, but of course, because we have we got a sneaky Dragonite.
Naughty Dragonite here.
Going in for a quick dunk the point, and the Lapras just trying to buy the necessary amount of time. If he could get the pick of a Mew, that'd be pretty big. And he wants to try to secure it, gets him a little bit closer, a little bit down low. Unite moves are popping off, but none will be secured.
Oh, look at that jump coming up from the Dragonite here, trying to do wonders here for the side of Mosquitoes, despite having additional points coming from the touchdown from the Dragonite. They were able to actually sustain on the team fight, but here comes the own traders coming up from the side of Team KS. Criminals get taken down. Oh, the Dragonite goes down as well. And there's another with the one. Right here is going to be the Mew together with the Lapras here, trying to scale on the Blastoise. Do they have the damage here? No, they don't. A little bit more, but the Blastoise still does have shields from his end. Still a 2v1 situation here on the side of KS.
I can't believe it.
Blastoise, those shields though.
No, but then again, also Epe though. 1v2, the man gets out scot-free. Does reveal himself, gets a really nice heal from the Elder Gods. Thank you, teammate, for sure. But in a 2v5,
are they able to do this?
They're trying to buy the time.
Yeah, they're trying to hold on. Now Mosquitoes, they need to screen out Team KS from taking down this. Lapras did manage to actually get here on the Chandelier. They don't have their critical right damage here. And Mosquitoes is going to be the ones getting the Rayquaza here on the middle pit as well. And I guess this is going to be the winning condition for Team Mosquitoes in this game.
What?
Number 2, Mew about to go for a little bit scoring, but the Wood Hammer coming out from Trevenant on the bottom side.
Oh man, what a round. A complete back and forth, but Team Mosquitoes will be the one to breathe a sigh of relief as they take back the second round. Woo! Although yes, it got a little bit close with Team KS being really back and forth, being very proactive, by the way. But thankfully, Team Mosquito decides to learn from the first round. Decided, you know what, let's be a bit more calm. Yeah. They'll definitely be engaging us. They'll definitely be aggressive. That's fine. We be objective. We just hold on the line, find the right opportunity here. And I think that Lapras pick really did allow them to excel even further with their plans.
Yeah, and of course this is going to be the scores coming up from both ends. Look at all that. Look at the amount of damage coming up from the Lapras alone compared to the Dragon.
I know, but look at the amount of healing from the Clefable though. It's 100,000.
I mean, look at this guy. His average is going to be increasing a little bit more from the... But quite unfortunate, it was not enough to actually make it a win for his team over that. Yeah, damage is not really a specialty, but look at that. 110,000 of healing, which comprises 92% of healing contributed throughout the whole team. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, right? Like Wajiro Nado's average healing between most of his support Pokemon are usually 80 to 130k.
Quite a big average, I would say, for a Zilgate. Yeah, but that's the role. That's how the Pokemon has actually been played here. But quite unfortunate that the team was not able to actually have enough from their end to actually make it a win for this time about. It was quite interesting to see the Lapras versus Blastoise battle, which was very extensive.
Yep.
May I say this? Whew.
The thing is, I think like Vitopo and I and Tomato as the two defenders did a really phenomenal job. But I think we're slowly falling back into the same problem, which was just didn't really have a lot of options here, because when you let that Lapras go, although yes, he may not be a priority ban for most teams nowadays, but if you let a Lapras through, he's still pretty tanky, like durable enough to really just dive in and has decent amount of damage with the ice beam to really be like, almost like an all-rounder, despite being patched again.
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 I mean, like, the game's not done yet with Lapras, but again.
He's still pretty solid, and I think now they will sort of realize, like, you know, if we want to let the Lapras through, then we must somewhat prepare, like maybe an all-rounder, maybe not having double attackers, or maybe more damage dealers into the pool here to at least increase our options here.
Yeah.
Because the defenders, like you saw the Blaster, you saw Vitobo, you saw Iron Tomato playing the Crustle and the Blastoise constantly at the back line, but it didn't matter because Dragonite, he's an all-rounder.
Yeah.
He's durable, he's just as durable, he's just as much damage. You just fly into the back line, and Chandelure and you just can't really do that much about it. Even in the face of Lapras, who's just soaking up so much things.
Yeah, I think the thing about the Lapras, it's it's durable, but also able to actually dish out really good damage as well. Now, I did mention this, and beyond all that, you also have the Water Pulse, and they actually dish out even more pulses if you actually cast out a first time before that to multiple units. Now, one thing I want to highlight in regards to Team Mosquito is that it's quite efficient from their end. That it's great for Team Mosquitoes. It's great that they actually won, but if you see Aspeon in a few of the trade-offs, he did not manage to dish out a lot of damage just because he got taken out real quick in most of these encounters. So really good priority when it comes to the side of KS, but unfortunately that's not going to be enough because you still have to handle the Lapras. You still have to handle the Dragonite as well, and there's so many things coming on from the side of Team Mosquitoes over here, and the Trevenant as well. There were multiple times where he was actually land some really good hammers upon the enemy.
The thing is this, right? Like, they had a really good early, right? Great timings with the crosser, especially hitting at level 5 first, allowing him to unlock the crosser from Iron Tomato. That's when you start seeing him being very proactive. Going a lot of dives, going a lot of catches, because they know for the fact that they had that advantage. And they kept going at it, which was really great. But that's when you know the term when you do the same thing too many times, you don't normally fall for it anymore. That's exactly what happened to Team Mosquitoes. They just understand, okay, they're going to dive us. One person's going to dive us, and we're pretty confident in our damage. We just start piling back, prioritizing on this one person here. And then when the Lapras started joining into the mix as well, then that mixture ends up breaking out into a very beautiful cake.
Yeah, and I like from these encounters, based on the first 2 games that we have witnessed, the highlight was never about the attackers. Actually, defenders actually get most of the spotlight from this game. So
which I'm very happy.
Yeah, I think much respect for the defenders out there, but at the same time as well, we do see some of the other supports which provides healing, which provides a lot of assistance for the match. Also doesn't get much in it, but the defenders play a very big role because sustainability is very important, especially when it comes to team fights. The longer sustain, the more damage you can actually dish out to your enemies, the longer you can actually do things during those particular team fights. Because once you're away, you're going to be away for quite a long time. Your team is in a disadvantage when it comes to numbers as well, which also brings my next topic itself, that what exactly happened in that Rayquaza pit. Because without the presence of Dragonite, it should be a big advantage for the side of Team KS, as it was a 5v4 situation. But Team Mosquito was able to hold on to the best of their abilities until Dragonite was able to re-engage back in that particular team fight and do wonders and make it a turnaround for the side of Team Mosquito.
It's just one of those situations when you just don't have enough intel, and the seed of fear is slowly planted, right? Because you just don't have intel. He could be hiding in the bush.
Exactly.
He could be like behind you at the moment. You have no idea what's really happening here. So now let's quickly go back to see the Rayquaza here, and then we can literally see like what really went down, right? So this is right after the fact that Dragonite has already dumped his point in the goalpost initially.
Yep, correct, yeah. He's also used his Unite move as well on the bottom side of the Rayquaza pit. Look at all this. They were trying to get that last hit in. Look at that burst damage coming in towards the side of Team KS. It's a little bit too much to handle for them. Insane.
It's really incredible because like not only were defenders all on point with this one here, but even the Eldegoss is diving into the mix as well, just trying to give that opportunity to the Espeon and to the Dragonite to get the necessary last pick, or even seizing the opportunity here. Because I think what was really amazing in that last round was not because of the the coincidence that Dragonite was able to dunk at the goal post or anything, but I felt like it just really came down to setting up the opportunity and then seizing it after that. Because I think the defenders did really, for Team Mosquito, did a great job in creating that window of an opportunity. Then you see the Dragonite and the Espeon slowly coming in. Although yes, the Espeon did suffer a little bit in the early game because of the amount of aggression that was being outputted here.
He was being pressured really hard.
And the aerial denial from the Crustle, I was like, and the trick room slow from the Chandelure, I'm like, yo, that is a death. That is literally a sentence which you just can't run away from, man. It's like
Yeah.
it was so unfortunate here, but finally was able to pull through and good teamwork in that was.
Yeah, and this
Really
is
well
a all priority plays. I mean, like usually you would expect the attackers to actually do more, but you have to understand in this kind of high level plays, especially knowing this is going to be the Pokemon Unite ACL regionals, we do expect this high level plays happening on. Really good decision making coming up from both ends as well on what to prioritize when it comes to team fights.
Yep.
As you can on, rather than wasting most of the time on the defenders or even the supports and attackers could actually get priority when it comes to team fight as well, because the supports are, I would say, most of the time annoying, as HIC keeps your attackers and defenders sustained when it comes to recovery. At the same time as well, the attackers, most of the time, they're actually quite soft. Yeah, they're actually very, very squishy, so you want to really take them real quick so your enemy would not have much damage to bring to the table for, during that particular encounter. And of course, what is going? Wait a minute.
Trying to figure out what's the priority here.
Whoa, so
You
so
know-
Team KS is still deciding on who they want.
You know, I forgot to mention the last round of the draft. I didn't mention about Mew being like one of his strongest pick for another for Team KS side, right? But for Team Mosquitoes, I forgot S for L. He's one of his top picks. It's also Dragonite as well. I
Yes.
just remembered.
Yeah.
that was a mistake on my part. But of course, band this time is a little bit different. No more, not going with the Zora band. Still
No,
gonna
we're
be
gonna Zora
sticking
band,
with still gonna stick with the Intelligence. Same as the second round. But this time it'll be Team KS to get the priority pick, and he was still long. Nano Wajiro is very happy.
Yeah, it's very happy.
He's very happy.
It's like, hey, I got what I wanted.
Yeah, he got back. The team captain got back his other cards.
It's okay. It's okay for them. I think they're just gonna play it out just like second game here. Now, of course, no surprise there when we saw the Intellion ban. Both sides would have actually banned them. So if KS actually got second pick, Mosquitoes will be banning the Intellion, not allow the enemy to do it. This time about, it's going to be the Blastoise and Lapras together, which is a little bit different because before this, you would actually just take the Blastoise together with one more support, but
Correct.
instead, they're taking both of them.
Correct. I think the priority is a little bit different now because since Team Mosquitoes, right, since they had the first two picks, they decided to pick the one they felt like was the most nuisance to them and something they can somewhat set up for most of their fights. Lapras, of course, was one of the few go-tos, but now they're also going to take away the Blastoise. Usually, it's one of the sides would have gotten the Blastoise, never in the same lineup here, so it was pretty great for Team Mosquito to be able to secure that.
I'm excited for this one, but Team KS, they have played a fair number of Venusaurs
Correct.
during their own Japan Open qualifiers. Now, of course, we're excited to see how well they can actually play this on this particular matchup over here. Now, we do have two of the EV family members here on both ends. We have the Espeon S together with Glaceon. Here, a lot of blue Pokemons on the side of Team Mosquitoes.
The thing is, I think they just like for Team KS, right? They just decide like, you know what, you're gonna be in our face. You're always gonna be diving towards us. Let's not try to pick another ranged attacker to run away from you. This time I'm gonna be taking someone to at least sustain in front of you, especially with the Pedal Dance and of course with the heal as well, with the Giga Drain. Going to be picking it with the Venusaur and also locking in the Dragonite to really contest against with all of these B-free engages here. Because once they melt the front line, all that's left is just two ranged attackers which will not be able to sustain from the wrath of the Dragonite.
Do you really want to play Pedal Dance Giga Drain here on this Venusaur?
No, I'm just saying example.
Looking at the enemy itself, it's quite scary. I don't want to go man up against a Lapras. Here, of course, now Pedal Dance gives you mobility compared to you actually going with...
I mean, if you go by Pokemon typing, grass beats water anytime.
Okay. If we go with typing...
But then again, Lapras Ice Beam also counters ice, counters grass.
That's
so I'm
true.
like,
That's
hey,
true.
you know?
That's true. I don't think that applies here, though.
I know, but I'm just saying, you know? It could be that, it's that mental thought you set for yourself, I counter you.
Yeah, I counter you. I mean, look at you guys. Basically, you're made up of water and ice Pokemon, and I win by just having this one pick. But yeah, so this time they're also running the. So this time about, we do see on the side of KS playing Dragonite. So you're going to be having that Dratini running through the middle area. Meanwhile, also, of course, we do have the EV here giving a space for him to actually go into a Glaceon on the side of Team Mosquitoes. He's getting it online a little bit faster compared to what Espeon has to offer from the type of TKS. But man, Bulbasaur is going to take quite a while because he doesn't really have some of the best abilities when it comes to securing last hits on wild Pokemons. I would say he does it really good damage, but not really secure.
It is much more later. We'll see that a lot more later. It's not something the benefits that like a Squirtle will have compared to the Bulbasaur.
I agree.
But it's still totally fine. Like two water guns in the lane, that's like definitely an annoying thing to deal with in the first place here.
Oh, Dratini. Sorry, my bad. Dragon Knight here on the top lane. Now, they do know this. It's a 3-man movement coming up from side Mosquitoes and KS on the top lane. But going up against a Glaceon, that's going to be a little bit tough. So, of course, it does take a little bit while for the Dragon Knight to actually become a Dragon Knight here in this game. Of course, Lapras manages to scout behind here in the wild. Dragon Knight makes an escape here on the left side. Meanwhile, already evolved to the Eldegoss here on the top side. It's going to be Team KS, and still no trade-offs. It's going to take a while because we have quite durable Pokemons here on the top end. Meanwhile, Ivysaur at level 7, a little bit more making into the Venusaur and also having his Unite.
A little bit more slow pace, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit more slow pace.
A lot more skirmishes between both sides here. Trying to prioritize to get those level ups and get that next first stage or final evolution here, especially for the Trevenant. Trying to see to get that level 5 out.
Yep, it's going to take a while as well. Meanwhile, Glaceon here just getting himself with some of the buffs and clearing out some of the wild mons here on the middle area. We do see we do see rotation coming off from both ends, especially on the top side. We have the Dragonite together with Ivysaur and Lapras, and they're definitely going to try to clear this Swablu area. Now, this time as well, most of them are going to be in the hands of Team KS instead of Team Mosquitoes. It's a little bit late for them to actually come into the whole fray here. Meanwhile, they try to get a little bit of space, and most importantly, they're giving the Ivysaur the most amount of space to actually get his experience and levels on the top side, because it's very crucial for him to actually get into becoming a Venusaur through the next evolution.
Now that's the aggression. That's something that KS was outputting to Team Mosquitoes. Pretty great with the Woodhammer, completely locked him down into the face of the Razor Leaf. Completely sliced.
Wow, I didn't see that coming. He knew that it was going to be a 4v4 situation here on the top side. Trevenant making his way through the bottom side to the upside and managed to actually catch one of them here. So you have to be really careful.
Poor Eldegoss.
Eldegoss was trying to get himself into the goalpost and get himself a little bit shield, was not able to actually do that already. There goes a 3-man wood hammer in the face by the Trevenant, but it will be enough. It does seem the Trevenant is going to be taken down here in the hands of Glaceon. It's going to be a 2-man down on the side of Team KS. Meanwhile, trying to actually do a little bit of screening here coming from side KS is going to be Ivysaur here, but it's not going to be enough because it's quite a softy, I would say. Very fragile glass cannon Pokemon here in the game, but going up against a Glaceon together with Clefable is going to be a very tough thing, together with the Lapras.
I mean, there's a lot of responsibility coming in from the hands of Clefable here to try to sustain his teammates as much as possible here. First Blossom has that kind of role to do it.
Yep, of course, bottom lane here is a 3v2 engagement. There goes the drive coming on from the Blasters, was not able to catch anyone to ride together with him through the serves into the goalpost area. But they are able to actually defend the bottom side on Team Mosquitoes. Meanwhile, rotations are going off on the mid lane, but a little bit too late here coming on from the side of Dragonite from Team KS to actually secure some of the spawns here in the top lane. Oh, and yes, Venusaur is going off with a Pellet Dance here, screening out the Regieleki from pushing forward through the top lane. Meanwhile, at one rate, Aspion dishing out a little bit of damage, not enough to actually take down on the Alolan Ninetales on the bottom side, as he's also being escorted by the almighty Blastoise.
Definitely just able to find an opportunity. Of course, it's been pretty great so far. But of course, if we're talking about points, Mosquito still has a 60-point differential here. Trying to see if they can just find an opportunity to try to go for that nice dunk into the next goal post here. Getting some farm, trying to get that level 10 out to try to get that upgraded skill points here. Dragonite making his way towards the central area to try to find that situation.
Yeah, the continue with all the action here. We do see that LC members is coming down to 5 minutes of the game. We're halfway through and 5 more minutes to go. And of course, still waiting for that Rayquaza to actually appear at the 2-minute mark as well. Both teams are playing fairly aggressive. We do see that Team KS has lost one of their goalposts here on the top side, which is the tier 1 as well, which requires the enemy team for Team Mosquitoes to actually make a longer movement towards the other goalpost. It's kind of icky about this goalpost is that it's an advantage that you take it down, but at the same time it's also a disadvantage where you're required to travel even further to actually score on that particular lane. We're coming into all deck. Look at that long range attack from the Glaceon, screening out Trevenant here for team fight. Regice has already appeared here on the bottom lane. Who's going to be the one sniping it and jumping the Hydro Typhoon? Not kicking into anyone here on the side of Team KS. Now, you do see the red just here in the hands of Mosquitoes. Objectives has been achieved from their end. Now, are they able to actually make anything happen from this trade off here? Lapras driving in straight into three bonds here on for the side of Team KS. Not be able to take out anyone, but Sid, it's gonna be a 5v4 situation here, siding towards Team Mosquitoes. Blastoise makes his escape here, riding up on the waves. It's gonna be enough for him to actually make it into the goalpost together with the Cleavable as well. Is there enough coming from Aspion? Marching forward, doesn't see him! Oh! But it does seem that he's able to actually make an escape here. But they lost the Glaceon, they lost the Lapras. And they're gonna come back into this team fight here. And it does seem that it's going to be quite a close one here. 115 to 114. 1 point difference siding to his Team KS, Leonard.
It was so unfortunate because of the fact that like Team Mosquito had the upper hand. You had Epic really dive, didn't really get the nice KO secure here to try to find an opportunity. But Team KS, they just held their own at that goal post. They just knew for the fact that we cannot allow Team Mosquito to dunk it any more points. And once they ran out of Unite moves, taking that intel to account, they decided to just commit fully for the goalpost, and they were able to get the necessary increase. But Team Mosquito on the other side was able to get a nice beautiful down before that even happens again. More Unite moves was even committed to try to get an opportunity here as they dive for a couple of more. Dragon Knight a little bit too deep there, and that's going to be pain, and that will be cause for punishment here. The Terra family, of course, will not be able to stay around for too long here, as they will be completely captured by the Pokemon trainer Venusaur.
I have questions about that Blastoise Hydro Typhoon, but I do wish we could actually see a clip of what actually happened there. And it does seem that it did not latch on to anyone at all. It was probably more or less misclick. In meanwhile, we look at the bottom lane encounter here. Things are looking heaty coming up from side Mosquitoes. Despite the screening coming up from their end, but it does seem Lapras is going to be the first one getting taken out here. Marching forward is going to be Venusaur, but he does need to actually go behind. Now, he does need to get close enough to actually use Giga Drain to regenerate a little bit of his health. Meanwhile, Moonlight being used by Fable here, doing a little bit of regeneration for his teammates. Now, coming up next in the next few seconds, we're about to witness a really big engagement as we're jumping into the final few moments of this match, as Rayquaza will be appearing in the middle of the stadium. Of course, we'll see what will transpire here, as both teams don't have much point gap between one another. It's only a difference of probably 55 points between with teams, but leaning more towards the side of Team Mosquitoes. Now both teams are in position over here. Now we do see the Venusaur on the top left side. We do see the Glaceon on the top right side as well. Now you want to pay attention to this Blastoise, how he makes his entry into this team fight, able to utilize his Pokemon use to set for his teammates for more damage follow-ups.
But finally his Unite just came off the cooldown as well. Lapras, Epic a little bit nice, and inside, try to zone them out as quickly as possible.
Oh no!
Popping the Unite mode, the Seaball not going to be able to find anyone at all, but the S1 was able to get all the way to the back line! Catches all the main timers here! Although yes, the Hydro Typhoon comes in for the counter initiation, but it's all too late! Damage dealers have fallen, the attackers are gone. All that's left is a Blastoise who's probably going to be a little bit out of his shell here, and completely a full 5-man wipeout.
Team KS is doing it! There's a full 5-man wipeout, and they still have 5 members from there marching forward to respective goalposts on the side of Team Mosquitoes, dunking it points after points after points. Now, even with all this effort, and I don't think they're able to come back from this. Look at the points right now. 529 to the side of KS and 190 to the side of Mosquitoes, and they're not done yet. They still have the shields from their end over here. Yet another 100 points from the side Team KS with the Trevenant over there. Glaceon didn't manage to actually take down on the Dragon Knight, but all that, you still have 30 seconds on the clock for you to score more than 439 points to actually make it a win for your side of Team Mosquitoes. And I don't believe they have the points or they have the time to actually do any of that. That was insane. Now, I do want to highlight on Espion's ability to actually... Now, I do saw that Venusaur, although he actually missed his Unite move over there, but no worries. Basically, it was still a good set for his team to actually make it into a win in that Rayquaza pit.
Well, the game is set, of course, in our first series of the day. Team KS will be taking the first win of our best of 3 here today, Flavor. And
wow.
It got really close. Like, the rounds it really came down to the wire.
It had to come down to Rayquaza every time.
Every single time here. I mean, so far we haven't seen anything like that's too one-sided just yet. I mean, thank God we haven't. But then again, this is the regional state here, so we will be witnessing the best of the best that all of these teams has to offer. So I guess you
agree.
could say, like, for our start of the day, for our first coffee of the day, I think that was actually a pretty dang good coffee.
Yeah, that most definitely, and that's definitely an amazing opening series for all those viewers out there. So of course, we'd like to take this opportunity to say congratulations to Team KS for that 2-1 victory over Team Mosquitoes, winning match number 1 as well as match number 3 in this series. And look at that, Eldegoss, 52% of the recovery is actually contributed by himself alone over here. And this time we see a different Aspeon gameplay altogether. A much better position Aspeon, and especially when looking at he used the Psychic Solaire in the final encounter was really, really great. And of course, follow up together with his teammates. This time about, yeah, and this time with the entry of having Venusaur in their draft as well, which did wonders for the end.
Yep, the thing is, I think Rom was pretty satisfied with the Aspeon pick here, like, especially just really waiting up for that one beautiful opportunity. The fact that he was able to pop up a Unite move on 3 people at the back line, they did not expect that at all. They were so preoccupied with this Trevenant, or I believe it was Venusaur, that was like currently charging towards their face, and they were like, alright guys, get ready to melt this guy. Get ready to remove the variable from our equation here. But sadly, the real problem came in
on the other
strong,
side.
yes.
I mean, you would assume that an attacker like Aspeon would not be in such a position, but
Right.
like since your team is on the left side, you want to ensure that you're also on the back line so you don't get picked off because you're quite fragile compared to other defenders and supporters. But he was actually positioned himself on the other end, able to actually use Psychic Solaire on the enemies and actually have really good follow-ups and managed to take them down as well. So that was kudos.
I think there was also the that lack of intel as well, right? And maybe they did feel relaxed a little bit, especially since the Lapras, they thought their teammate Epi did his job, a really phenomenal job, as he zoned them all out. And he thought this Venusaur was going to be alone, but sadly enough, it was just, hey, you know, just going to remind you, I'm in this game.
Yep, that's true. And of course, in the early stages of the game, we do see that basically Team Mosquito was just punishing Team KS, especially in the top area over there. Now, this is quite unfortunate as Blastoise was actually in position, but he was not able to actually do really good Hydro Typhoon as he's being gated by members from Team KS. And here at the top lane also on the Regieleki attempt as well. Look at that. You get Anger's Burden coming off the Venusaur. The damage is not really there, but he's able to sustain all that. But look at the Blastoise. He was actually left out using the Hydro Typhoon on no one. But it's okay. I would say nobody saw that.
Yep.
Yeah, but what's important was happening over here. Anger's Burden once again, but this time did not connect to anyone from the team of Team Mosquito.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, the Aspen was able to make one massive rotation over to the back line, and of course, with the threat of the Venusaur and Dragonite appearing before them, they tend to forget. Not to really forget. Like, I don't blame them, right? When you see 2 massive dealers in front of you, you tend to focus on the danger that's coming before you instead of the unseen one. So, really great job with the timing and the communication here, because I think that back line engagement probably wouldn't be as successful if the communication between the timing of engagement of the Dragonite and Venusaur wasn't key.
Yeah,
I think that was really great.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. Of course, I do want to highlight that Aspeon, beautiful Psychic Solaire be utilized here in this particular match. Hitting on multiple units. We have, especially during the final encounter as well. Now, we did not manage to actually catch on how he actually managed to position himself in that particular situation, but that was just really well executed from his end. And I do wonder how did the enemy team from Team Mosquitoes actually allow that to actually happen from their end. And especially the Venusaur was just manning up towards the enemy. Now, I did actually play the Pedal Dance Giga Drain. Now, it's a little bit tricky to actually use this because it does require to jump in and dive in straight to his enemy. And if you're actually low on HP, Giga Drain, it kind of like regenerates your HP in time as well. So it's going to be a little bit tricky because if you're low on HP, are you sure they're able to actually get close enough for you to actually use Giga Drain, or you're going to be taken down as well?
Yeah, all right. So, but of course, we have a nice little toy to show you guys in great detail on exactly, possibly for that last fight in particular, how it actually would have been so successful. So, I would like to just quickly, if I believe this is so far back.
Yeah, so this is actually during the particular team fight we saw during the Rayquaza pit over here, and that's a very, very important part of the whole segment itself.
So I'm just gonna do a quick pause here, right? Like if you notice on the mini map, right? Initially, with the Lapras being so frontal here, right? The rest of the team was so assured that the Espion will either be at this location or this or at this.
I mean, it's the
area.
most logical way. It must be behind
Correct.
the frontliners themselves. Look at the guy.
So Espion, or I guess you could say Rom in this case from Team KS, he decides to do a really big brain and do this really massive rotation all the way to the back line. And once he got to that really nice spot, the rest of the team was somewhat reassured, and the intel was really coming in. And you also notice the Trevenant and the Dragonite was also in key position to also move forward to really engage the backline alongside with the Espion. In other words, you would have a battle between two fronts here between both sides. So I'm gonna quickly replay this once again, and now instantly just do a quick pause. You notice the rest of the team re-engages it. The Blastoise comes in. The Alola Ninetale comes in. The Lapras, of course, FP was also slowly falling back, but getting ready to turn back to re-engage into the fight without knowing the Espion is already behind their backs
I
here.
believe at this time Espion must be smiling real big. Like,
Oh yeah, they were smiling
I
with
didn't
glee.
anticipate that it was going to be the best case scenario
Oh yeah,
for
they
him.
were smiling with glee. They're like, bring it on, you know, that kind of situation. So of course, replaying back again. Now instantly, the biggest surprise, and everyone just had like question marks on their heads. They're like,
How did this guy? I
they're
thought
like,
this guy's
what
supposed to be on the
is
back
this
line.
guy doing here? Like, what is he doing here? Everyone is like smiling with glee, and everyone's just like, what is going on? And what best part with the Venusaur Seed Bomb as well,
Yeah.
although not direct confrontation, it was enough to melt down Ipe and Kala. Not able to get the final pick off. The Unite move comes in, and of course, the team was donezo pretty much.
Yeah. So I
Comes
say,
in,
looking at, I
beautiful
mean,
Unite moves, and everyone was donezo.
yeah, but looking at this, you wouldn't have anticipated an Espeon to make such a big rotation around the map to position himself in that situation, because he's not really a spacer. I mean, you would require ones who have mobility to actually position himself in such a manner. So it does require a lot of work, because in that span of time, you can actually be on the map line dishing out damage to the enemy, but you're so disciplined. You are so patient with doing all this, trying to set yourself behind, and especially getting that Luna Ninetales is very key as well.
Yeah, but I think what most importantly, it was just really big brain play, right? Because that rotation from the Espion only worked mainly because of the fact that for the first two rounds, if you notice, none of them was willing to. We saw flanks, yes.
Yes, we saw
But
flanks.
we have never seen a really long rotation. And I think at that moment, Team Cash just decided, hey man, since we're literally, it's like a deja vu moment for them.
Exactly.
They said everything felt the same thing. Lapras dives in, we fall back, then we run back in from the front. Let's try something different.
It's a normal scenario kind of thing. that you would
Exactly,
anticipate
right.
this kind of thing.
It's something they would have expected someone would be behind, and I think because they decided to big brain the thing and say like, you know what, they may be thinking the exact same thing, so let's try to big brain it, blow their minds completely, and do this really massive rotation, and everything just like fell into place like a beautiful piece of puzzle.
It sounded like a repeat of what actually happened in game number 1, and when the Blastoise made a huge rotation to the left side of the side when they were actually supposed to be on the right, and then tried to go in and use a Hydro Typhoon. But this time it was executed in a much better manner by
Of course,
the
of
Espeon
course.
instead. Yeah.
Definitely for sure. But still, what a series that we have for us. And the best part about it, it's just the first series.
Exactly. It's only the first one.
And what's even better, I think this is a very good really good motivational booster for Team KS, because they are new to the competitive scene. This is by far one of their, I believe this is their first regional state tournament.
Exactly.
As this team itself, with this bunch of new players here. There is no returning players among them. They are all just casual ranked players here, master ranked players here. So the fact that they were able to topple one of the players who was not only in the United World Championship, but also in the ACL previously last year, this is quite the momentum booster for them that they might need to hopefully accelerate them further in towards the next few matches.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, this is going to be quite an opening. Now, we do see the Pokemon Unite players are getting better and better over time. Previously, we do see quite a definite kind of thing where we do see some players and we know that they're going to win. But this time, you can't tell, because teams from different countries, different regions are getting improving themselves over time. And we might just get surprised even more later on with our remaining five series here in the day as well. Now, of course, congratulations once again for Team KS for that 2-1 victory. And with that victory, that means that they get themselves 3 points here in the round robin group stage. And of course, Team Mosquitoes get themselves 1 point actually being for actually getting that one win over in that series.
Yeah, of course. But of course, with that series being ended and said, let's quickly bring out and see the updated score line for the brackets here. Of course, this is for the Group A side here because we had that first matchup. Team KS did win against Team Mosquitoes as well. And of course, Team KS was able to win out that scoreline with a 2-1 scoreline. They were able to rack in 3 points for themselves. That's right, exactly. If you guys remember what Professor Flavor said initially, whether they win it as a 2-0 or a 2-1, a win will still signify as a 3-point counter here. Although yes, they did win 1 point, was still going to be able somewhat achievable for Team Mosquitoes. So really great stuff coming out for them. I'm actually really excited to see how far they go as a new team, able to show us or was able to achieve such a win. I think this is actually a pretty great start to their chapter here in the Pokemon Unite. Ah man, but of course, without being said, Professor Flavor decides to take a quick break and want to go on a little bit more Pokemon adventure. We're bringing in Professor Denali to take her in place. Hello Denali, looking absolutely stunning today.
Thank you. I also feel like I am back in my natural habitat.
Oh.
Always appearing with ACL. But it feels so good to be back though. And Leonard, it's amazing to work with you. I think this is our first cast
I
together.
know, this is very exciting. By the way, guys, just a slight teaser. We've known each other for like almost 6 years now.
Ages.
And we never got to like work together like this.
It's the funniest thing. Like, I don't understand how that works.
I know, right? It's like, I believe it's just a different game titles, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah. We've done a lot of different stuff. But we're doing Pokemon today, so it's going to be
The best
super
one of all.
exciting. Yes,
Best
I
one of
actually
all.
think it is the best one of all.
Yes.
But I want to start talking about our next matchup because
Oh,
this
go
next
for it, go for
matchup is going to be absolutely amazing. And it's going to be a different kind of amazing. I think people are expecting some high-level games. I think we're going to be seeing some high-level thinking when it comes to the drafts. So let me introduce to you the next matchup of the day. We are looking at Zora Tigers Gaming, and they'll be playing up against Joe Is Love Unite. And these two teams, I got a lot to say about these two teams. In particular, Joe Is Love Unite, because their drafting has me literally just being like, what are they thinking?
I know, right? It's like they probably have prepped something to blow your mind or something, or maybe that's just it. You know, it's just like there's nothing crazy, there's nothing big. This is just all we have. You know?
Well, that was something that I was thinking about when I saw their qualifiers, because I went back and watched all the qualifier games, because
Right.
that's all the data we have for some of these teams. And they kept picking, not the same draft, but a very similar draft. And I was trying to think in my mind, okay, what's the idea behind this style of draft? Because it is practically unseen anywhere else. I'll give you guys a hint. It involves two speedsters. The fact that there are 2 speedsters to begin with, that is very different for a standard game of Pokemon Unite. I'll say that for sure.
And it's very terrifying sometimes too, right? Because like even their defender is just a Snorlax, right? Something that we haven't been seeing for quite a while as well. So it's just like you have a Snorlax defender and 2 speedsters. There's no Slowbro or anything to help back them up. It's just like, what's the plan here? What's the goal? Like, what are you thinking about, right? And then they're just like, we're just doing what we do best.
Exactly. I mean, you got to play your best. So we do have to introduce our 2 teams. So let's see our 2 teams that are going to be coming up right next for our second best of 3 of the day.
Well, honestly, right?
Well,
besides-
I already said their names. So
Yeah, exactly, right? But of
Oh,
course,
gosh.
these are your lineup, nicely timed by a fantastic,
Perfect.
a fantastic broadcast
I
crew.
think we may have gotten flanked here.
They're pulling our leg, Denali.
Yeah, they kind of did actually. All right, so introducing the first place Korean Open team, Zora Tigers Gaming. We have Ward, Jong, Subheen, Mule, and Chobo. Whereas on the other side, we have the third place Taiwan Open team, Joe Is Love Unite. We have Winstar, Shaw, Shao, Girl God, and Mai Dan Lao.
That's actually pretty interesting. And also at the same time, if you somewhat recognize it from last ACL, so because I believe you were here during the last ACL, Chobo and I believe Chobo and Jong was on Team No Show during the ACL at the time. Same team with S4L and even First Blossom here.
Yes,
So-
actually, I've got a complete rundown for the entire team.
Go for it.
Let's go for it. So before we actually talk about some of the players on the teams, I do want to make a quick mention that Zora Tigers Gaming, this is not the lineup that they used to actually qualify for the tournament. So they actually had a player called Chan, but we didn't find out what the circumstances were, but they had to swap out Chan for Mule. So this will be the first time I'm seeing Mule play for Zora Tigers Gaming. Now, going back onto history, if you tuned into the World Championships last year in Yokohama, I think Chobo and Mule will be very familiar names to you because they were part of Team Akjil, which was the first place Korean representative for WCS. And then going further back to Ward, Jong, and Chan. So these three players are actually from Team 3 Stars, and these players were from the second place Korean team to represent Korea at WCS. So we are actually looking at a pretty star-studded lineup. We are looking at some of the best players in Korea in one team.
Yep.
Now, on the other side, Joe is Love Unite. Okay, they are a big question mark to me because firstly, a lot of the players on their team don't really have a lot of data going back. We are not looking at any players that participated in WCS, but what I did find out is that Winstar has been pretty active within the Taiwan competitive scene. I've actually seen his name pop up a couple times in a couple of rogue teams. So he has been playing pretty actively. He's also the captain of Joe is Love. And then I've also seen Girl God running around in the Southeast Asian scene because for anyone that doesn't know, Girl God actually had MYS's tag before their name. So I'm not sure if they are a actual member of MYS
Or
back in the day.
affiliation or anything.
Or yeah, if they were affiliated in any way. But I have seen the name Girl God running around.
Oh, that's pretty great. I also have a good, like besides those two you mentioned, I also saw a little bit of My Dan Lao as well here. And also not just that, also for Shaw, as not only recently he has only been one of the few players in the competitive scene who started slowly bringing back the Wigglytuff right after the patch here.
Interesting. All right, so we are going to be jumping into game number 1 here. And all right, the big question mark people are wondering about this Leafeon. This Leafeon is actually one of the 2 speedsters that Joe is Love. They've been consistently running. The 2 speedsters was actually Girl God on Leafeon and Winstar on Talonflame. It was probably one of the most bizarre lineups I've ever seen. So it was Clefable, Snorlax, Mimikyu, Talon, Leafeon. And this was top lane Mimikyu, bottom lane Leafeon, and then we had Winstar mid as Talon. So I'm kind of curious to see, are they going to go back to Standard Unite, or are they going to make another strat and have you sit here thinking, what am I looking at? That's been a trend.
You know, I'm also a little bit concerned, right? Because if you think about it as well, there were 3 players in the team that are actually more like support made, because are very traditional. For example, if Hoopa was in the pool here, My Dan Lao could go for the Hoopa,
Yeah.
and then we can see the Snorlax coming up from Shaw. But if Hoopa's not being picked here, then do we see like Girl God going with the supporter or the all-rounder here?
Well, that's what I'm curious. Was it a one trick or is there something else sort of going on? But
Right.
I do see Joe, they are pivoting back to more Standard Unite, so I'm happy to see this. Whereas for Zora Tigers, I'm going to be completely honest, I do like the priority for Inteleon here because they have shown quite little actually in terms of Inteleon, and this is because it's Mule playing this.
Yes.
So for Joe with Love, they don't have a lot of data to work with when it comes to Mule, so they're going to have to learn very quickly. But the supporting cast for this Inteleon is fantastic. You have a Umbreon that's going to be able to zone for you. You also have a Eldegoss that's going to be able to sit next to you. You have Buzzwole and Mimikyu that's going to be jumping into the fray. Whereas Winstar going to be going back onto that Talonflame. Not surprised with this. I'm really keen to see how he's going to be playing this matchup with Talonflame because Talonflame against an Umbreon, this is not an easy matchup. And even with an Inteleon in the matchup, if you get sniped, you don't have a lot of health to work with. So it could be a pretty tough game, but I do believe in Winstar. And interesting, Girl God is going to pivot to a different evolution this time. So we're going to be looking at Espeon. I have to say, Espeon has, weirdly enough, come back into the fold when it comes to popularity in Asia. Because remember last year, for people that tuned into ACL 2023, Espeon was one of the top picks of the season. And the reason being was Psyshock was just so strong back then.
Of course.
But we're looking at a bit of a different Espeon now. We're not actually just looking at Psyshocks anymore.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But you know, honestly, when you say Inteleon going to be in the hands of Mule, I was actually rather surprised because when it comes to Zora Tigers lineup, right, when it comes to their kind of gameplay, they are not really a big fan of double defenders unless they are planning to play with the Zora. They prefer that one defender for their lineup, and usually they run either a double attackers or double all-rounders. But usually, Inteleon was never being played by Mule. It's usually in the hand of Subin. Subin has only been the only player in their entire team to play the Inteleon. So when I saw Inteleon being like on top of Mule, I was like, that's actually quite the surprise for me. But you know, in the end, they swapped out, and I'm like, okay, now it makes a little bit more sense for me. But
Yeah.
interestingly, especially with the Umbreon Locket, which is one of their few go-to pick for a defender as well, this somewhat also locks out the potential Wigglytuff picks as well, because Wigglytuff will have a really hard time against that Umbreon. But of course, with that being said, Denali, let's kick off our second series of today. It's Zora Tigers versus Joe is Love Unite.
Let's go. We do see the laning matchups for these teams as well, and it's pretty standard across the board. We're not going to see anything different, but I want to see what the movement's going to be for Windstar, because what is this ideal play style that makes this Talonflame such a key pick for Windstar? Because Talon is almost unheard of nowadays.
Yes.
It's a very niche pick, and if anything, it's sort of turned into a one trick, where if you don't master Talon, it is just too risky of a Pokemon to play. So we'll have to see what the movement's going to be, and maybe if Zora Tigers, if they are aware of this, because they did know about the Leafeon for Girl God, maybe they are going to anticipate these movements, and they might even be able to block him.
I mean, for a team who also plays a lot of speedsters in their lineup as well, like Zoro, I think they just somewhat understand like what the speedsters role in usually in all of these games are going to be like, right? Speedsters are somewhat of your tempo players as well. I actually love the idea that you actually brought up with the fact that you want to see how well the Ward is going to be playing this game, because he has to be really setting up that tempo to allow his team to really snowball with the rest of the squad, or at least to buy the necessary amount of time for that Squirtle and the rest of the team to finally get those levels up.
Alright, so I do believe they have revealed both of their central laners in that top lane, and unfortunately for Windstar, there's not really much he was going to be able to do because Mimikyu showed his face, and against this tri-lane, it's an incredibly deadly one, and he actually tried to jump into the battle as well. He just gets the berry, so he just barely survives, but that top engagement, a massive victory there for Zora Tigers Gaming. And this is big too, because Joe is running a Blastoise. You want to try and get those levels in for Squirtle as quick as you can, get to that level 7, so you hit that really nice power spike before you manage to get your Unite. But to be level 4 now, this is not a really good spot to be if you're a Squirtle, because a one-on-one Squirtle Buzzwole matchup, yeah, that's not a matchup that you really want to be in.
And speaking of power spikes, like power spikes doesn't really matter too much of Buzzwole, because once he gets level 5 and he starts really gets the engine rolling from there.
Oh, he's 7, so he's
exactly.
Gucci.
He's already way past that. It's like, oh my god, he's gonna completely destroy the front line, and now he's making his way towards the outside. And look at that, the rest of the squad, they're just like, no, we do not want anything to do with that Buzzwole. But that slow comes in, he's getting into the jump, and he's looking for that opportunity. Does go for it, gets the nice, beautiful KO, trying to find the Snorlax. Sadly, the Chef Snorlax can't be cooking anything here. Nothing to be cooking in the first place.
Yeah, nothing to cook. I mean, Zora Tigers, they're doing a fantastic job at utilizing their really strong early game.
Yes.
They dominated the top lane. They weren't worried at all about that bottom lane. And so just the fact that they slowed down the Squirtle, forcing Squirtle to stay into that top lane. And Joa's Love, like, they had to go in as 4 into that central area.
Yes.
And as soon as they saw Zora Tigers coming with the entire lineup, it was either you had to do or bail, and unfortunately they decided to try and actually do that central farm. And to get cleaned up like that, I mean, look at the level difference between these two teams.
Yep.
You've got a level 9 Mimikyu and Buzzwole on the map, whereas the highest levels on Joe is level 7, which is actually on the Talonflame and the Espeon.
And they're all so soft.
They are very soft,
They're so soft.
very squishy, and I'm afraid that Snorlax himself is just not going to be able to zone out all of this gap close that's coming out from Zora Tigers. Like, this is where your Blastoise really needs to kick in, but you still have a War Turtle.
But that's the problem. They're applying so much pressure. They're forcing so much fight that Joe is You Love Unite has no choice but to have to answer a lot of this engagement. The Talonflame, unfortunately, gets caught out first and removed from the equation. And of course, Buzzwole goes in, gets in a couple of knocks on board CC, 2 on the chopping block. Will there be a third? No, it'll be secured by the allies, but that's totally fine. More will fall, and it will even allow the Regieleki to get that buff in.
Oh my goodness. I feel like after that early game, Joe is Love Unite, the team has just sort of crumbled. Like, they sort of lost sight of what they should be doing here, because they do not, under any circumstance, need to full-on engage into Zora Tigers Gaming. They actually have a lineup that can go for those micro back caps, that can actually farm the map rather quickly, because you're seeing Zora Tigers, they're grouping up for a lot of these pushes. And because they're grouping up, you know where they are. So that's where you should be considering, like, okay, should my Talonflame be farming their central area? Should we be trying to go for those micro back caps? Should we be sending the Squirtle or War Turtle over to the other side of the map to try and get those levels? It almost feels like they felt they have to fight into Zora Tigers. And I think that's probably the last thing you want to be doing when you're this far behind.
Correct, exactly. And of course, unfortunately for Blastoise, another one to fall here. It feels like this all, like, it was so well planned out, right? It feels like it was so tailor-made. And it all started from that top lane engagement to try to slow things down for that water, especially once that Elder Goss hit that level 5 and just hit an ambush, just patiently waiting out for the Clefable and the War Turtle, the Squirtle to come in. That was all where it began. Every player pre-planned who is the next one to fall as chapters to be added into the book called Tactics. So really great stuff coming from Zora Tigers.
Alright, so Joe is Love, they are trying to stay away from Zoro Tigers here. Hopefully maybe try to go for these little micro caps, maybe try to get some of this experience, but this is just a really tough game. I mean, their best case scenario here is that Zoro Tigers, they make a mistake, maybe they accidentally have one or two members get KO'd, give that experience away, hopefully equalize some of this experience, and Joe is Love will at least go into the late game with either a level equality, I suppose, or at least as close as they can get to Zoro Tigers, because especially in that late game, right, we all know what's going to happen in the late game. We see a Hydro Typhoon, but I think that was just sort of a delayed Typhoon at this point. When Windstorm comes in, he also just gets absolutely melted. And again, we are just seeing Joe is Love fighting into Zoro Tigers at such a disadvantage. And they're not even close to taking anyone down.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Zora Tiger is not even showing any chinks in their armor at all. They're not giving them the opportunity to try to allow Joe is Love to try to engage or catch any of their teammates separately. Everyone's either paired up or really grouped up for those necessary amount of fights. And even if they weren't really trying to engage upon them, they were forced to fight. They don't even give that option to Joe is Love. They say like, hey, you know, you guys don't make the rules, we make the rules. You guys don't get to think, we do the thinking here. You just have to follow our rhythm and just play along. That's pretty much all you guys can do in this round.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Joe drafts, so at least the drafts I saw before this game, it just felt like this team really relies on that early game momentum. And I mean, we're just seeing Mimikyu shred Pokemon to pieces. I mean, that used to be Clefable, who's now back at the Pokemon Center. And we're just seeing Joe is Love. They're not doing anything to these Pokemon. I mean, Blastoise is just barely chipping away at this Elder Goss. He's doing his best to surf away, but I mean, this is just going to be it's an inevitable KO here.
He's giving them a quick shower, you know, a quick rinse. It's like a day at the car wash, you know?
Oh gosh. Now this is a really tough game to swallow for Joe because it's their first game for ACL 2024. And so I'm hoping going into this next game that they can somehow mentally reset, because just watching it, I feel that this team is definitely mentally down. Like, they are not 100% there. They're not thinking positively. It's almost like, no, they're not giving up, but you can sort of, I'm not sure how to describe it. The morale's down. The morale really feels down. And they're not capitalizing on a secondary like a secondary plan.
No, they're trying to create a second win, but every time when they thought they can, it just keeps getting blown out, you know. It's like they're trying to light a candle, but this strong wind keeps getting in the way here. And now once again, completely capitalizing on their jungle. This is now the mental, this is more like the mental effect right now, right? Because constantly diving in their jungle, diving in their spawn, diving in their goal post here, their safe zone here, they don't feel that safe anymore.
No, and they also have to deal with a Regieleki too. I mean, Blastoise is stuck at base, and everyone else has to try and rush to this Rayquaza, but I think this is just inevitable. They're just shredding it so quickly, and Zora Tigers, yep, they get the Rayquaza. They're already 349 points up. They're just going to score all of their points here and lock in game number 1 of this best of 3 series. I have to say, Zora Tigers, they are a scary team.
Very scary. We were speculating through it before game itself. We want to see like how are they currently, how was the synergy was like, how was the team was being put together. It seems all doubt of that was just complete wrong. They knew exactly what they're trying to go for. What's the plan? What's the strategy? What's the tactics here? Honestly, I can't even like put like what was the problem here, because I think everything was just tailor-made. Everything was just picture perfect here. Okay, maybe if for the next drafting, they could try to get rid of something like the Buzzwole here. Maybe something Dragonite will be a little bit more, something similar, more easier for them to deal with here, instead of having this Buzzwole who has this power spike at level 5 and starts rolling down the whole map here. Who knows?
Yeah, I do think looking at their draft, you would have to really reconsider your draft going into that next game as Joe. because Zora Tigers, they had a really fantastic early game.
Yes.
Like, they had a really strong early game spike. They really capitalized on it. And Joe took such a long time to recover from that first fight, as you said. And so I think if you're going into game 2, you would have to anticipate Zora Tigers having a draft that's going to have that early game. And figure out, okay, do you want to try and compete with your own early game draft, or are you going to try and invest in the ultra late game, which is the Rayquaza fight? I've seen some teams do this before, where they go for those very late game Pokemon and say that, okay, we're going to take a beating now, but we're going to focus on farming this game. We're going to try and get that experience, get those levels. We might be around the same levels when Rayquaza spawns, but that's totally okay because we should outscale you by that time.
Yes.
But I'm not sure if that's going to be in the books here for Joa's Love, because going back onto their statistics and just looking at their draft in general, their pool of Pokemon that I have seen them play, they play a very, very small pool of Pokemon. Like, when I say very small, I mean, like, on my list, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've seen them only play 12 Pokemon, and this is from all 5 players combined.
I think this is just one of the things, right? When you're playing like a character-based mobile games like Pokemon Unite, right? It's like the bigger your pool, you have a lot more options. You can really play around with it, try to counter pick is also possible. But like you said, if it's a very small pool, then you pretty much like put like an anchor on yourself here. Like you sort of restrict yourself.
You're limited, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the craziest part about it, if you still remember from the top lane early phase, they were really prioritizing in just bullying out that Squirtle so much as possible. I saw the Clefairy was trying to do his best to allow the Squirtle to try to secure, even though with the water gun, which was one of the best secure move for some of those wild Pokemons here, the Buzzwole and the Eldegoss was just constantly all of those wild Pokemon.
Look, that's a scary lane combination.
Yeah.
I think we have to. That's the reality. I mean, like, you've got an Eldegoss poking away, and Eldegoss is probably one of the most offensive supports you can get.
Right.
So great at harassing, so great at poking, and it has self-sustain, so you can't even bully it out of lane. And that's up against Squirtle and Clefairy. Clefairy's early game is atrocious. If you're trying to do damage, I'm sorry, you picked the wrong Pokemon. So
that's what I'm saying, right? Besides small hero pool, maybe do they want to try to restrict the existence of the Buzzwole and allow another all-rounder with something they can handle with besides the those early games all-rounder? Or are they fine to let the Buzzwole go through, but have someone else to lane against him better?
I'd probably pick a better laning opponent against the Buzzwole, to be honest. If you have a player that's playing top lane Squirtle, top lane Blastoise, you have to have faith that they can get that experience as well, right? And that's what separates a average Blastoise from a really good Blastoise player. They will find farm even in unfavorable matchups, whether it be going into the enemy central lane, maybe even going for a quick rotation because they realize, hey, there's no way I'm getting experience against this Buzzwole. I'm going to go help my teammates out and get this boost of experience. You win that team fight and you're good. So yeah, I'd probably swap out the Blastoise. I'm not sure if the team is confident enough to actually run it and guarantee that experience. Otherwise, I'd probably revamp the entire lineup. I'd probably even take out the Talonflame because let's talk about the early game for Windstorm because it wasn't the Windstar. It wasn't the best early game. I mean, he did what he was supposed to do with the Talonflame, but his first rotation, which was that top lane rotation, and that was when Mimikyu was up there too, so it was 3 versus 3. The entire team collapsed.
Yeah, and the worst part about it, by the time he went to that lane, it was all too late because it was that moment where Squirtle was supposed to become a war turtle. But
it was stuck at level 4.
Yeah, Buzzwole and everything just engaged upon it. Like, the minute they knew they had a level advantage, they were like, you know what, let's not get this guy to War Turtle. Let's not allow that Talonflame to come in towards us. We're just going to engage him, dive him upon it as much as possible. That's why he just caught that Clefairy exactly here, right?
Yes,
he just straight away caught the Clefairy, and then by the time War came in, it was just all too late. Everyone is gone.
It was a tough lane. I think we do have to be realistic here. So it wasn't just entirely their fault. It's no one's fault. It's just sometimes there's going to be a draft advantage for one team. And Zora Tigers, they definitely won that top lane, whether we like to say that or not.
Besides the drafting, right? I felt like it was just that swift decision making. Like it felt like they didn't really hesitate it. There wasn't like any conflicting ideas. It's just more like, all right, we're just gonna jump in.
Yeah.
We have one player more than him before Ward comes in. We jump on his Clefairy.
Yeah.
Don't care, you know.
I think it's also just a case of seeing how well this team is synergistically because when it comes to Zora Tigers, they are so good at coordinating their lineup. Like, we aren't really seeing too many mistakes when it comes to execution. Their positioning is great. We didn't see anyone give away silly knockouts, because we do see that sometimes when maybe someone gets a little overconfident or they're not quite in position, their team doesn't know. We didn't see that at all with Zora Tigers. Whereas on the side of Joe's Love, we saw that quite a lot.
Yes.
And I don't know if it was, again, going back to that mental where everyone is just so out of it that the synergy is just out of whack. Yeah, it just really felt like this first game impacted Joe so much in their mental. And I'm hoping that they can sort of find that solution for this game number 2, because if it's going to continue like this, easily a 2-0. I do not see a game 3 happening.
I totally agree. But at the same time, you know, as a Korean guy myself, I can tell you this: we Koreans are very meticulous in planning. Very meticulous. Like, we will try to write things down, try to find the best option, not the greedy option, the best balanced option, the one that fits with our tactics. So in other words, after this first game, I believe there is a chance that they're going to allow Mew to play Zora here, especially since they didn't bend the slow bro. I feel like they're going to take that advantage, right? Okay, we're going to secure the slow bro just in case. Pick the Zoroark for Mew, and then we'll play this speedster lineup. I feel that they are, after playing one game with them, I feel they just have enough intel on the fact that, yeah, we're confident enough to actually make this tactic work. Because the only time I seen them play with the Zoroark and the Slowbro is when Slowbro is not banned out. And then it comes in with a double. That's the only time they run a double defender.
Actually, I'm quite surprised that we haven't really seen Slowbro at all today, because that is still a really popular Pokemon here. And the fact that we're seeing more Snorlax, and I'm just like, why are you picking Snorlax and Slowbros in the pool? It's not bad. It is available.
I think it's just a difference in regions, like mindsets, right?
Maybe they
And
forgot
playstyle.
Slowbro was there.
No, the thing is you only play Slowbro. Okay, think of it this way, right? You only play, even in the Southeast Asia side, right? You only ban or pick Slowbro when you want to try to go for a speedster yourself.
If you want to go for that really hard diver.
But in East Asia, not like Southeast Asia, who loves to play speedsters, and it's quite common to either have a speedster or multiple all-rounders. In East Asia, speedsters are not really that common unless they're very confident enough. They can get that nice roll of drafting or set up to safely bring in that speedster.
Exactly. So,
Because remember Southeast Asia, I seen like during the regional qualifiers, like instantly ban out Zoroark, ban out Slowbros. Sometimes
okay,
ban
hang
out
on. To be fair, was this against MYS?
Yeah, of
Okay, if
course.
it's MYS, then of course you have to ban the Zoroark.
I mean,
like,
besides
that's a given for that team.
I mean, yeah, but of course, besides
It's
MYS,
mandatory.
yeah, it's mandatory. But besides the MYS, it's quite common. So in East Asia, I also noticed not many Zoroark players, not
No.
many speedsters, not many Leafeon players either.
Yeah, although we did look at the one team that does play Leafeon and it got banned this game. So, I mean, I'm not sure if we're going to get it in game number 2. I think if I was Zora, I would still respect ban the Leafeon. But this
Yeah,
is,
of course.
but game number 2, I think 100% we will not see the Talonflame. I think Windstar is going to be changing his picks.
Correct.
But I'm just wondering, like, what else do you switch to? Because I'm looking at their pool here. The only other Pokemon that they really touched was Zacian, which is banned. Now, in the qualifiers, in case anyone doesn't know, the qualifiers, EX Pokemon were allowed, but in this tournament, all EX Pokemon are banned. So no Zacians, no Mewtwo's at all. So the other Pokemon that they actually went back and picked was like Chandelure, Glaceon. Now, Glaceon is probably the only other candidate I can see Windstar playing.
Actually, there was also another Windstar can actually play, but that's only on the condition where if only we had Shaw and Girls God playing the support and the defender, allowing Windstar to actually opt to go for that Gardevoir as their attack hero. Because I did see some of his few recent match history. He had both the Gardevoir and Meowscarada.
Okay, well, I mean, Meowscarada is playable.
Yes.
I would love to see Meowscarada.
I prefer the Gardevoir, especially after the patch.
I mean, sure, Guardy's fine. I love the Metagross ban, and everyone knows that Metagross isn't playable, so...
Let's be honest, if Metagross was here, then all day it would just be Metagross, let's be honest, okay?
No, it would just be Metagross first ban for the second team, always. 100%.
Like, he'll be just a highlight for either bans or picks. It's either one of the two. It's never like...
Yeah.
It's never like so bad. It's like, okay, maybe he may not be picked, you know?
Alright, so it looks like, is it really going to be an Umbreon ban on the side of Zora Tigers?
Feels like they want to do set that allow
Okay.
Shaw to get that
I wonder
Wigglytuff.
if they're trying to bait Joe into their classic playstyle. I don't think so, because Xiao is highlighting the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Now
saying,
it's a
right?
Blissey. I'm a bit confused here.
He's thinking about it, right? Shaw is thinking about it whether he wants to bring it or not,
Oh.
but of course.
Okay, deny pick here by Girl God, so he's stealing away the Inteleon from Zora Tigers. But this does mean that Buzzwole instantly goes back in the way of Zora Tigers. So I think they're happy with that pick. Buzzwole works so well, and they're actually going to take the Blastoise too. Interesting.
This is pretty great as well, because at least that way they have both options. You have that early game really secure move with the water gun. You have the late game with the Blastoise as well for those team fight. And now since there's no Umbreon, Wigglytuff could have been the pick here, but I'm surprised that Girl God decides to lock in the Inteleon for themselves.
Hold on, is someone about to call the circus here? Because Mule is highlighting a Mr. Mime and Subheat is looking at Pikachu. Alright, so they're playing with my feelings. Very sad here, but...
You got a Pikachu anyway.
The Pikachu, I definitely think this is an interesting one because Pikachu did receive a number of buffs following the World Championships. And it actually is turning into a pretty decent attacker. But again, same issue with Pikachu, very squishy Pokemon, doesn't really have an escape mechanism, does rely on a really strong front line. And I think Zhong and Ward are on perfect Pokemon to do this. Now Windstar, as you said, is considering, or at least already picked the Gardevoir. This is an interesting pick. So this time we're looking at a double attacker lineup on the side of Joe. They do have good front line with Snorlax and Machamp. And Mule is also going to be back on that Mimikyu. Okay, I'm a little bit concerned because this Mimikyu might just do a lot of work on both Girl God and Windstar.
You know, see, now I'm concerned. Okay, I don't think they're switching out the Pokemon, right? I think this is their finalized pick, right? Because like Girl God can both play Machamp and Inteleon. However, for Xiao, he has never, and I mean never, played Machamp in a tournament or any of his ranked matches. This is like his first Machamp, I believe.
I promise he's probably played it on a different account.
Either a different account or a long time
Or a long
ago.
time ago. Yeah, but look, to play a Pokemon that you've never played before competitively, like I think that's a little bit silly. But I do think that Xiao has practiced on this Pokemon, so
Like
I
one
do believe.
somewhere.
Yes, somewhere. But my question here is that is there enough zoning available on Joey's Love to keep their attackers safe? Because they've got two great attackers, and let's not forget, right, the Fairy Singularity on Guardy, it is amazing in that Rayquaza
I
pit.
agree. I totally agree.
But can they actually land a good one? Because again, positioning is key, and zoning is key.
I feel like we shouldn't see too far to the future. I feel we should focus on the current present state, the early game first, right? Because they still
I like theory crafting. Sorry.
No, I love theory crafting too. I know, but we had to focus on the fact that can they even get past the early phase, right? Because they still have that Buzzwole who's going to be such a menace, right? And none of them really do hit that timing. Maybe when the Machoke comes out there, but we have to see who takes that advantage. And look at the amount of aggression both from the Chansey and even the Buzzwole. Securing all of Joe is Love's wild Pokemon side first.
Oh my goodness. Is this what I think it is?
That's what I'm saying, right? It's
Is
like
it?
Okay,
It's still early.
Yes,
I think we do have to mention it is still early. So these little moves, it could lead up to a very good ending. Although a bad ending would be Snorlax going down. Luckily, the eject does save him. And Windstar did try to come in for support. Now, unfortunately, wasn't there in time to get a punishing knockout. It would have been nice, but you know, sometimes they don't quite land. But we do have Mimikyu hiding in the bushes here for Zora Tigers ready to go. And I do think they saw the Curlier as well. So they're going to jump immediately onto that central laner. Will tries to actually speed their way back into lane now. No KO so far. And is there going to be enough punishment here for a counter knockout? It doesn't look like it, but Buzzwole's just like, I'm just gonna have a bit of a throwdown here by myself.
He's confident he's going to get out of that situation anyway as well. But nice electric web. There's going to be a nice lockdown. Maybe this could be the one they were trying to look for, right? Just get a little bit more control, a little bit more root or more control effects coming from them here.
Yeah, you have to be so careful going up against that Pikachu, right? Because if the electric web connects, you are not going anywhere. And especially for an Inteleon that hasn't even evolved at all, like you are so squishy. So you really need to be careful of that positioning. And Subheat is just having a heyday on this Pikachu. I mean, he's doing so much damage, so much pressure. He's gone for the Thunder build as well, so he's got a lot of zoning capability, and it's got a lot of range too. So if his teammates dive forward, he's going to be able to provide that secondary burst of damage for the team as well. And so far, it looks like he's taking bit of damage, but look at this again. We're seeing another throwdown. Marchop's running back into lane, gets
the
backstab, but the
berry.
berries is coming in time here for this Marchop. But no one's supporting for Joe. They just sort of left him on his own.
Yeah, I think they just decided, like, you know, let's just try to practice in Wonder's lane, just try to stay alive. Although yes, unfortunately, they were not able to get the final KO on the Marchop, but at least they were able to dunk in a couple of points in for free. Without much contestants here. Bottom lane though, I think they're definitely going to see if they can try to look for a couple of fights. Since they do have the man advantage here, they do secure the Arteria family. But that Mimikyu though, level 8.
Look, the Mimikyu's just had a heyday. I mean, look at the entire team. You've got
level 9,
three
sorry, we
level
just spoke too soon.
level 9, 2 level 8s as well. And again, the level difference, like Zoro Tigers, you have to give them props for being able to just get all of these levels, take all of the experience away from Joe as well, because their secure is so fantastic, and they just got the Inteleon, so I don't know, I'm a little bit scared. We've got Snipe Shot picked up on this Inteleon. They're going to try and go for the snipes, but I mean, if there's not going to be any follow-up, I'm a little bit concerned here because we already have 1 KO down. Oh, but the beautiful snipe coming in from Inteleon, getting rid of that Pikachu. But Mimikyu does get the buff there for the team, and now we do have Joe as love. They are backing up, and here comes the Buzzle looking to throw down again, using the Unite as well, deleting that Snorlax. The team is coming in, they're trying to score as well, but Guardy doing a fantastic job delaying, but they will have to give that away. They're just stuck with their 2 attackers. There's not much you can do if no one can get onto the pad.
Not much options. Finally, they managed to, at least we got the Italian on here. Machoke is literally 1 level away before the March champion, but that's going to be taking quite a while here. Time, which is something which Joe is loved, doesn't really have at the moment. Zoro Tigers trying to, of course, as usual, stick it to the objective. They have secured the aggression for the early game. Now they're slowly transitioning towards that mid-game, get more objective, get more farm.
It's so fast too. I mean, they just shred objectives.
And they really somewhat set the pace, right? Like, it's like, hey, you know, we already secured our early game. They don't have the levels or the numbers to threaten us for that mid game. So we are free to take whatever fights we want to. And it instantly melted away the Snorlax with the block. Comes in with a massive Unite move and trying to lock them down as much as possible here. And dives right into the goal post. Relatively low. Buzzwole might be taken down, but he takes someone down with him. He's not going to go down without a fight, and he goes down huge. Snorlax was able to respawn back, fly into the mix here with the Hydro Typhoon to try to control them a lot more longer here.
They're trying to push the Eleki into the goal zone.
Is not so great, and they succeed, Danny! They succeed to put the Regieleki, but did they manage to dunk more points? Only 1, unfortunately.
I mean, the objective for Zoro Tigers is pretty clear. They were trying so hard to try and just push Zoe back, push Team Joe back with the Surfs, and I mean, Ward did a fantastic job. But for Zoro Tigers, yeah, I think they lost a couple Pokemon too many, but it isn't enough to equalize the game yet. They still have that level advantage. They're also just pushing the game over to Joe's side, giving them less map control, less speed fluxes to work with as well. But we do need to consider going into the late game that sometimes if you have all your goals up, that leaves them open for double dunks.
Yes.
So that can be pretty problematic. Was that a Unite? Oh my goodness, the Fairy Singularity getting used? That was a bit of a mistake. And look at this, everybody clumped up on Joe and Pikachu. Just going absolutely ham, although will be the first Pokemon to go down. Blastoise going to be finishing off the Guardy all by himself. We do see the Surf from that Blastoise. Now trying to get away. Inteleon repositioning the Buzzwole, uniting and just finishing off the Eldegoss. So the support is now out of this battle. Buzzwole's still here. Mimikyu coming into the fight as well. They don't have anywhere to go. No speed flux, no goal zone to speak of. And again, Zoro Tigers just coming out of this fight ahead.
You know, Jong is just showboating in this case, right? He just should have been showboating from the beginning all the way to the end here. Absolutely stunning. What a player. But the crazy thing about it as well, right? Now we can slowly go to the theory crafting, right? Because we're slowly getting to that stage. It's not too one-sided as compared to the first game as well. Like, of course, Zoro Tigers is still on the dominant side of things here.
But you could definitely turn it around.
Yeah. There is still that opportunity with the Rayquaza side here.
It really is going to come down to, I really think it'll be Rayquaza. Like how they control these fights, how the Unites are going to land, because again, we're seeing another Unite as well coming out from the Gardevoir, but it's just not really connecting. Like we're seeing the Unites, but there's no follow-up at all.
But that's the thing, we don't have to worry too much, because remember now from the recent patch with Gardevoir, right, for her Unite move, she has one of the most lowest cooldown at the moment here, where even if she were to, last time if you were to use the Gardevoir's Unite move, it felt so painful, felt so punishing.
Yeah.
But now you can, now with her Unite move being such a low cooldown, you can actually get it out pretty fast, faster than usual here. So even if you do miss, it doesn't feel as bad, maybe unless it's at a very pivotal moment.
I know, but it's just like, just to see the Unite come out, like you hope at least you get one knockout per
Right.
Unite, right? Like you kind of want to get something for throwing the Unite down. But so far, it just seems like that zoning Unites. Like that's
Right.
what Windstar has been doing. Throwing out the Unites, scaring off Zora Tigers to prevent them from breaking these goal zones.
You know, sometimes it's like, I guess in their mindset it's more like, it's not about getting the KO, but more like sending a message.
Oh, looks like Ward's been spotted out here by the Machem, but we do
There's
have...
just so much points just lying around the ground.
There's so many. I mean, you can't score them, so what
There's
can you really do?
there's no place to dunk it, but
Oh.
of course.
Hang on a minute, we do see Blastoise getting the Surf out. Half health is going to be healed up by the team, but now this is where the long-range damage could come in handy for Joe. Can they get the damage in? Can they get the poke? But they also have to worry about that Mimikyu, right? If
Yep,
Mimikyu gets in with the Shadow Sneak onto one of those squishies, woo, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. But look at this, though. Snorlax trying to catch out the Mimikyu. Couldn't quite push back that Mimikyu. Really needed that to connect.
You know the worst part about it all is that they have no idea
Oh,
where
the
the
thunder.
Buzzwool is. And he's currently right in the back of them, and I'm not sure whether they spotted him immediately. He's been
I
pretty safe.
think they're
Oh,
going to
now
spot
they
him
saw
now.
it
And
now.
Teleon
And it's gonna-
screaming.
no way to run. Goes in for a nice big suplex. Pop the eject button, try to escape from the rest of the squad, and the rest of the team just decides to reset, fall back. No one fell, that's fine.
There's no Fairy Singularity though. We had another zoning Fairy Singularity coming in from Windstar. So this fight,
Look at Mimikyu.
it's going to be so tough. And Mimikyu, if you score 100 here, I think you'd be alright. But if it's do or die now. Joe is love. They have to get into this, and they're even going to fully commit the Inteleon Unite as
Four-man.
well. Oh my gosh, the 4-man. It doesn't look like it's enough. They just get pummeled. Joe is love gets absolutely wiped. Zora Tigers Gaming will lock in this Rayquaza, and it looks like it's going to be a potential 2-0 sweep here by the South Korean Open champions.
I can't believe it because how much of a presence and how much of a mental danger to them, right? Because they saw the Buzzwool and they're just like, it's all just the Buzzwool. They forgot to take into account the Mimikyu. They forgot to take into account the Pikachu, who literally flanked them from behind. It was literally a sandwich moment, a perfect preset situation for them. I believe at that point they're just like, yeah, we are so done.
Big
We
double
are-
decker sandwich.
We are so done, man. That's a knuckle sandwich from the front and the back. My lord. But of course, with that being said, Zora's Tigers, an absolute landslide of a win here. Very convincing.
I'm really excited to see Zora Tigers moving on in the competition. So, for anyone that's just jumped into the broadcast, because Zora Tigers managed to get this 2-0 win, they'll be taking home 3 points for the victory. And unfortunately for Joe is Love Unite, because they couldn't bring it to a Game 3, they will be getting no points at all. Now, this is pretty devastating because as a team that's competing, whether you win or lose, I think you would always want to bring it to a Game 3 because
Correct.
you always want to have that 1 point.
Yes.
Because we've seen in the past in ACL, sometimes it really comes down to just that 1 point, that one game that you brought it to Game 3.
It was, although it was seemingly one-sided, it just felt really great to watch. It felt like just a symphony of skills between the Zora Tigers gaming in that round for those two in that best of 3. I thoroughly enjoyed it, really. And the crazy part about it as well is like, although they are our first 3-pointer score line here, and we still got a couple more series towards the end of the day here. Any team in particular do you want to see them go up against here? Because in particular for me, I really want to see them go up against the Japanese team.
You want to see them going up against the Japanese team. I want to see them going up against our 2023 ACL champions. That's the matchup I'm looking forward to, and I think a lot of other people are going to look forward to that matchup as well.
Shin and
Which-
Rode, right?
Speaking of,
Are they in the
we
same
are
group?
going. No, so we are actually going to see Shin and Rode play in the next best of 3 right after this. Hey.
Dang, not bad, but so unfortunate. But of course, with that being said, right? Like, okay, let's Unite to work on. I believe they experienced the game firsthand. Experiencing, I guess you could say experiencing is believing. So now they know
Yes.
what areas they need to cover to prep for the next few matches, especially since this is day 1 of the group stages. Still has more opportunity for them to rack up some points. But what about Zora's Tigers? I don't think there is any area they need to cover.
Look, I think Zora Tigers, they're a solid looking team.
Very
Like
solid.
their
A
drafting is
well-oiled machine.
great. Their drafting is great. Execution is great. I didn't really see too many issues with this team. Although to be fair, it's a bit hard to really gauge how good a team is when they just absolutely dominate their match.
Which is why I said I wanted to see them go pit against either the Japanese team or
Yes,
our
sure.
ACL. Just need to really need to increase their hero pool or Pokemon pool a lot more bigger. That way they have a lot
Yeah.
more option. I guess in this case, they were more prioritizing those comfort picks for themselves here.
Well, I think that is really the case with this team at this point. Like, they are really stuck with their comfort picks, which I said is literally a pool of 12 Pokemon. And for a team of 5 players to only play 12 Pokemon, you're really limiting what you can and can't play because the opponents can also counterpick. They can take your Pokemon. So it's like, oh wait, guys, we're stuck with 3 Pokemon and none of them fit the role that we kind of need them to play. So
I think that hurts even more, right?
Yeah.
Because especially when the opponent team finds out like, oh, your Pokemon pool is relatively limited and small. Hey.
and we can corral you to play certain Pokemon. But let's have a look at our man of the match for today because, you know, as good as things were for Zora Tigers, I think someone does need to get credit. Okay? It's going to be on the side of Zora Tigers, without a doubt. So let's have a look at very quickly at this highlight here because it did come down to this final Rayquaza fight. And essentially, like, as you can see, we've got Joa's Love. They're grouped up together. We've got a Hydro Typhoon that just connects onto the entire team. And look at this! Look at these two! Oh, okay, I can't draw for some reason. So look at these two just coming in for the okay, apparently I still can't draw. But we see Mimikyu and Pikachu just coming in from the back line. Not a care in the world because no one's there to stop them. And their team is basically knocked out almost the entirety of Joa's Love without Mimikyu and Pikachu.
Here's the worst part about it. I felt like they had a lot of adrenaline pumping into their veins at that moment because when they thought they actually managed to whittle down the Blast Ward in particular to respectively low health, they were thinking like, we got a chance! We have a chance! And then suddenly out of the blue, hey!
Yeah.
A Mimikyu and a Pikachu from behind.
Look, I mean, it was a last hurrah for Joe, and you can see like they had to group up and they had to go, but it was just, I think it was too little too late.
Yeah,
The
of
gap
course.
between these two teams, it was just so big.
Yep.
And unfortunately, because they couldn't get the initial knockouts onto Zora Tigers, which was 3 Pokemon by the way,
Right.
they couldn't knock any of them out in time. The game was just over.
Ironically, even though they do not have a speedster in their team, but I think because they did utilize speedsters in their lineup as well, I think they also utilized the same mindset too, where someone has to be the tempo setter, whether it's a speedster or an all-rounder buzzwood. Someone needs to be the one setting up for the team to set up opportunities for the team to seize that opportunity. So I think it was really great coming from Zora Tigers. But like you said as well, which I so wholeheartedly agree, they need to be paired with a team that's probably of equivalent level or stronger to somewhat dictate where do they truly stand here. And I think that's exactly what the regional state is all about. It's just to find the best team among the best in all of the region here.
Yeah, exactly. So I think if you're Joe's Lovey Knight, especially after this game, I think they might be having another game later today.
Yes,
Joe
they do.
Islam.
Against MJK.
Oof, that's a big opponent. So they've got a lot to learn. We're going to come back to the desk here. But yeah, that's going to be a very big matchup. I mean, I thought Zora Tigers is going to be a big opponent, but MJK, that's a step. That's a couple steps up. That's not.
I mean, hey, you know, sometimes the best way to learn is to be beaten down really hard. You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, sure, but you kind of want to have some points. So you don't want to get 2-0 two times on the first.
True, but what?
And
better?
we only have one matchup left.
Oh yeah, 3 teams only,
Yes,
right?
because-
ah.
Okay, for anyone that doesn't know the groupings, we have 8 teams competing in East Asia, but they've been split into 2 groups. So every team only gets 3 matchups. So if you get 2-0'd in 2 of those matchups, I think you are basically guaranteed bottom 1, bottom 2 of your group. And that means you're not going to get the ideal seedings. Because remember, these groupings are important because the teams are playing for seedings. And ideally, you kind of want to play the least amount of games possible. Maybe 1 game, 2 games. If you're the bottom team, you have to play every single game. And it's all on one weekend. Like, it's literally one day. So it's an incredibly tiring day.
Yes. Particularly for them, I think it's going to be even more mind-boggling for this one because with what you say as well, which means what you're asking them to do is just within the next 15 or 20 minutes, they need to like absolutely want to go full Super Saiyan here.
Look, I don't know what you're gonna do. You're gonna put on the plot armor. You gotta ask the writer to change the story. But here we go. Group B, the results for our first matchup of the day. Zora Tigers Gaming locking in a 2-0 victory over Joe Is Love, meaning Zora Tigers have already put 3 points on the board for themselves, and unfortunately for Joe, they're going to be stuck on 0 for the time being. Now, that could change later today, but that change is going to have to go up against MJK, which is probably the toughest matchup in this group altogether. So we'll have to see later on. But we do need to start talking about our next matchup, ladies and gentlemen. And that is going to be Shin and Rude versus Mosquitoes. Now, I do want to welcome back the amazing, the wonderful Professor Flavor to the desk. How you doing? How's
I'm
your
doing
break?
great. Yeah, my break has been amazing. Thank you so much for having me back again here at the show for our next match itself. And hopefully you enjoyed the previous match together with Leonard.
Okay, well, I did, but I kind of feel like this one might be a little bit better, Flavor. And, and you kind of know why. We kind of know who's playing next.
We're up for a treat because coming up next, we're going to be having 2 giants going about one another after this. It is going to be in between Shin Rode going up against Team Mosquitoes.
Yes, so this is the second matchup for Mosquitoes today. Now, unfortunately for Mosquitoes, they got 2-1. So they've got 1 point on the board. But to get points off of Shin and Rude.
Wow.
Woo!
I mean, following up that with, like, after having a 1-2 loss earlier on, this is going to be a very tough journey for them here through the group stage itself. So not only do they have to go up against Rude, they still have 1 more remaining match. But of course, before we jump into all that, now, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the roster coming up from both ends, and allow me to have the honors to actually begin by introducing the members from Team Shin and Rode. We have Shindy, Wuxuan, we have Shansen, Ikura, and BKZ. And I believe we'll jump more into that later on. Of course, what do we have for Mosquitoes?
On Mosquitoes, we have S4L, Blossom, Epe, Kala, and Peng Kubo. Now, here's the thing, okay? Here, for anyone that's
Deep breath,
wondering,
deep
hold on,
breath.
why do we hesitate when we said Mosquitoes are going to have a tough game against Shin and Rude? For any of our newer viewers, Shin and Rude are, in fact, the champions of the Asia Champions League 2023.
Yes.
They have a crown, they have the glory, they have proven themselves in the past. The only difference with this lineup is that they were known as High Five back then, and they had 1 different player on the roster. They did not have Shansin on the team, they had Z-Ray.
Yep.
Now, Z-Ray, unfortunately, is not with this lineup. He's actually with a different team competing in ACL. So I'm keen to see how Shansin is going to perform on this iteration of High Five, now known as Shin and Rude. Now, Mosquitoes, I think we've already seen enough.
A bit of them, a bit of action for them. Not off to a good start yet, but I believe that
Okay.
they're going to be up in gear in the next remaining matches.
Well, to be fair, I do want to give them credit because I do think Mosquitoes did pretty well in their matchup considering the circumstances. Firstly, they brought it into 3 games. And secondly, I do want to give them credit for the fact that even though they got 1-2, 2-1, oh, I don't know how to explain it. But even though they lost that first game, like you could tell they put everything into all 3 of those matches. They really thought out their drafts. They really tried their absolute best to execute. Yes, they kind of lost in some regards, some of it in the Rayquaza pit. It's very punishing in the Rayquaza pit.
We
as
have
well.
to agree. Yeah, things happen. Yeah.
But I actually think there's a good chance that Mosquitoes could really give Shin and Rude a run for their money.
Yeah, I do agree on that. Of course, we do see some big names being played here. We have players who have been on the world stage going up against one another as well. And this could be, of course, we're not seeing the full lineup coming up from both ends, but having players who have played on the world stage actually speaks volumes, especially what's about to transpire here between these two matchups. I'm very curious to see how this mix goes on. And of course, as you mentioned just now a little bit on regards to Shin and Rode, you see Shansin over there, which I don't have much information. If you do have more to share about him, it would be great. But look at this. We have Shingdi, we have BKZ, we have Ikura there, which has been around in so many tournaments back in the days since he's been in RJ Gaming as well, and now he's here.
Well, I think a lot of the players actually were in RJ Gaming, so I mean, for them, they were happy to actually make it to Worlds this year. But I think the question, or at least their next challenge now for this year, unfortunately they didn't do that great at World, but they are looking to actually be the repeat champions for 2024's Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. And I think that's a very realistic goal for the team, right? Like you are the champions for the first season.
For sure, you want to repeat that again, and holding on to that title.
But I think competition this year, it's much steeper than last year. I think that is something that has to be said. But I do believe the draft is ready, Flavor. So let's jump into game number 1 of this best of 3 series. What could be a really exciting series, but also the debut of Shin and Rude at the international, or at least like, I guess, inter-regional stage.
Yeah, and we'll see how this thing will fare. Now, of course, they had a great run during their own Taiwan qualifiers. They won every single best of 3 series. The only time they actually just dropped probably one game was only during the finals, and that is it. It's a 2-1 victory still for them as well. And of course, we're going to kickstart our draft with the bats coming from both sides, and it is going to be an Umbreon together with the Urshifu here on the bats, which gives way to quite interesting banners coming from both ends, which is going to a lot of options here for both teams. And it is going to be a first pick Blastoise here for the side of Shin and Rude.
Yeah, I have to say that Umbreon ban is pretty interesting from Shin and Rude because Mosquitoes don't really play a lot of Umbreon.
We don't really see them play an Umbreon even when they were allowed to.
So for me, it makes me think that they're actually looking to pick up a Speedster because remember, Umbreon is really good with the mean look. So some Speedsters physically cannot play against an Umbreon. So I kind of feel like they're trying to save this pick for Shingdi. We will see a little bit later on. But I do love the duo. I do love the duo coming in from Mosquitoes. Clefable, super popular support right now. Loads and loads of healing. Really good for double defenders because you have so much health to heal back. And Lapras is on the board here, or at least they're looking at that Lapras. The Ninetales, I think this was a Carla thing, right? Like Carla was experimenting with a lot of different attackers on the side of Mosquitoes. I'm a little bit not sure if I'm a big fan of Ninetales yet. I kind of feel like this Pokemon is in like a weird limbo when it comes to attacker. But this Leafeon pick makes the Umbreon ban make sense.
Yeah, I'm guessing that we can saw this coming. It could be anyone come from there, but they are comfortable with having the Leafeon from their end. I mean, we've seen them play a lot of them, but it's going to be.
What is this?
Well, so it's a
what is this?
So BKZ went with the Crossel last week as well. Okay,
hold on. So this is not unheard of. I do believe I have it in my notes. I think he has played at Crostal before. Have I not seen? I did not write it down. I swear I saw him play Crostal. Okay, so yeah, the Crostal for BKZ. This is new, but I'm also a big fan of this because so BKZ is the top laner for Shin and Rude, and I swear I've seen him play this before. I don't know why it's not on my notes.
Yeah, and BKZ is still holding on to it.
Oh no, they swapped.
Oh, is it giving Shansen? Okay,
makes sense.
Swap. It makes sense.
I was like, are you sure?
No, I mean they will swap, right? Yeah. Also, I'm guessing it's gonna be enhance a Shansen this time about. We've seen BKZ played out Blastoise so many times in the past as well. So curious to see what he's going to be bringing into this game. Now, looking at what Mosquitoes has to offer, they have the Buzzwole, a little bit of wrestling action happening on their end. They have the Lapras, the Dragonite. Now, a little bit about the Lonely Ninetales. They have played this a few times during the series. The first series of the day itself. Probably they're comfortable with it and just want to run it and being at the first 2 picks.
I mean, it could be Carla's signature pick as well. So
yeah,
if Carla's happy with it, that is totally fine. I mean, we've seen teams do this with things like Mew. Like you got Mew specialists, Venusaur specialists. So for this to happen with Ninetales, like I mean, if you're comfortable with it, it's totally fine. The only thing you have to really worry about, though, is that are you prepared to deal with a Leafeon that's going to run at you? Because that will be inevitable. Xingdi is going to be jumping onto the Ninetales. And the question here as well for Mosquitoes, what are you going to do because of this anticipation? Are you going to have to go into Gravity on Blossom? Because the build right now for Clefable is follow me.
Yeah,
Moonlight, follow me.
I think that's the pretty standard build. So we'll see if anyone can actually stop Xingdi. Now, of course, for those who are very familiar with how Xingdi is, he loves sharing the amount of damage that he actually deals on Pokemon Unite on his lane. It's scary. I mean, if you look at the numbers, I mean, previously we had a conversation with Lander.
If you queue into him, you just turn the game off. It's alright, guys, I'm done.
Like, yeah, I mean, we've seen on social media, like, he just dishes up more than 200k. It's just a damage. Like, I do wonder where he had the opportunity to actually dish out those damage in a 10-minute match itself. But we will see him in action.
I do love this play coming out from Ikora, though. The Invade Hooper. Now, Dragonite is not really the best to solo central area by himself because when it comes to actually getting the secures, it's not the best. But look at this, though. I mean, this roaming Hooper is working incredibly well so far for Shin and Rude. I mean, they've got a knockout onto that Buzzwole on top lane. They also managed to slow down the Dragonite a little bit with a little bit of poke. So super active on the map. We actually have the Dragonair coming into that top lane as well. Oh, nice steal.
Well, quite surprised that the rotation came in super early. So rather than try to clear some of the smaller wild Pokemons here on the left side, so actually clear the big ones and then went straight to actually provide a little bit of support on the top side and go in for scoring. Yeah, and it's still staying as well. Getting that, keep putting on pressure on Team Mosquitoes here on side. And yes, this time they do have a Mosquito on there. It's going to be the Buzzwole here, putting pressure towards the Skirtle. Ooh, managed to activate away from that team fight.
I have to say, this aggression coming in from Shinobude in the top lane is insane. And look at this, it's going to be Rock Tomb across Storm trying to finish up the Dragonair. Yeah, amazing getaway. But there's this hyper aggression coming in from Shinobude. I mean, I hope Mosquitoes are ready for this because we saw in the top lane. So when you saw Weddle actually try and go in there, he tried to go water gun. I do believe it was the Dragonair back into the team, so they actually was able to get the central laner. So if you're the Mosquitoes and you saw that, yes, it was a miss, but you have to anticipate, like, okay, this team is going to play hyper aggressive into us. You either have to match that energy or you have to be ready to defend against it.
Yeah, that's kind of tough. If you try to match, like, can you really match against them? Because we've always had this conversation before as well, which is quite tricky.
And if you get caught here as a Dragonair, that is huge! And that was with the Crustle and Hooper.
Look at this Crustle doing wonders here at the early stages of the game, invading, just playing around the middle area, and this time he's returning back into the bottom lane together with the Espeon, of course, a little bit opening here, but Hooper prevents the scoring coming on from the Buzzwole here on the top side. Interesting. So back to the conversation itself, it's very hard if you want to match the aggressiveness coming on from Team Shin and Rode. Like, do you want to really play into their playstyle, which could be fatal, like if you're not able to keep up with the whole action, or you play to your own pace and force Shin and Rode to play into your own elements?
Well, I'm not sure though, because I feel like the late game is in favor of Shin and Rude. Like, when it comes to scaling, the team is looking fantastic. The one Pokemon you do have to worry about for Mosquitoes is that Dragonite. Dragonite is an amazing scaling Pokemon, but it struggles from kiting. And you've got a Crustle that has Rock Tomb.
Yeah, so
that Rock Tomb is going to cause a lot of issues. And look at that combination!
It's already causing so much issues, despite being in the early stages of the game itself and doing wonders here for Team Shin and Rode. And of course, as usual, we do see the Hooper.
Oh my gosh, the X-Scissor.
Oh no. That's going to be really painful. But even with having the cavalry from the side of Mosquitoes here, even with the Lapras not be able to screen enough from the Shin and Rode here from the goalpost here, pushing forward, they are able to actually get their takedown on the Blastoise. But that's going to be one from the side of Shin and Rode.
Yeah, it's one knockout. It's not enough to really bring them back completely into the game, but level-wise, though, it's not looking too bad here for Mosquitoes. They've got 3 Pokemon at level 9, and it's actually Shin and Rude to be the ones to fall back. And we get another KO here, and this time it's on Xingdi.
But Blastoise with the serve, pushing him away, giving a little space for Buzzwole to do a little bit of scoring. Starting the goalpost over here, a little bit of smackdown here also from the Buzzwole. It's not being too shabby here, but still not enough to actually take him down. Of course, even despite having Whirlpools coming on from the Blastoise here, just a little bit screening, wouldn't do much.
I'm a little bit worried for BKZ here because he's actually going to be jumped on by 3 Pokemon, and you do have Surf, but I mean Buzzwole, they're just constantly throwing Pokemon left, right, and center. And the Dragonite actually able to get out of there with the Dragon Dance. Lapras trying to get away as well with the X Speed. Oof, big Solar Blade coming in from that Leafeon, but doesn't connect to get a KO. Mosquitoes are doing fantastic.
They're
Flyver.
keeping up. They're keeping up. Well, definitely a little bit of spotlight here on this Buzzwole, who's doing wonders here on the top lane. I do foresee that we might be in for a treat here. We'll see how well this here actually scales up against late game coming in from Team Shin and Rode. Already at level 11 together with the Dragonite as well for Team Mosquitoes. And they are currently in lead when it comes to levels.
So I'm kind of wondering what's going to be the shift in objective here for Shin and Rude, because we saw early game they were very hard pressed to put a lot of pressure onto Mosquitoes. Now, unfortunately, that pressure didn't really amount to much. They're behind in levels, they're behind in objectives, and it's really hard for them to just go for a full engagement into Mosquitoes. They haven't really been able to win too many of those, and they have two behemoth Pokemon to look out for. You've got a Buzzwole and a Dragonite. So between the two of them, who is your priority that you have to eliminate at this point in time? Like, what is the largest threat? And I'm leaning towards this Buzzwole at the moment because, yeah, Dragonite is there, he does the damage. But with Buzzwole just constantly throwing Pokemon left, right, and center like this, you just give massive openings for the team.
And out of all mons they could have aimed for, he went for the Leafeon straight out. So Shin is down for the count right here, and he's going to be waiting for the next 5 more seconds coming into the fray. It is a 2-0 situation, siding towards the team Mosquitoes, and they're going to be within back into all this. Oh, Hooper here with the...
They're coming in.
They're coming in. Buzzwole getting pushed down here by the Blastoise. It's going to be Hydro Typhoon hitting up a tree. Connect. Is there going to be a from behind? Yes, there is. This time Shin is going to be super angry, chasing down, managed to actually take down all the Buzzwole instead, and one more down, and this time it is going to be an Lapras, and yet another from Mosquitoes. This is going to be one angry Shin and Rude coming into this fight.
Oh, that Rock Tomb catching out the Dragonite, and they finished at the Exusa as well. Shin and Rude are coming into this fight. They're not playing around at all. And that was a big team fight as well, because now we are looking at level equilibrium across the board, slightly in favor of Shin and Rude, because we do have a level 13 Leafeon on the board.
Wow.
We've still got a minute and 20 seconds to go before that Rayquaza, but great comeback from Shin and Rude. Mosquitoes definitely not anticipating that fight from Shin, right? Like, you saw the Hooper immediately pop the Unite, and they were so ready to fight for it. But the follow-up just wasn't quite enough to get that final pick-off. And the Hydro Typhoon for BKZ, I think that was a key factor to preventing Epe from just shredding his backline.
That was insane. I mean, he surfed away 2 of the team members together and connecting to the third and doing with the Hydro Typhoon as well. But one main thing to highlight, look at Shingdi. He was being aimed by the Buzzwole. They know that he's going to be priority
Oh,
pick
the
up.
X is up.
Oh, this time,
Beautiful.
Buzzwole down again for the count. 11 seconds on the clock before he turns back, but I don't think he's going to be making it into the team fight. Crossel, he's trying to make an escape, but he's going to get traded off here on the side for Team Shin and Rude.
Oh, the fight continues, though we still have 5. Oh, but one player has gone down. There's going to be no healing support on the side of Mosquitoes, and that's a Hydro Typhoon as well at 2 minutes 20. And they couldn't even finish the Lapras at all. Big commitment here for Shin and Rude, but it looks like they really are trying to commit for this Reggie Alecki. But look at Epe, he's trying to get into that backline. He wants that Espeon. He manages to connect, throws him into the air. Solar Blade, is it going to be enough? Espeon goes down. 2 Pokemon are down for Shin and Rude. Reggie Alecki does go in favor of Shin and Rude, but with 3 Pokemon down, Mosquitoes are a massive numbers advantage here. And remember, this is just a tier 1. They don't care about that goal zone.
Exactly, and looking at the timer over here, Leafeon is being forced to the right side on top.
Ikora BKZ!
They're going straight for the Rayquaza. Hey, they do
Can they
have the
steal?
number advantage. Oh no, it's going to be in the hands of Mosquitoes this time about. So that's going to be Rayquaza in their hand, and they're going to go in for the Duncan of points on their goal post here. 49, that's going to be 98, and by the Dragonite. Here comes the big dunk here. 90 for the Buzzwole as well on the mid-size. And meanwhile, they don't need any more from their side. They're leading 208 points here by 1 minute and 20-second mark.
There is still room for that last hurrah here for Shin and Rude, but it's gonna have to be a big push, and they've only got 1 Unite to work with here. It's the Leafeon Unite. Hang on a minute. BKZ, Hydro Typhoon is back online. Maybe this is the win condition, but it's so hard though, because look at this. You've got a Dragonite that still has shields, has 50 points ready to go. Shingdi has to actually prevent that shield from popping, but Dragonite's like, I don't care, I'm going to score 100 points into your middle goal zone. But the rest of Shin and Rude, they are pushing through. They've got 80 points being dunked in by Ikora right now. They've still got so many more points that they have to dunk if they want to try and equalize this. And Shingdi just can't join the team. He is stuck with this Dragonite.
Oh no, he's jumping. This time Buzzwole coming in into all the action, jumping in, pushing Crosswell to the right side of the and dunking him to the ground and taking him out right here. It is going to be Blastoise in the middle between all this action. Uses up the Hydro Typhoon, hitting up on team, but there's no follow-up coming up from his teammates as well. Not being able to actually do much right here, and they're running down on time. 20 seconds on the clock here. Leafeon is by with all the damage. He just might be taken out here in the heads up. No, but still surviving through. Just by a shred of HP, but no, it's going to be a takedown secure here in the hands of Lola and Ninetales, and I believe that is going to be it for this game. Ladies and gentlemen, Danily, that is going to be a very, very convincing win coming on from Shin and Rude.
That's a fat mosquito, man.
That is insane, yeah. So, Mosquitoes, congratulations. That was insane. They were playing it their way here for the match itself. Shin already, they had a bit of a lead there in this particular game, but then the Team Mosquitoes was able to match that and make it into a win for them.
Look, I think everything came down to that fight that really lucky, like right for the 2-minute mark. And I'm still scratching my head, like, why was there so much commitment by Shin and Rude to get that Regio? They were so hard to get it. But they knew Ebe was still lurking around. They knew that Mosquitoes, they still had enough Pokemon to actually try and commit into that fight. Wasn't worth it because right, they did get the Alecki, but they lost 3 Pokemon. They were stuck. I think it was Ikura and Shansin left. BKZ came in a little bit later, but I mean, they just didn't have the last hit capability to outlast hit Mosquitoes.
I'm guessing that was, I mean, Mosquito, man, I don't know whether I'm referring to the team or even the literal Mosquito or Epe here in this game, but man.
Look, Epe, I think he was definitely my man of the match this game. Like, he was so problematic with Shin and Rude.
Man, he was very objective driven. He knew that he had to go straight to Shingdi on this. He wanted to make sure that the Leafeon is actually being taken out throughout the whole game. There were times when he also had to give a little bit of attention to the other one as well, but then Shingdi was priority. And of course, Shingdi was not happy being taken down by the Buzzwole. He came in angry. It was really obvious, and the team provided assistance to him. They were able to actually win a very massive team fight on their side of goalpost on the lower side, but it was not enough. I'm guessing that Team Mosquitoes was the better team for this game.
Yes. Well, I mean, with that win, definitely. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a case of them just getting lucky. It was actually just Mosquitoes playing fantastic.
Yeah.
And I think the first sign of them just really performing this game was the fact that they were able to out-survive Shin and Rude's early game pressure. They were so aggressive during the early game. I mean, we had Hooper trying to invade the Dragonite. We actually have a 3-man engagement in that top lane where Dragonite was late because of that invade coming in from that Hooper. Then we had Ebe just popping off as well. They just couldn't finish him off in the early game. I kind of feel like if they had someone that could actually jump and chase after Ebe whenever he was retreating from a fight wounded, we could have looked at a bit of a different game, but just the lack of ease of execution disables to catch Ebe. I feel like that was the one thing that actually may have made the game a little bit easier here for Shin and Rude, because you look at their lineup overall, it's really hard to execute. They don't have a lot of Pokemon where it's just like, oh, point and click stun, point and click slow. I press this button, you can't move.
Exactly, and
so
it's not all time where you have the Blastoise with the Hydro Typhoon. I mean, like, to rely on your Unite moves.
There's still a wind up for that, so like you kind of walk out of it. So like I think Shin and Rude, I think the draft was okay. It was just they needed to be more perfect with their execution, and unfortunately, they were also up against the hard opponent.
I mean, Crosswell was doing amazing in the early season. Look at, he was punishing top lane. He was punishing the mid. He was going to the bottom lane as well.
Yeah.
Like basically Dragonite was actually struggling when he was in Dragonair. I mean, they did not anticipate that the Hooper was gonna invade real quick to the top lane. So rather than taking the time trying to clear the whole wild Pokemon segment, so he went straight up to top lane, provide assistance. He went for early scorings and more.
Yeah. So as we saw there, Rayquaza gets taken there by Team Mosquitoes, and we see this final hurrah. I mean, this is really the last thing you could do as Shin and Rude. Like, you have to go for this big mega push, hope you can get those knockouts on the goal zone and have your team score for free, but they just didn't have the firepower to really take anyone out on that goal zone. And I'm kind of wondering, is this maybe a case of also just Espeon not really being the best pick for this lineup? Because let's take a look at the damage the output that was actually coming from Shinarune to begin with, their only source of burst damage was Xingdi. They didn't
Exactly.
have anyone else that was going to be able to like, I don't, not 100 to 0, but at least like 50% to 0 a Pokemon. You have the threat of burst. People are going to think twice before they go into you.
Exactly. Yeah.
But Espeon, because you didn't go for the Psyshock, now I don't blame people for not going for Psyshock because firstly, super hard to aim. Secondly, it's not as strong as it used to be.
But priority
need
when
a-
it comes to scaling for skills, especially when you already have a Leafeon on your draft as well, so you have options going on.
You
So-
didn't really have options as Shinarune. You were kind of stuck with Xingdi being a mega carry.
Well, exactly. He was able to dish out up to 80k damage right here, but even with that, you see quite a balance coming up from Team Mosquitoes on here. Yeah, all across the board, 50k, 50k, 60k. For Epi, we have Okala as well. Of course, we were not seeing much from Zen, but he was able to actually dish out 67k damage on the Alolan Ninetales. I mean, the thing about Alolan Ninetales is not that flashy that will actually get much attention, especially in
No.
team fights. But
No,
yeah,
no.
he's able to actually do wonders.
Well, I mean, like the combo that you can throw out with a Alola Ninetales, super helpful. Like sometimes you get the wall. If you get the sustained damage, that's great too. It's a great zoning Pokemon as well. Like sometimes you can't walk in the snow zone because that hurts and
That
also
hurts,
slows. So, like the draft overall coming out from Mosquitoes, I think they just perfectly executed everything. Like everyone performed. You can see everyone did damage. No one really fell behind. Everyone did their role. Blossom did the healing necessary. And some people think like, hey, those numbers of healing for a Clefable are kind of low. If you consider the damage that was coming out
From
from
the
Shinarune,
yeah.
it wasn't burst damage. It was just like chips of sustained damage. Unless Xingdi was there throwing out a Solar Blade, you weren't actually taking a lot of damage. He was just there
Exactly.
topping up his team.
Yeah.
Because his team is so tanky. Like, you got Dragonite, you got a Lapras, you have
You
a
got a-
Buzzle, you got some big, swole people there. Like, they're not going to go down.
Yeah, even First Blossom is also quite tanky as a support, so he's able to sustain in team fights. It doesn't really have need to actually dish out any form of damage, just healing the teammate so they can sustain and dish out damage for the whole team. So if I was expecting amazing things happening from the draft from Shinarune because they managed to secure themselves. Here's some really good mons, but playing the Leafeon together with the Espeon as well, a little bit greedy I would say. I think if they had a little bit of catching from the end, another lockdown mon would actually be great if they can actually just steer Epi away from the whole team fight.
I'm kind of wondering if maybe the Crustle could have been swapped out for a different defender because Crustle in that game, like, what was Crustle's role? Was it really just to throw rock tombs and X's
Yeah,
at
so
people?
basically-
Like, was it just to stun people? Because if that was Crustle's role, I think
mean-
there were other options that you could have sort of gone for that might have had more impact on the Crustle because, okay, Crustle is in a really weird spot in Pokemon Unite. Like, some people can't figure out, is this a defender? Is this a backcapper? Is this like
Exactly.
a pseudo all-rounder? Like,
Exactly.
what
yeah.
is this Pokemon?
I mean, you can do a bit of everything, you know?
It does a little bit of everything, but it doesn't excel at anything either. He's just like, he's just there. So I think Shinarune, I'm not sure if they're trying to experiment to find like what that niche is, or maybe this is also like one of Shan Sin's best Pokemon. We also don't know
Exactly.
that as well.
yeah.
So could
It's
they
very-
have actually swapped out the Crustle for someone else
Uh,
that
I-
may have
I-
been able to perform
I
better?
believe so as well, because at the early stages of the game, we do see that Crustle was doing wonders, but as the game scales into mid-game and also late game, you do want a defender who's able to actually do more. So you will want to play, it was like, possibly playing like a Blastoise, or even have a Lapras on your end.
Well, I mean,
you know,
they
you
could
can-
get Blastoise.
Yeah, they couldn't
so
get, yeah, so any better defenders compared to that. But at the early stages, it does show that he was able to actually do a little bit things here and there,
Yeah,
invading
early.
the enemy and all that. But that's
But
just
the late,
that.
but you have to
late-
remember, like, you kind of need to figure out, like, okay, what's the late game plan as well for this Pokemon? Because you've also, with the build that they chose, it was Rock Tomb X Scissor. Like, that was a team fight build. You can't go for, Shell Smash, like, back cap Super God Crustle build. I know some people hate that build, but sometimes it does really work in handy. Like, you can't pivot to that build once you've locked into a team fight build.
Yes.
So you have to think like, okay, is it worth having a Crustle going for this build in the late game? Like, is this going to benefit us?
I think
as
they would
much as we
assume
think
that
it
this kind of build works well with having the Espeon as well as the Leafeon over there if they're able to actually do it.
You know
But
what?
I think execution-wise is going to be a little bit tricky as well.
Yes, execution.
Execution is going to
Actually,
be very, very tricky.
now that I think about it, because you've had the Crustle and you've also picked up Rock Tomb, wouldn't it have been a idea to maybe pick up a Pokemon like Mew or Venusaur that has Solar Beam to combo up with the Rock Tomb? Because we saw it a couple times. Fantastic Rock Tomb catches out Dragonite, for example. Immediate perfect lineup for Solar Blades for Xingdi. that could have also been perfect lineups for a Solar Beam,
Yes.
for a Venusaur or a Mew.
Yeah.
So, and even, I guess even, probably not Glaceon.
So you
Glaceon's
want
a
to
little bit
replace
different.
that with the Espeon instead?
Well, Espeon, I think if you want to change your attacker, I
Yeah.
would probably consider changing Espeon for a different attacker.
And still
That-
retain the Crossover.
That also, remember, because you've also not gone for Psyshock Espeon, you don't have the guarantee, no, not the guarantee, but you don't have a very strong last hit ability
Exactly.
for
yeah.
Rayquaza.
Which
so
is a
that's,
bit hard also to land, but Rayquaza is quite basically doesn't
Yeah.
move about.
But
Anyways.
Mew and Venusaur, they're one of the ideal candidates for stealing objectives.
Yep.
And you do it from so far away too. So
Super long range hero, just
So,
a little bit fragile.
if you must keep the Crustle, maybe consider changing the attacker. If you've got to change the defender, I'm just trying to look at my notes. Like, what kind of defender do I actually want? I'm not on the team, but I'm like kind of drafting here. Maybe Trevin and Even.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Trevin just being a big pest, just sit around, would have just clap the mosquitoes.
I mean, even if you have a little bit of hole with a Slowbro, it will actually be fine as well.
Actually, I
Like,
think Slowbro
yeah, I
would
think
have been
Slowbro would be
great
a great
too.
option as well. He's a great defender. You can actually have a little bit of hole on the Buzzwole. So if you can actually hold on to the Buzzwole, you can actually prevent him to actually do a lot of
Whoa.
things to your enemy.
There were a lot of things. You could surf, so you just constantly stagger him. You could scold him, so then he just gets the attack reduction. Then he does like way less damage. Yeah, I think Slowbro would have been great. I just don't know why people don't want to pick Slowbro anymore. It's like they're just who's
think
who's
we'll
the bro?
I mean, how's the
Maybe-
bro anymore? I just know
Maybe he got promoted to an EX Pokemon because he was that good.
No,
so
he
he's
was
bad.
No, he's not been promoted
he's
to
not
an
bad,
EX
he's
Pokemon.
not bad.
No, he's not bad.
No, it's just I don't know. And just it's so weird to me because last year Slowbro
So
was
you
like
it
the
was
man.
a hot pick. It was
He
a
was
hot
hot.
pick. It was like everyone wanted a Slowbro. If it's not Slowbro, I guess it was between Slowbro and Lapras.
Yeah,
And
Lapras was highly
Blastoise, basically those three, water mons.
Yeah, that was the big one. But Slowbro was like the big one. I had so many people because we were there, right? We're talking to the players as well. They were all complaining like, if there wasn't a Slowbro, I'd be able to pick this Pokemon. I was like, calm down. But Slowbro was very problematic back then.
Yeah, it's
And I
very
think
problematic. Oh, yeah, you can sustain, you can
the
actually hold
Pokemon
anything.
hasn't changed. Like that's what I don't understand. The Pokemon has not fundamentally changed in any way. He's
Even in
exactly
recent
the same.
patches, it's not that much, I would say. But probably people have their own reasons, but probably we'll be able to actually pick some of this information and some of the teams once we get into the interview phase.
Look,
with some
I'm
of them.
just convinced that maybe the devs, every time they want to nerf him, someone has like amnesia. It's like they just forget.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
like,
oh,
alright,
yeah,
next Pokemon.
You use the amnesia on your own trainer? It's like, okay. Oh, I thought it was his own ability, but yeah, so
But maybe
amnesia is also great.
Maybe Pokemon were developed based on people, so it's like there's one person out there that is the inspiration for Slowbro. Just
We
forgets everything, is
we
quite
tend to
dense, but everyone loves them too.
We tend to forget things, so I guess amnesia doesn't just apply to the Pokemon, but also applies to the trainer utilizing them themselves, which reminds me on why I have not been playing much Slowbros lately, which has been a great one, by the way. Like, if you really don't know what to play, just pick Slowbro. You can sustain, you can be in the middle of team fights, and nobody's gonna blame you anything because you're always in the middle somewhere and
middle
just
of the fight.
surviving.
You
and-
forget that you're fighting, your health is still full.
Yeah, exactly. And there was one point where people ignore you, but you're just in their face. It's like, I'm
You're just
here.
there. It's like, what's this Slowbro doing? in my
Exactly.
face? Why is
And
his health not moving?
Your Unite is amazing. Think about it. Like, your Unite ability is amazing as well. But speaking of this, of course, we're talking about what ifs. You know, that this thing has happened. It's quite unfortunate. And we do foresee that probably, Shayna Rode might just come back stronger here in the next remaining match itself. Shindy's gonna be coming up. I do wonder what they're gonna be bringing for this next upcoming game itself, but this is definitely good news for Team Mosquitoes because after
Yes.
losing that best of 3 series in the early stages of the day, this is definitely something that they really wanted, and they should be very happy getting this game 1 win.
I actually would not be surprised if they win this series.
Wow, that is going to be
So,
so.
look, after that game, I
Yes,
think that's
exactly,
like
exactly.
enough evidence to prove to you that this is a legitimate team. Like, they didn't lose to KS because of like one little tiny
Exactly.
small thing. KS was super smart, okay? KS won because they were actually very creative. But Mosquitoes is a solid team as well.
Agreed.
I'm just thinking, like, what is happening here? Like, is Shin and Rude having like a very big team discussion? Is that why we're having such a long break between this game? Like, what are
We're
they
getting
thinking about? Like, are they
space.
re-evaluating their draft? Are they thinking about what Pokemon that they're supposed to be playing? Are they considering like, okay, what do we have to eliminate from the pool? Are they telling BKZ, can you play Buzzwole?
Like, BKC, I need you to play Buzzwole better than the other team.
I don't know if I've ever seen the man play Buzzwole. I feel like I have, but I think it was like a one-off thing. I I've seen. Hang on, let me check my
I
notes.
don't think
Has
I
he
have
played
because
this?
I'm not so familiar with BKZ playing with Buzzwole, but we'll see. I would assume that in the next game we'll see if it will be a respect ban in
If-
any.
I would not be. I don't think I'd mind if it was a respect ban, but you'd be letting Umbreon going through, so then Xingdi would have
Sure.
to go back for like a safe mid Pokemon.
Hmm,
Yeah.
we will see. Now, of course,
I
Shane
don't
Rode.
see
Now, this is
Buzzwole.
going to be quite a big opening. Now, early on, we do see Team KS winning over Team Mosquitoes in 2-1 in the best of 3 series.
Okay.
And if Mosquitoes actually win this, that would be like insane.
There
like, who would have
was-
thought? Okay, there was.
No. So here's the thing. So I just went back through my notes and I was like, hang on a minute, I see 2 weird Pokemon being played here by Shinarude. So apparently Shinarude played
How-
Sableye and Serena during the Taiwan qualifiers.
Ooh,
And it was BKZ Serena as well. BKZ Serena, and I think it was Ikora that played Sableye. And they were both in the same game.
Oh wow, that is so rare. I mean, like seeing one of them is fine in
Yeah.
a series, but seeing both in a single draft
And
is
what makes it worse, not worse, I guess, but what makes it crazier is that this Serena game that BKZ played, I think they won the game.
they won the game. I was
This-
about to ask if that was the game that they lost in the finals for
think they
the
won the
Taiwan
game.
Open. Okay.
Maybe I could be wrong. But this was also before Serena got her buffs.
Mhm.
So this was pre-buff Serena. This was when she was weaker. Now she's stronger. I've had some discussions with people saying like, okay, is Serena legit? Personally, I still think she's like in a very weird spot because she's competing with a lot of other all-rounders that do what she does better.
Yes.
But I kind of feel like she could be really strong until one guy comes out and is a Serena one trick. And then people are going to realize like, this is how you play Serena.
Okay, I'm
This is
not familiar
how
with
you
this.
play.
I'll be honest with you because I remember Serena was just good in the earlier days because back then there wasn't much.
Okay,
many months
during
ago.
during the first World Championship, she was broken. She was just busted.
okay.
Everyone
Serena
was playing
used
Serena.
to be broken, and then everyone's like, "No, we don't want to see Serena anymore, so we're gonna nerf him to a point where people don't
That was
play
the
him
same.
anymore."
That was the same patch as Lucario.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So,
Oh gosh.
those
I know
were,
we never see Lucario anymore.
those were the days.
Lucario got replaced by Urshifu, but actually Urshifu got nerfed as well. So
They needed to nerf Urshifu at one point
They
because
had to.
Urshifu was just playable in every single competition. Like every single nerf was just insufficient to render him unplayable. I think this was at a point where people say that, hey, there's other options better than Urshifu nowadays.
well, not really.
Well,
I kind of
it's
feel like Urshifu's still sort of the king at what he does, but he's not like that far ahead of his
Us,
competitor.
yeah.
And in essence, his competitor is actually Lucario. So, I don't know. I still think Urshifu is better than Lucario. I've never seen a game where Urshifu has actually lost to Lucario in that regard.
In that regard, yeah. But if you see priority, you would prioritize an Urshifu rather than a Lucario
Yeah,
anyways.
but even there though, like right now there are still so many other all-rounders I'd go for. Like, heck,
Yeah.
I mean, especially the Buzzwalls that we've been seeing today. Like, oh, let's
Exactly,
go
and
Buzzwall
of course,
better.
look at Dragonite. The amount of times we actually do see Dragonite being picked as well for the draft, so it's actually a mon that we have not been seeing much in previous tournaments. People have not been really picking up that Dratini family before this, so I do see the rise of Dragonite here.
I'm kind of wondering, especially with the rise of Dragonite. So I saw a lot of the Dragonites in the Japanese qualifier. The
Yes.
Japanese qualifier was the Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament. If you want to go watch that, definitely watch that. So many top-tier Japanese teams.
Yes, Japan winter.
Yeah, but Dragonite was such a weird Pokemon to come out of that tournament, I feel, because it was always central lane. Always central lane.
Yeah.
Teams never banned it. They always let it through. And I look at it and I just think, like, this Pokemon is like a lot of other all-rounders. Like, aren't you afraid of someone invading your central area?
That's true.
Slowing down the progress.
Especially when it's a Dratini
Of your
Dragonair.
Dratini.
Yeah, you don't have much room to.
Yeah, like it's
Okay.
very easy to punish. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just the Japanese meta and people are just like super respectful. Don't invade my jungle, I won't invade yours.
But it's probably a rule that we don't know of happening in the Japan Winter Tournament itself. But ladies and gentlemen, it does seem that we are about to jump into. Are we about to jump into? Yeah, so
No,
I
okay, not yet.
Not yet.
You
So we're
would
still
like
waiting.
to.
I think. No, I thought we were just about to. But
I was
anyways,
like, huh?
yes, I do wonder because it's gonna be taking a little while here. So I would assume that game one must have impacted both teams. One team's freaking out because they won. One team's freaking out because how do we lose that?
Yeah, well, I actually think we are having a technical issue. So just going to say that very quickly to everyone. I do apologize for the long wait. We're trying to get this resolved as quick as we can, but once it's done, we will jump straight into the draft. So thank you for sticking around with us here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Season 2 2024. It's good to be back. So happy to go to Season 2 because we get to see all the amazing teams in Asia showing off their stuff because I mean, we've had a great 2 games already. We've had 2 best of 3s. We had, if anything, I think we had a great game to start the day.
Yeah,
First best of 3.
First best of 3 has been amazing. And of course, now this is a match that you don't want to miss.
No.
So I think like Shin Rode going up against the Mosquitoes is definitely a match you don't want to miss out. If you're here, you're very lucky. I mean, that you get to see all the action live and all still hot and bacon here rather than watching the replays. I know to watch those kind of things. But today is the East Asia regional segment. Tomorrow we're going to be also witnessing some Southeast Asia teams going up against one another.
Yes, so in case you're wondering, if you are tuning in for Southeast Asia, that is tomorrow. We've got East Asia today, so we're going to have a lot of fun. Now, it looks like game number 2 is ready here for Mosquitoes versus Shin and Rude. And it looks like for Shin and Rude, they're kind of thinking like, hey, what do we get a ban here? This is slow, bro. No. But boy.
But we were just talking about you. No, you're our bro. Okay, so yeah, they're banning our bro. I guess they would assume that probably Mosquitoes would run a slow brothers and Urshifu ban from Team Mosquitoes.
Okay, I'm kind of wondering, was this Slowbro ban supposed to enable Urshifu? Urshifu is also a really big Pokemon for Shin and Rude, right?
Yeah.
Because BKZ and Xingdi can play this Pokemon, depending on what they want the Urshifu to do. But yeah, Urshifu taken out, Slowbro taken out, and Inteleon going to be the first Pokemon picked here for Mosquitoes. And for Shin and Rude, they are going back to this Blastoise, and now they got the Clefable themselves. I'm kind of wondering how they're going to swap this, because normally Ikura plays the Clefable, unless they're swapping here.
Maybe BKZ and the Blastoise.
Well, it depends. I kind of feel like they might want to play this Blastoise as a actual defender, and then maybe put BKZ on like something like his signature Machamp or something.
I want to talk about a great opening 1-2 coming out from Team Shin and Rude, but Mosquitoes running the Mosquito again. It's going to be a Buzzwole once again.
Okay, I like this because I was questioning, are they going to go for the Espeon again? But they've got Mew, so great choice, really good attacker, and Xingdi going back yet again for the Leafeon. So they're probably thinking like, all right, they've got the defender on Mosquitoes. There's no way they go for the Umbreon here, so we feel safe to pick up the Leafeon. But what's this last pick going to be for BKZ? Is it going to be something like his signature Machamp? Is it going to be the Serena? I don't think so.
I think this would be okay. Okay, for Mosquito, they're running the Glaceon.
You need a diver. BKZ has to play a backline diver because at the moment it's only Xingdi. And if it is going to be that support defender for Ikura, although it could be BKZ here.
With a Surf?
It's alright, so they are going to swap this around. So BKZ going to take that Blastoise, Ikura going to jump onto that Umbreon. We're going to see that swap in just a second here.
Ooh, if we're going for backlines, there's quite a few options here. You want to go to the Inteleon or you want to go to the Glaceon. Both are also top options
Is
here.
it going to be Surf again for BKZ?
I think it's going to be Surf.
You
I
think
think
it's
it's
gonna be
rather
Surf?
than...
Because if he goes for Rapid Spin, he's just going to get thrown out of it by Epee anyway.
Yeah. So an Epee priority would most definitely be Xingdi here once again Leafeon. But of course, this time about it's a different game altogether as Ikura has his hands on the Umbreon for this game. Now, will this turn out as well as it did for Team Mosquitoes in game number 1, or will this be a turnaround and siding to Shin and Rude for this game number 2?
I'm kind of curious to know what the build's going to be here for Ikura. Is he going to go for Mean Look? Is it going to be Foul Play? Is he going for Wish? I highly doubt Wish because you've already got a Clefable that's going to be providing a lot of assistance with the sustain. But yeah, is it Mean Look? Is it... What's the play here for Umbreon? Or at least like Ikura's Umbreon. Really keen to see this. We'll see it in just a second here. But we do have our lineups good and ready to go. Shin and Rude have to deal with that Buzzwole. I'm just going to say it.
Just gonna say, I mean, you have to respect the Buzzwole. I mean, look at how insane this Buzzwole plays.
It's Epee.
Yeah, it's
It's just Epee. I feel like if it's anyone else, probably not going to be as great. It's Epee. This man is so good.
I think he doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a goal with Mean Look here rather than going to Foul Play. for. I mean, they really have to shut down this Buzzwole and make sure that this does not happen for this particular match. But the laning is as follows here. So when you see the Buzzwole once again at the top lane, it's done wonders. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, we do have the Lapras on the side of Mosquitoes as well, giving a little bit of space for Eevee to do the scoring. As he does have points on his hands, so he should be having easy, breezy time. Going for a little buff here. Going once again, no problem.
Nice steal. Big props to the Ikura to actually get those steals, because you are denying that experience to Mosquitoes, and Xingdi is out here as well. So really putting a lot of pressure in that
Fast
bottom
rotation
lane.
from the mid.
I mean, it's Leafeon.
Yeah, it's
Leafeon's one of the
Leafeon, yeah.
quickest rotators. And look at this, we do have the evolution there for Ikura. So all of the EVs on the side of Shin and Rude are ready to go. We do have S4L rotating to the other side, maybe looking to apply some
maybe
pressure
not a good
in Xingdi's
idea.
jumper. But yeah, look at this though, Ikura coming in from the back line, gonna try and help Xingdi here. Xingdi trying to hide in the bush. We do have an eject there, beautiful push there by Ikura to slow down that Glaceon, and the entire team comes in, just chops him down.
Oh, that's
Great retaliation.
Yeah, that's going to be quite punishing. That invasion didn't work out as well as they wanted from Team Mosquitoes. Of Shin and Rude does have a little bit of support over there from coming from behind. Meanwhile, looking at the top lane over here, pushing the Mosquito instead. It's supposed to be the other way around, but look at that. Leafeon doing the punishing on the Buzzwole.
So much respect in this match here for Shin and Rude. So they were expecting the invade coming in from S4L. Great retaliation. They also slow down the Buzzwole. I do think Shin and Rude, they're trying to give themselves the best chance possible by at least giving themselves a really strong early game. And one of the biggest things is just making sure that they can guarantee these levels for BKZ. He needs to come online in time. Really good really good stop to Epe. But I mean, if you lose BKZ here, I think that might just be even worse. He's actually gone forward. He's actually going to continue on fighting. This Clefable then coming in with the Moonlight Heals, almost getting Epe. Unfortunately, the Solar Blade just not connecting, but they will get a consolation prize on the Elder Gods. But hang on a minute, Epe came back! Gets chopped down!
I'm just amazed about how long War Turtle was able to survive an encounter. It was a 2v1 situation. The Elder Gods together with the Buzzwole. Meanwhile, over here, it seems that War Turtle will be down in hands of the Glaceon at this top lane, with the rotation coming on from Team Mosquitoes here.
Interesting. So we actually have a gravity on the Clefable this game, and I kind of feel like this gravity was to put a stop to that Buzzwole. Interesting choice here. We'll have to see if this works out, though. This gravity causing a lot of issues with the slow. We still have Xingdi in this top lane trying to slow them down. But Buzzwole, the first Pokemon to go down yet again. Just not enough firepower of Mosquitoes to knock out Xingdi. And look at this, Ikura's coming in as well with the Snarl, the foul play, trying to catch out these Pokemon. They do get on their gold zones just in time. Gravity to slow them down. And Shin and Rude, they go out unscathed.
Yeah, there's not going to be a problem here for their ad. Look at that serving utilized here by the Blastoise from top to downside. And of course, not being able to actually lash out to anyone at the current moment. Still at a standstill here at the top lane. It's going to be a little bit tough for Mosquitoes because they still have to go through that Blastoise on the front lines. Meanwhile, it is going to be a battle here revolving around the Reggie Lackey. They do have the Buzzwole. This time about putting a little bit of pressure, jumping in and blocking Buzzwole. Don't be able to do much. Here comes the smackdown here. Is the damage going to be insufficient?
Oh, the
no, it is not.
stun!
Oh, but it's not enough right here. Still pushing through. Lapras managing to score on the right side here. Nobody's taking it down, but it is going to be the Mew taking down on Regice at the bottom lane for the side of Shin and Rude.
Yeah, we do have a two-prong fight. We had 2 versus 2 on the bottom lane, 3 versus 3 in that top lane. No one able to commit to the Reggie Alecki as of yet, but now everyone is rotating into that top lane. Now remember, Mosquitoes, they're on their goals over here. Comes Xingdi coming in with the Unite as well, getting rid of Epe. They know who the problem is, and he's out of the picture. Lapras, last Pokemon alive, is going to be sent to the Pokemon Center, chopped down by another deadly Solar Blade. Mosquitoes giving away both objectives.
This looks like a different game altogether, Danny. We're looking at Leafeon at level 9 at the current moment. He's coming in hot, and Buzzwole has just entered to level 9 at the current moment. So at highest level 10 on the Glaceon. Mosquitoes getting punished front, left, right, and center here from Shin and Rude. And of course, Reggie Lackey marching through the top lane here, making the way towards the second goal post from Team Mosquitoes. And of course, the cavalry, the support from Team Mosquitoes has arrived to do something about it over here. A little bit off position here. And Buzzwole got to be a little bit careful. Careful all the way from inside, jumping up from behind. Oh, but he decides to actually make an escape over here.
Mystical Mirage actually saved the Mew's life there. And it looks like the goal zone, unfortunately for Mosquitoes, has gone down. They weren't able to successfully defend it, but they do get a couple of Pokemon in the process. They locked out the Mew. They've also caught the Clefable as well. They're going to try and break this top goal zone, but here is BKZ with the Surf Hydro Typhoon as well to try and buy some time. And Kura's coming into play as well. He's got the Snarl ready to go. Embe super low. Moonlight coming in with this Clefable too. Goes for the throwdown here on that Buzzwole. Embe's not out of the picture, but does finally get finished off by a big boosted attack by the Blastoise.
Wow, quite a move over there coming up from Blastoise, holding up, willing to expand the Hydro Typhoon to hold on to the goal post on top end, and he was very, very successful, although get taken down, but he's able to actually prevent scoring from Team Mosquitoes through the top lane. Here comes the jump coming from the Lapras, but do they have anything to actually take down on Blastoise? Make an escape, uses up the surf to the right side, and yeah, I guess back to square one coming from both ends here, but a huge lead from Shin and Rode, 253 points compared to 60 on what Mosquitoes has to offer, and we're at the 4-minute mark.
I do like the big changes we've seen from Shin and Rude. They have made sure that they have made all the plays happen on their terms. They've got so much control. They've got a great lineup to do this as well, although they have to be careful there with Akura. He is incredibly low. Regice is there, but look at this though. Lapras coming with the backstab, connects onto nobody at all. Eldegoss actually getting the Regice there. And unfortunately for Ikura, he's the first Pokemon to be eliminated. Big push coming in from Mosquitoes. Only 3 Pokemon BKZ coming in from the top. Shimdi as well. Trying to go for the defense. They can't quite get onto this goal zone of Mosquitoes being picked off one by one yet again. Looks like Inteleon going to be the next one to be eliminated. They do miss the Solar Blade. Doesn't matter though. Solar Beam not connecting onto the Glaceon, but Shingdi's there to finish everything off again.
Shingdi.
So many Solar Blades, Solar Beam.
Everything's solar going on, but that's what Leafeon is all about. Everything revolves on solar energy, and it so happens Pokemon Unite, it never goes nighttime. So very lucky for this particular Pokemon that chooses all this. So yeah, I'm guessing at this point it's a great defense coming out from Machine or Redata Bonday. I think overcommitment coming up from Team Mosquitoes, and they made a little bit more than what they can choose well.
Here's the word I was looking for, the initiative. Right? Shin and Rude, I think the big difference between the last game and this game is that they have taken initiative to fight into Mosquitoes, right?
Yeah.
I think a couple times in that last game, you saw Mosquitoes be the ones to be the initiators, catching Shin and Rude off guard because Shin and Rude, they thought they were the ones maintaining the momentum of the game, whereas like Mosquitoes, they were ready to do it themselves. So because they took initiative this game, they are forcing Mosquitoes to fight on their terms, at their choke points, at the points where they want them to fight in. Now, for Mosquitoes to break out of this, they're going to have to try and flank. I really think you're going to have to find a really good flank with Embe, or you're going to have to force Shin and Rude to use their Unites early. Can you somehow bait them? Can you force them to chase a Pokemon that they don't want to chase? And look at this though, Embe, because he's hiding in the bush, he sees BKZ, so we do have a bit of a fight here with the top laners, and already BKZ down to half health. Glaceon coming in with the Icy Wind, and BKZ is out. That is huge!
Down
4 versus 5.
Down to 17 seconds over here. No Blastoise, no Hydro Typhoon. It's a 5v4 situation, and this time about they managed to actually take down one coming up from the side of Mosquitoes.
The Whirlwind!
The Whirlwind is going to be helpful over here, and this time, are they going to be getting an Umbreon? Umbreon low on HP over here. Here comes Shingdi. Slicing and dies. Manages to get 2 for his hand. Gets down the Inteleon. Gets on the Glaceon as well. And this time the Buzzwole gets on the Umbreon. Now 3v3 situation with 3 seconds on the clock. Lapras low on HP as well with the Waterfalls. That's going to be a bad idea. He's going to get taken down as well.
BKZ's back as well with the Surf. He's just locked in the Buzzwole. Epic goes down. Oh my goodness, Shin and Rude with the late game fight execution. It looked like it was going to be horrible after losing BKZ, but they were able to just survive the fights. Beautiful plays from Shingdi to pick off all of those remaining Pokemon from Mosquitoes. And now, your Mosquitoes, all of your Unites are on cooldown. There's a Hydro Typhoon ready to be blown off because BKZ did not use it at all. This is the last hurrah for Mosquitoes. If they want to 2-0 this, they've got to do it right now. Hydro Typhoon gets used. 2 Pokemon are down, both attackers, and the support. It's down to Embe and Lapras. By just don't see these 2 Pokemon being able to win against 5.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a horrible situation. There's still 15 seconds on the clock for these three Pokemons from Team Mosquitoes, Shane and Rode. All they need to do is hold on to this Rayquaza pit, not allowing Team Mosquitoes to actually take him down. But even if they do have that opportunity, they're already 10 seconds on the clock here, and there's not much they can actually do, especially with Leafeon scoring yet another 100 points for the side of Shane and Rode. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a win. Game number 2, siding to its Shin and Rude.
We have a tie so far. We still have 1 more game to go. Who's going to be taking home those 3 points and who's just going to be walking away with 1? Mosquitoes ideally want to get these 3 points. They so desperately want to get it, especially after losing that best of 3 against KS earlier today, because if they don't get it after this series,
they're only going to be left with only 2 points.
They'll be left with 2 points, and they'll only have an opportunity to get that final 3 in their last matchup next week.
Exactly. So it's going to be quite a long wait. They're not willing to wait another week to know what will be their future in the main bracket for day number 3 itself after the conclusion of the group stage. But of course, right now, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys don't know this, currently we are tied at 1 for Team Mosquitoes as they won game number 1, and Shane and Rode won game number 2, making it 1 score for them, which means that we're going to be forcing into a game number 3, which will be the deciding match in between these 2 teams. Now, if any one of the teams wins that particular game number 3, they crown the winner of the series and get themselves 3 points in the group round robin stage.
All right, so Team Mosquitoes, you got to be thinking, especially after that matchup.
Damn,
All right, guys.
Ape is like, oh.
Look, Epe got his Pokemon.
He did.
I think he was happy that he got the Buzzwole. It was trying to find, is trying to get those openings that he had in game number 1. He couldn't get it in this game. Now, the reason being was that I really think Shin and Rude, their execution of that early game, they had so many victories in the early game. It made their lane much easier, right? So they got the punish onto S4L, who was actually trying to punish Xing D. But Akura came in, they got the KO, that prevented Xing D from being slowed down. Then the entire team just pivoted to the top lane, deleted Epe, who was the other Pokemon that they worried about, probably even more so.
Exactly.
And after getting that elimination, you slow down the progress of the Buzzwole. He's not so scary anymore. And at the same time, Shin and Rude, you could see the team really perk up. They got their confidence, and then they continued with these just constant back-to-back little skirmishes. And they had a lineup of Pokemon that had relatively short cooldowns and wanted to skirmish, right?
Yeah.
They weren't waiting for their big Unite moves. They weren't waiting for big cooldowns. They always wanted to go for those little skirmishes. And they won so many of them because, as I said, they took initiative. They didn't allow Mosquitoes to be the ones to dictate the fights, determine where they happen. It was always on Shin and Rude's terms.
Yeah.
So
I think
if you're Mosquitoes, what are you going to do for game number 3?
this is going to be tough. I mean, like, compared to game number 1, you look at Buzzwole was just snowballing through. He was just doing so great in the first game, but this game number 2, there was no room provided for him, as Shin and Rode was just punishing him over and over and over again. So every single time that he makes a mistake. So as you mentioned just now, so usually when it comes to Buzzwole, you won't want to initiate first. You want to pair it up with chain of combos from the end. So instead of doing that, they did not allow the Buzzwole to actually do so. So that's why, which gives a little bit room for the Glaceon to actually get higher levels compared to him. So he became like the main attacker in the game, which is really not the main idea they wanted to have for this particular game itself. That's how it goes. But now this gives more room for Leafeon in hands of Xing D to excel even more compared to game number 1, which was very, very punishing. I mean, looking at Xing D, the moment he gains momentum, he's not going to let go of it, and he's going to continue snowballing throughout the whole game itself. I mean, later on in a few short moments, we're going to be looking at this encounter at the Rayquaza pit as well, on what he did, which was quite amazing. Now this, earlier on, what we saw in bottom lane, I think that's one of the big mistakes coming on from Team Mosquitoes, as they able to commit it itself in the team fight, which gave quite a big lead here for Team Shin and Rude in this encounter. They were able to actually get almost everyone, and look at this, Shingdi once again on that Leafeon, punishing Pokemon after Pokemon.
It's a level 14 Leafeon as well.
Exactly.
He's popping off. But yeah, that bottom fight was just really mind-boggling for me because they already knew that Epe was in the top lane. He was dealing with the Regieleki. So he wasn't going to be there for the team. And you already know that Epe is doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Mosquitoes that round.
This is the one. Look at this. Leafeon. He was just
the
popping
jukes.
off. Yeah, so it's a 1v3 situation where he excelled. He took out 2 of the mons coming on from Team from Team Mosquito, and basically even this one as well, Mew managed to get the last hit in. I don't think the Lapras didn't have a choice. It's either he made a long way back to the base, regen, and come back.
Well, Lapras knew he was going to either get solar beamed in the face.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that, you know, even though he was low in HP, he knew that there was the only thing, and either way he's going to consume the same amount of time as well. So he went in with the water balls and got taken out.
Yeah. So, what's the change going into game number 3 here for Mosquitoes? Because I think something's got to change. Are you a fan of the double attackers?
I'm guessing that it did work before, but I think they need to fix on the equilibrium of what they have to offer as a whole on the whole draft here. I mean, like, I don't think they're gonna let go of the Buzzwole just because of what had transpired. But
I think Epee is fine.
Epee is fine.
Epee
Yeah.
is fine.
Sounds like
but-
we just say Epee is fine, but the rest, no.
No, it's-
We need to fix the rest.
We're not judging this here that way, but I think they do need to reconsider their lineup and think, okay, what Pokemon can we draft that's going to make the game easier for Epee?
Exactly.
So, Central Laner, are you happy with the Glaceon? I kind of feel like Glaceon was actually okay. It was just the fact that S4L getting picked off in the early game.
Yeah.
That really messed them up.
I mean, they had an idea. They wanted to invade the other side, but he didn't really had a backup. I mean, like Glaceon, yes, you do have more damage output. You can actually dish out to the Leafeon early on, which forced Leafeon to actually make an escape with eject. But from behind, we also do see rotations coming in from Umbreon as
I mean,
well.
Akura came in at the perfect moment.
Exactly.
So, how do you
But
stop
when you
that?
really no, the thing is, you're invading the enemy side. You would expect support to come in fast from the side of the enemy because it's their side compared to your side. So
Well,
you
it
would want
depends. I think it depends on whether either you're anticipating that engagement, or if you are just simply rotating. Because for all we know, Ikora maybe was just wanting to go to the top lane, wanted to help top lane, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden Shigny's like, help! So he's like, I'm coming!
But look at this Shiggy,
Yeah.
13 takedowns.
Look,
He-
The man of the hour, I mean, there's a reason why he's captain. So
Yeah,
Central Laner.
he's the captain. He's the core. Yeah, he contributed more than 50% of the
That's why
takedowns.
captains deserve the crowns. So
Yeah, 240 points on his own Epee, although 3 takedowns, still damn PP on the other side as well.
Look, I really think Mosquitoes did the best that they could at this game. It was just the early game, those couple of early game engagements just gave a little bit too much momentum to Shinarode. So, game number 3, I do think we are still looking at a very even matchup. It is absolutely, like, in no way lopsided in favor of a single team. We're looking at 2 very skilled teams. We're looking at the 2 best teams with some of the best players in their regions as
I
well.
would agree.
One of them maybe being the former champion of ACL 2023, but Mosquitoes, they're giving them a run for their money. The draft is ready, so let's jump into game number 3 between Shin
I
and
have to
Rude
say
and
this. I'm
Mosquitoes.
nervous. I've been to a lot of games.
You're
before,
shaking.
but this is intense. I mean, like, only one of these 2 teams will be able to actually get 3 points, and this actually makes a statement that you
It
are
does.
the better team in this particular
Ooh.
world, or should I say regional level matchups. This time, the ban from Team Shin and Rude is going to be the Lapras.
Does
You
that
know-
mean the Slowbro is going to be first picked?
Ooh, I mean, like, we've
Slowbro?
seen Inteleon first picks coming on from Vans, and they're going to secure
Clefable.
the Clefable.
I actually think... Okay, so I've kind of noticed that with Shin and Rude, they do put a lot of priority into locking in Shan Sin's Pokemon first. And I kind of feel like it might be because Shan Sin might be limited to a certain pool of Pokemon himself.
It could
'Cause
be
he's
that,
new-
just
he's new-
speculating. Yeah.
Yes, so he's new to us. I'm not 100% sure if he's new to the scene. I don't think he would be fully, but if he is a new player that's under Shin and Rude, I wouldn't blame them for wanting to give like their weaker player their ideal Pokemon so that they
That's
can
true.
have their game.
Yeah.
So totally understandable. The follow-up though, I'm fine with this.
Ooh.
Shingdi, he's got his Leafeon again. Akura getting the Umbreon. I kind of feel like this Umbreon pick is going to force Mosquitoes to not pick Buzzwole.
Yeah. Ooh. They're playing
Lucario!
Lucario for this game.
Hello!
This is an interesting entry itself. I just want to highlight this. We're seeing back to back to back Leafeon for Shingdi. This guy's like,
Oh, BKZ stolen the Buzzwole!
this time the Mosquito's not going to get their hands on the Mosquito guy. It's going to be in the hands of Shin and Rude this time about. Let's see how Shin and Rude actually plays up Buzzwole in this matchup. But then you have,
Whoa.
now instead of playing Glaceon, instead of playing Inteleon, and now they're playing out with the Mew.
Dragonite.
Yeah, so basically now they're playing with the Buzzwole, paired up together with Shindi's Leafeon. Meanwhile, Mosquitoes bringing a little bit different this time about. Now, no Buzzwole, so what did they bring in? It's gonna be Lucario.
I've got expectations here because it's Epe playing the Lucario as well. So Epe. But okay, so I'm kind of wondering like what's going to be the objective here for Lucario this game, because you've got Lucario and Dragonite. Dragonite's going to be like your main brawler that wants to get in there and fight in Shin and Rude. You've got, is it really First Blossom that's handling this Blastoise? It has to be. Yeah, so it's an actual defender Blastoise this game.
Yes, an actual defender. They
With an
needed
XP share as well. So this is I think the actual first time we've seen a real support defender Blastoise.
I think he needed to enable the other teammates here, and that's why they get the injection. I think the thing about Blastoise is you're quite sturdy, quite durable as well, so you need to enable your other teammates here as fast as possible. We'll see how this will be. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all locked in. This is going to be the third and final match in this particular third series of the game itself. Now, the winner for this match will be getting themselves 3 points in this series in the group stage round robin segment, whereas the team that does not win this game will only be having 1 point in the group stage. So we will see, will it be in the hands of Shin and Rude or Team Mosquitoes?
All right, game number 3. How's these lanes going to go as well? I'm not expecting anything crazy from lanes.
They
but
send the, I think they're going to send Leafeon. So they send an EV Leafeon to the wild area in the middle. Bottom lane is going to be the Umbreon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Umbreon's
Umbreon,
yeah,
yeah.
it's a Kuro. So Kuro's going to support Wushuan at the bottom lane. Yeah, that's totally expected.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting any crazy lanes. I'm trying to figure out what is this Lucario's job here for Mosquitoes. So
Yeah.
what is his job? Is it to be a pain in the backside? Is he just going to be there to steal all these last hits? Now, unfortunately, if you're fighting up against a
Ooh.
Leafeon, this is not the best matchup because there's no way you outrun
that
a
hurts.
Leafeon. It's trying to juke as much as you can. I mean, Epe, if he somehow turns this around, I think it would have been a miracle, but that's not a great start already, I'm going to say that.
Ah, man. Ooh, that's rough, especially when you lose on a 1v1 encounter against a Leafeon over here. Not off to a good start.
Great foresight by Xingdi though. Like, he knew that was going to happen.
Yes, that's why he aimed the Leaf Blade towards the top side. He knew that Lucario was going to be a little bit tricky and tried to go to the other end.
Well, no, I mean, look, the whole point of Lucario early game, right, is like you just sit on the enemy goal lane, just stack.
Yeah,
you stack
stack.
until you get your full stack.
But that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
But this will set Epe back quite a bit. I'm pretty sure he's not happy after that really early engagement. And the fact he has to deal with BKZ is also now just going to start throwing him around. Like, this is some big karma by Sony.
Oh man, well, but it does seem that the Dragonair is doing exceptionally well here. They run the mid lane, so it's actually at level 6 and having an early stage into all this. Oh, user eject. Squirtle, still a basic Pokemon here. Not to do much here aside from a headbutt.
I mean, it's the supports from Mosquitoes. There's not really much that they can do because they're both unevolved. Like, you still have a Gossifleur, you still have a Squirtle, and Epe, I mean, he's going to try and do whatever he can for damage. He's just sipping around, but the mean look, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Once again, for the second time here, it's going to be Lucario down. The Buzz will also get another here. Oh, this
Mean look, hard counters Lucario. I'm just going to say that.
Yes, I mean, you can't escape. Now, this is going to be a different one this time about. He's not going to be running the foul play. Whew. I mean, like, when you're Lucario, you're supposed to be the answer to the universe here for this game number 3, but it doesn't look like much.
No, it doesn't. Because I'm just kind of... Okay, so technically, it was also because Urshifu was banned by Mosquitoes.
But Mosquitoes,
So
yeah.
because Mosquitoes banned that, the only other option, if they wanted to try and go for like Urshifu-esque kind of Pokemon, is that Lucario. And unfortunately, because of that really horrible start for Epe, he's just not able to perform. I mean, he's not doing any damage in these fights. Like you saw in the top fight just now, he was practically working with no health. He was trying to go for the resets. And even with the resets, he was just tickling these Pokemon.
I think they were ready to actually grab that Buzzwole on that last there. And
yes.
it didn't work out for them. So
And
many
again,
Sashin already got it. This time
Epe.
again. This is not off to a good start right here, especially knowing on how important this game number 3 is in between these two teams. And of course, Reggie still this time does look like is siding towards the side of Mosquitoes. Definitely something that they needed. That they have the special and attack buff, special attack and attack buff here on their end. Will they be able to capitalize on this buff and do something about it? We will see, but it seems that they're on the leaving end here. And there goes the light screen together with the solar beam coming up on the Mew as well. Meanwhile, we do see Xingdi level 8. Sorry, my apologies, level 9 here, found in the face of Leafeon and Mew. I forgot the color.
It's fine. man is lost.
Their basic
Oh
save.
gosh. And unfortunately for S4L, I mean, he just gets deleted in the middle of the air as well. This Dragonite just can't go anywhere. Even Blastoise just being eliminated. So Lola Ninetales going to be thrown around as well. This mean look from Shinorude, it hurts to watch.
It hurts a lot, yeah.
It hurts to watch, and it also is just so annoying to go up against. I think a lot of players are going to resonate with this. Mean look, Umbreon is probably one of the most obnoxious Pokemon in Pokemon Unite. It is so difficult to, like, there's no way to really counter this unless you are just somehow stronger.
Exactly. Yeah. So and the thing is, it's not even a Unite move. It's literally just
It's a basic
it's
move.
a basic normal
On
move.
a short cooldown.
On a short cooldown, you can actually hold on to 1-1 on the enemy side, which is insane.
Yes, it is absolutely
You pair that up
bonkers.
with Leafeon, you pair that up with Muspelheim, and all this time.
Hang on, we do have a bit of a fight here. Look at this, Shin and Rude losing Pokemon left, right, and center. Oh no, they got a little bit too overconfident in that top push, and it looks like this is going to be a big win for Mosquitoes. Ikora going to be finished off by S4L. This man's had enough. Finish the mean looks. I'm done with them all. Look at this thing.
It's still surviving. Cheery pushing forward. It's going to be chased down by the Dragonite here, and Umbreon is going to get taken down. But yes, it does look like the scores are the same, but not really. It's 171 against 117 here. But does seem that Mosquito is finally getting the win that they were looking for here. They're recovering from all that, from that encounter. Probably a small mistake on Machine Rudy, but I don't think that should happen here. A little bit of highlight that, yes, Mosquitoes did win the encounter, but yeah, kind of missed a big Aura Sphere there from the Lucario.
BKZ actually popping the Unite. He's in between two Pokemon so far. Blastoise having to turn around. They do eventually actually get the pick off onto the Dragonite. S4L back in base. And the fight continues in the central area here. BKZ trying to retreat. He is a little bit low. Has to dodge the surf there, but runs into Mosquitoes and gets finished off by the Alolan Ninetales. Reggie Alecki still pushing the surf, pushing them back as well. Shin and Rude trying their hardest to stay on top of the goal zone so that the Reggie Alecki does not move. Health is starting to whittle down here on the Mosquitoes, but can they continue to defend this? Can they continue to push? Alolan Ninetales cut down by a big Solar Blade, and I think that might just be it there, Flavor. I think they've managed to successfully defend this. They sweep the entire team as well. Mosquitoes, they had a little bit of momentum. They tried to push the Alecki, but I just think they overextended.
I think they should have backed off. I mean, they knew that they were standing there for the longest time, especially knowing that you can also get shield buffs when you stand on your own goalpost. So they were actually fighting again in a very disadvantageous situation. And from that triple takedowns coming from Leafeon, that is putting Leafeon at level 13 at the moment, which is the highest out of everyone here, with level 12 being the highest on the side of Team Mosquitoes. Overextensive, I believe, from Mosquitoes.
Definitely an overextend. Like I think when you realize that you're starting to run out of resources, you have to cut this out. And just cut your losses.
I mean, they were just enjoying, hey, we're doing it. We're doing it.
Well, they did have a very tough early game, so I think for them to maybe get a little bit lost in that fight, totally understandable.
Too much testosterone going on.
Here's the thing, okay? They are leading on points, so that is the good news for Mosquitoes at the moment. But they're not out of the woods yet. So we're going to have Alecki spawning in that top lane. Everyone is here. We are missing a couple of Pokemon. Shiggy is in the bottom lane. Ninetales in the bottom lane as well. So it looks like it's going to be a potential 4v4. But look at this, though. Look at the map. We are looking at potential flank here. Blastoise and Lucario coming into the back here. Shin and Rude just not expecting this at all. Mew going to be the first Pokemon sent back to base. We also see BKZ being sent back to base as well because Shiggy's not with the team. His team is left to just continue to run back home. Interesting choice. Are they just going to give away this Reggie Alecki? It looks like that is the case.
They don't have a choice. I mean, like, looking at the situation itself, it's a 3v5 situation. They wouldn't want to risk to actually have less amount of Pokemons, especially when you're coming close to the 2-minute mark where Rayquaza is about to appear here in the next 5 more seconds. Now, this is going to be a big one. I can't believe this game number 3 is going to boil down to this Rayquaza pit encounter between these two amazing teams.
But they let the Alecki go in, so look at this. Epe wants to score his points. He's going to try and farm these wild Pokemon, but BKZ, he smells something. He's going to try and stop him, but I mean,
he can't stop it. There's a Regieleki already inside the goalpost.
Yeah, so 62 points. That's going to put Mosquitoes ahead of Shin and Rude.
Big advantage. They don't have to take down Rayquaza. They can just screen them out.
They can try and screen them out, but then again, remember, you do have Shingdi on that Leafeon. Really good back capping Pokemon. It is so fast. So Mosquitoes, their job here, they have to defend that top goal zone because it is a tier 1 goal zone. It's super
fast
far
choice.
out, but look at this though. Mosquitoes, they have spread out a little bit. Most of their Pokemon towards the northern side of that Rayquaza pit. And Shin and Rude, they are slowly picking at that Rayquaza. Shingdi almost cutting down the Eldegoss. The team is there. Oh, beautiful combination onto Ikura. Almost down, but he will be able to heal back up in the meantime. Epei, though, coming into the fight. We do see a Snow Globe coming in from the Alolan Ninetales. Epei, though, trying to run away. Shingdi is taken out of the picture here. Clefable's cut away from the team, so they're not able to get any heals off. Ikura finished off by S4L, and Shin and Rude, they're left with 3 Pokemon. It's going to be down to Mew, Clefable, and that Buzzwole. BKZ trying to finish off this Eldegoss, so there's no sustain on the side of Mosquitoes. The game is not over yet, but look at this though. A free score coming in from Mosquitoes. It's 100 points from S4L. That's going to put them at 393 points. Shin and Rude, you've got 30 seconds to move, but BKZ being taken out. Oh my goodness. Flavor, I think this might just be it. Mosquitoes are going to win.
Oh no, 20 seconds on the clock. Now we have seen this before on the gas together with Liner earlier on. It is very much possible. Despite the slow class now, they need to take down our Rayquaza real quick. If not, the only way they can actually go in for scores.
10 seconds!
Alolan Ninetales is already down there. On secure as well. Who's going to get the Rayquaza? I think time is not on their side. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner here for the series. It's going to be Mosquitoes. After losing 1-2 against CKS earlier on, this is the recovery that they're looking for, and definitely a big win. Dana Lee, they won against Shin and Rude 2-1.
And this was with Ebe on Lucario, who had probably the trashiest early game I've seen in such a long time.
This guy had a horrible beginning in this game, number 3. Oh my goodness. Oh, damn. This is going to be insane. Shin and Rude. This is their opening match here in the group stage for Group A.
I see Leonard dancing off screen.
Leonard is he is entertained, and I do hope everyone who's watching this is very much entertained as well. Look at that. Despite not having the Mosquito on their own draft here for Team Mosquitoes, they were able to make it happen. Epe on that Lucario, the Blastoise, the Dragonite, the Alolan Ninetales, and the Eldegoss over here. Insane. I have to see, that was an insane trade-off going on the Rayquaza pit. Even before trying to go in for the Rayquaza as well, they managed to punish Ikura on the Umbreon. Shane D, even together with BKZ on the Buzzwole as well. Insane.
Oh, Mosquitoes. They deserved that victory.
Yeah.
This team absolutely deserved that win. They had a horrendous start, and I questioned whether they were going to make that comeback happen. They had one redemption fight. They overextended right after that fight as well. And then when it came down to Rayquaza, the patience that came from this team, they could have overextended. They could have tried to go for that one pick off. They could have gone ham. They didn't. They waited, they watched, and they reacted accordingly to Shin and Rude's movements. And it paid off so well.
So well. I have to agree with you 110% on this. Now, this is a team that you want to look out for. Now, they have played 2 matches in the group stage already, and they already have 4 points in total. 1 point for unfortunately, they lost in the first best of 3 series against KS 1-2, but this time about they won 2-1 against their opponent Shin and Rude, and we're definitely looking forward to their final match, which will not be happening today. I believe it's going to be next week.
For Mosquitoes?
For Mosquitoes,
yes.
Yes.
So Mosquitoes are done for this week. We're not going to see them again till next week, but in the same group, I think we're going to be seeing Shin and Rude play
one more time.
again, and then that's going to be it for Group B.
Yeah. That's going to be it. And Shin and Rude, not off to a good start there. Who would believe that they would actually lose out this particular matches up?
Hang on. Okay, so I think maybe a little bit of an overstatement. I mean, I did say coming into ACL this season, I do really think the odds against everybody is stacked.
Yes.
Like,
everybody has upped their game.
Everybody in the East Asia League is, I actually think, several steps above the skill level that we saw last year.
Yeah.
Several steps, not just one, not just two, several steps. Like the quality of Unite that we are seeing, way better than last year. I'm going to be completely honest.
Ignore whatever that has transpired in the past years when it comes to Pokemon Unite, whether what you see on the World Championship or you see on the ACL series or even on the Aeon matches as well, also the monthly matches. You're seeing a different Pokemon Unite action happening here for the year 2024 itself. And here you do see Team Mosquito bringing their A game here in their match against Shin and Rude. Of course, this is a little bit highlight of what has transpired in the recent match itself over here. Look at that. Loads and loads of things going on here, coming on from both sides. Insane gameplay coming on from Team Shin and Rude. At the early stages of the match, they were able to snowball to the best of their abilities, but you do see a comeback here coming on from Team Mosquitoes here, capitalizing on this short mistake, a little bit too aggressive coming on from Shin and Rude towards the top side, which gave quite an opportunity for Team Mosquitoes, his main wonders, but of course a little bit extension on top here.
That's just a little overextension. Just a small one.
Just a small one.
Yeah, this one made me question a couple things. But, I mean, after what happened here, the Rayquaza fight absolutely blew us away. And it was really messy as well.
It was very messy. It wasn't
case of
concentrated in one area. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very all over the place. We had multiple fights happening in multiple places. And the fact that Shin and Rude, because they were split, they weren't able to fully utilize the synergy of their lineup, right? Because the whole point of a Clefable is like, you need to group together to get that healing off.
Exactly.
But because it was isolated, pushed toward the top lane, the team was like, hang on a minute, guys, what's going on here? We can't, we actually don't have any sustain.
Yeah, you see
and they just got cut off.
You see Umbreon getting caught off on the bottom right side. You see Buzzwole getting caught in the middle area. Even the top area, we have some team fights happening as well. And loads and loads of things happening over there. To their minds, it looks coordinated. To us, it's like a big mess going on here and there.
I'm pretty sure it's more chaotic for the players.
It's more chaotic on their end.
There's a lot of screaming involved. Then you gotta focus on your Pokemon. Then you're like, oh god, what's the objective, guys? Like, what is happening? Oh my Arceus!
I appreciate the production creating a double camera segment. So we do see the movement coming up from the car from the bottom side because people wondering what was happening. He was also charging them as well, entering into the whole team fight to ensure we're able to capture multiple battles at the same time. But quite unfortunate, we cannot have 4 cameras set up for you to see. Like we then will be confused too. Like, which one do we pay attention to? But man, so despite all the great efforts from Team Shin and Rude, especially with some great plays we saw from Xingdi as well on that Leafeon, but unfortunately the winner has to go to their opponents here, which is going to be Team Mosquitoes. And wow, I foresee a Leafeon ban in upcoming battles against Team Shin and Rude.
I kind of don't think so. I don't think.
Oh, they don't have to.
So I don't think Xingdi's going to pigeonhole himself into Leafeon. He's not that kind of player. He plays a lot of Pokemon.
He does a lot of things.
But it really felt like in this game, like he really just wanted to play Leafeon. Like a lot of Leafeon.
He plays a lot of Leafeon since its debut in Pokemon Unite. The moment he was out, he was posting a lot on social medias about him, Leafeon, and the amount of damage it deals. I remember back when Glaceon was out, he was just playing Glaceon all the way.
Yes, so he played a lot.
He plays a lot of all the new ones.
Yeah. Sometimes he would pivot with BKZ. Sometimes like they would swap.
Yeah, they would swap as well.
Right? Then obviously that's like the signature Absol. He's just like, oh, I feel like Absol today, and then everyone's like, oh, damn. Well, we're in trouble now. So
yeah, you'll see him set records like, hey, I can reach 300k damage.
But I'm just wondering, when are we going to see Masquerada from this man? Because I still think Masquerada, weird spot. But I think in the hands of the right player, maybe the right circumstances, Masquerada could be a really fantastic niche pick.
We haven't seen any of it yet. That's the thing. It's very hard. And also, is any of the teams comfortable to actually play it with whatever they have on their hands for the draft?
I don't think I saw any of the teams that qualified for ACL actually play Masquerada.
Yeah, even in
it was more out of comfort, but I also think like at that point in time, because remember this was a few months ago, so the qualifiers, depending on the region, it was like 1 or 2 months ago. Yeah, I don't think Masquerada was in a really good place when it came to balance back then. So that's why. And it was also probably not available too, because it just came out. Remember, we have that 2-week period where it's like new Pokemon, not available in competitive play. That was also in effect for some of these regions, so they couldn't play it even if they wanted to.
Exactly. So in all fairness, it has to be applied across everyone rather than applying it to certain regions only, especially when we're already on the regional stage.
Yeah. So still waiting. Masquerada, really excited. But before we do anything else, let's have a quick look at the league table to see where our teams are currently in terms of points and placement. So let's have a look at Group A, because Group A is practically almost done today. We just got one more matchup here for Shin and Rude, and then we are done and dusted. So as you can see, with 1 point, we have Shin and Rude unfortunately getting 1-2'd by Mosquitoes. So not doing too well in terms of placement. Whereas on the other side, we have KS. They've only played one best of 3, but they did get a 2-0. So they're sitting on 3 points. They've got 2 more series to go. But Mosquitoes, they've got 1 series left.
Yes.
And they're on 4 points. They're actually in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah, I do agree on that. And they could achieve a maximum of 7 points at the current moment because of them losing that series against Team KS. Meanwhile, KS still has 2 more matches, meaning that they can reach the maximum of points by taking down Shin and Rude and Unite Holic in the next matches. And of course, Unite Holic, we have not seen them in action yet. Of course,
Not
they
yet.
have had plenty of opportunities to see how Shin and Rude has played, how KS have played, and Mosquito. So that is going to be interesting. Of course, we might be saying, yes, from the notes as well, we might be seeing Shin and Rude going out against Unite Holic.
Yes,
Quite
that
an
is-
opening for their
Later today. So
Later
you're
today.
just like, we're not going to see Unite Holic. I'm just, hang on, hold up, bro.
We haven't seen them yet, but that's the
Yes.
thing. They had plenty of chance to actually observe how the other teams have played. They had the most amount of opportunities. Like everybody else was just jumping in straight
Yeah.
and going up against the team and not sure what they can actually expect. But Unite Holic, I think they're at a big advantage for being the last team to play against any of the teams in the group.
Yes, because they got a lot of data to work with now, especially
Yes.
draft data. Playstyle, I think it's going to depend, but yeah, having information on like who's comfortable with what Pokemon, they at least know what are we considering banning, what are we going to have to play around, what are we playing against, that kind of business. And are there any Pokemon that just hard counter your general playstyle? Like
Yeah.
that's going to be another thing to consider. But very exciting. But yes, we've only got 1 more series left, and you know, as Flavor just said, it's going to be Unite Holic's first game of the day, and it's something at Shin and Rude. So it's a tough game, and we have no info on Unite Holic as well. So we're going to be pretty
I
new
don't
to them
have
as well.
Yeah.
But Unite Holic, they've got a lot of very, very valuable players. We will talk about them a little bit later on when their matchup does come up, because it's not the next game. The next game lined up for us is MJK versus Joe
Joe.
is Love Unite. But before that, though, we're going to give the players and you guys and maybe us a bit of a break, because
Yeah, I
we do
agree.
need to have a bit of a break. So
You need a break too as well. for all this
everybody
game.
does.
Yeah, so hopefully everyone's just taking deep breath after what has transpired in that
Whew.
recent game number 3, guys. So I know it's been a very heated battle, but don't go away, because after this we could be witnessing more Pokemon Unite battles, more amazing games.
Yes, more amazing games and maybe some crazy picks as well, because we did see some crazy
we
picks.
saw some
already
insane
today.
stuff.
All right, we are going to go for a quick break right now. So we'll see you all hopefully in a couple minutes for our 4th best of 3 of the day. We'll see you after this, trainers.
Secure here, while the rest of the team trying to secure that Regieleki as quickly as possible. Glaceon, unfortunately, not able to secure that Regieleki, but they're still fine as long as the team is alive and well. Blastoise is thrown in again, but he doesn't deserve to get out of things. But the
We do have the Blastoise, really good timing as well. So
Oh,
despite going
good
up
call.
against the Buzzwole, they go, oh, here we go, Hydro Typhoon leading off into it, and just in the nick of time, follow-ups coming up from the teammates. We have the Trevenant here together with the Eldegoss, although they didn't actually have the CDY.
it's fine. They're fine, even if they couldn't get the perfect pick down with 3 men, but that's fine as long as they just slow things down by running down the clock, because time is currently on Team Mosquito's side.
Now it is a 4v3 situation at the current
Oh,
moment with 2 months
no.
coming up from the other end
20
here, but it
seconds.
doesn't help. 20 seconds more to go. Is there sufficient time for them to actually
15.
go under Waza as well as going for the scoring as well?
Okay.
It's going in the hands of
10
KS right here.
seconds.
They just need to score.
I can't believe they got it!
Trevenant is going for his right to actually screen out team members here from the top. Is the Woodhammer going to be sufficient enough? Here it comes. Let's see. Oh, and the score is
They
in.
got it!
That's plus 100 there coming.
The Lapras as well.
Yeah, and we'll see how they will actually play out with this.
It's like War Turtle, which has one of the best like,
Oh no.
secure moves in the entire game. Oh, by the way, good lockdown, good displacement here. Is going to be able to secure on our pro friend who hasn't even reached the final evolution of Trevenant yet, and still very aggressive upon this. He knows there's no escape.
Side of KS. And meanwhile, of course, they need to stop this Regieleki from invading their score
Oh, that
post.
is so. That is so disappointing because there's just so much aerial denial.
They did that, big use of SPO, but did not manage to catch on to anyone from the side of KS. What will be the outcome from this?
So trying to lock them down as much as possible. Remember, there's still the Hydro Typhoon and Instant beautifully timed as well. Understanding that they don't really have any more Unite moves. They re-engage into the fight after a quick.
That actually happened as well. Yeah.
Oh, otherwise, you know, almost could have got the second KO, but no, unfortunately, Clefable was just a little bit too techy for his ticket.
Oh no, Espion.
Trevor popping the ultimate here. Unfortunately, Espion will be completely removed by I Am Tomato, the defender. He's no longer the defender, he's the all-rounder. And he gets the double KO.
He's
And
still
trying to
surviving.
look for a couple more. Mew comes in, trying to CC as much as possible. Of course, dug the point, and the Lapras just trying to buy the necessary amount of time. If he could get the pick up on Mew, that'd be pretty big. And he wants to try to secure it, gets him a little bit closer, a little bit down low. Unite moves are popping off, but none will be secured.
Oh, look at that jump coming from the Dragon Knight here, trying to do wonders here for the side of Mosquitoes, despite having additional points coming from the touchdown from the Dragon Knight. They were able to just sustain on the team fight, but here comes the own traders coming up from the side of Team KS. Criminals gets taken down. Oh, the Dragon Knight goes down as well. And there's Love with the one right here in the screen now. Team KS from taking down this. Lapras did manage to actually get here on the chandelier. They don't have their critical right damage here. And Mosquitoes is going to be the ones getting the Rayquaza here on the middle pit as well, and I guess this is going to be the winning condition for Team Mosquitoes in this game.
What?
Number 2, Mew.
Going to be picking it with the Venusaur and also locking in the Dragon Knight to really contest again.
Nice to actually catch one of them here, so you have to be really careful.
Oh, Eldegoss.
Eldegoss was trying to get himself into the goalpost and get himself a little bit shield, was not able to actually do that already. There goes a 3-man wood hammer in the face by the Traven, and by the way, be enough. It does seem the Traven is going to be taken down here in the hands of Glaceon. It's going to be a 2-man down. Out. Traven here for team fight. Regice has already appeared here on the bottom lane. Who's going to be the one sniping it and jumping through a Hydro Typhoon? Not kicking into anyone here on the side of team.
To account, they decided to just commit fully for the goalpost, and they were able to get the necessary increase. But Team Mosquito on the other side was able to get a nice beautiful down before that even happens again. More Unite Moves was even coming in to try to get an opportunity here as he died for a couple of more. Dragon Knight a little bit too deep there, and that's going to be... Finally, his Unite Moves just came off the cooldown as well. Lapras, Epe a little bit nice, and inside, trying to zone them out as quickly as possible.
Oh no.
And Era is just like, what is going on? The Seabound not going to be able to find anyone at all, but the S1 was able to get all the way to the back line, catches all the main timers here. Although yes, the Hydro Typhoon comes in for the counter initiation, but it's all too late. Damage dealers have fallen, the attackers are gone. All that's left is a Blastoise who's probably going to be a little bit out of his shell here, and completely a full 5-man wipeout.
And the reason being was Psyshock was just so strong back there.
Of course.
But we're looking at a bit of it. So I do believe they have revealed both of their central laners in that top lane. And unfortunately for Windstar, there's not really much he was going to be able to do because Mimikyu showed his face. And against this tri-lane, it's an incredibly deadly one. And he actually tried to...
Was downside. And look at that, the rest of the squad, they're just like, no, we do not want anything to do with that Buzzwole. But that slow comes in, he's getting into the jump, and he's looking for that opportunity. Does go for it, gets the nice, beautiful KO, trying to find the Snorlax. Sadly, the chef's not so much fight. The joy is you love Unite has no choice but to have to answer a lot of this engagement. The Talonflame, unfortunately, gets caught out first and removed from the equation. And of course, Buzzwole goes in, gets in a couple of knocks on board CC, 2 on the chopping block. Will there be a third? No, it'll be secured by the allies, but that's totally fine.
Right. We all know what's going to happen in the late game. We see a Hydro Typhoon, but I think that was just sort of a delayed Typhoon at this point. Windstorm comes in, he also just gets absolutely melted. And again, we are just seeing Joe is Love fighting into Zor. I saw before this game, it just felt like this team really relies on that early game momentum. And I mean, we're just seeing Mimikyu shred Pokemon to pieces. I mean, that used to be Clefable, who's now back at the Pokemon Center. And we're just seeing Joe is Love. They're not doing anything to these Pokemon. I mean,
this strong wind keeps getting in the way here. And now once again, completely capitalizing on their jungle. This is now the mental... Now this is more like the mental effect right now, right? Because constantly diving in their jungle, diving in their spawn, diving in their goalposts here, their safe zone here. And what's the strategy? What's the tactics here? Honestly, I can't even like put like what was the problem here, because I think everything was just tailor-made. Everything was just picture perfect here. Okay, maybe if for the next drafting, they could try to get rid of something like the Buzzwole here. Maybe something Dragonite will be a little bit more something similar. More easier for them.
I do think looking at their draft, you would have to really reconsider your draft going into that next game as Joe. Because Zora Tigers, they had a really fantastic early game.
Yes.
Like, they had a really strong early game spike. They really had a lot of work on both Girl God and Windstar.
You know, see, now I'm concerned. Okay, I don't think...
Snipes, but I mean, if there's not going to be any follow-up, I'm a little bit concerned here because we already have one KO down. Oh, but the beautiful snipe coming in from Inteleon, getting rid of that Pikachu. But Mimikyu does get the buff there for the team, and now we do have Joe is Love. They are backing up, and here comes the Buzzwole looking to throw down again, using the Unite as well, deleting.
Or that mid-game, so we are free to take whatever fights we want to. And it instantly melted away the Snorlax with the block, comes in with a massive Unite move and trying to lock them down as much as possible here, and dives right into the goal post. Relatively low, Buzzwole might be taken down, but he takes someone down with him. He's not gonna go down without a fight, and he goes down huge. Snorlax was able to respawn back, fly into the mix here with the Hydro Typhoon to try to control them a lot more longer here.
They're trying to push the
The
Eleki
battle
into
of
the goal zone.
attrition is not so great, and they succeed, Danny. They succeed to put the Regieleki, but
Pikachu just going absolutely ham, although will be the first Pokemon to go down. Blastoise going to be finishing off the Guardi all by himself. We do see the Surf from that Blastoise now trying to get away. Inteleon repositioning the Buzzwole, igniting and just finishing off the Eldegoss. So the support is now out of this battle. Buzzwole still here. Mimikyu coming into the fight as well. They don't have anywhere to go. No speed flux, no goal zone to speak of. Very tough. Yeah, Mimikyu, if you score 100 here, I think you'd be all right. But if it's do or die now. Joe is Love. They have to get into this, and they're even going to fully commit the Inteleon Unite as well. Oh my gosh, the 4-man. It doesn't look like it's enough. They just get pummeled.
This time about. We've seen BKZ played out Blastoise so many times in the past as well. So curious.
But it struggles from kiting, and you've got a Crustle that has Rock Tomb.
Yeah, so
That Rock Tomb is going to cause a lot of issues. And look at
it's
that
already-
combination.
It's already causing so much issues despite being in the early stages of the game itself and doing wonders here for Team Shin and Rode. And of course, as usual, we do see the
Oh
Hoopa.
my gosh, the X-Scissor.
Oh no! Oh, but Blastoise with the Surf, pushing him away, giving a little space for Buzzwole to do a little bit of scoring. Trying to goalpost over here, a little bit of smackdown here also from the Buzzwole. It's not being too shabby over here, but still not enough to actually take him down.
But with Buzzwole just constantly throwing Pokemon left, right, and center like this, you just give
my
massive openings for the team.
And out of Hoopa here with the
They're coming in.
They're coming in. Buzzwole getting pushed down here by the Blastoise. It's going to be Hydro Typhoon hitting up a tree. Connect. Is there going to be a from behind? Yes, there is. This time Shiggy's going to be super angry, chasing down. Managed to actually take down all the Buzzwole instead. And one more down. And this time it is going to be an Lapras. And yet another from Mosquitoes. This is going to be one angry Shin and Rode coming into this fight.
Oh, that Rock Tomb catching out the Dragonite and the...
Aim, but the Buzzwole, they know that he's going to be priority
the
pick up.
X-Scissor.
Beautiful! Buzzwole down again for the count. 11 seconds on the clock before he turns back, but I don't think he's going to be making it into the team fight. Crossil, he's trying to make an escape, but he's going to get traded off here on the side.
Epe, he's trying to get into that backline. He wants that Espeon. He manages to connect, throws him into the air. Solar Blade, is it going to be enough? Espeon goes down. 2 Pokemon are down for Shin and Rude. Regieleki does go in favor of Shin and Rude. And remember, this is just a tier 1. They don't care about that goal zone.
Exactly, and looking at the timer over here, Leafeon is being forced to the right side. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. This is the regionals, and my name is Flavor, together with my good buddy here, YOLO Lee.
Oh, Professor Flavor, of course, great to be back, and of course, great to see you all again to give you guys all the rundowns of great Pokemon battles. And of course, we're going straight to our 4th best of 3 today, which is going to be Joe is Love Unite versus Team MJK. Now, we did see a one round between Joe is Unite, for instance. Now they are going toe to toe with Team MJK, which is, by the way, a very prominent team in Japan itself. But very quickly and very swiftly as well, we're already right into the drafting.
Yeah, and of course a little bit of MJK now. Some of the players have been to Worlds and they actually played for the Worlds 2023. Now some of the players also played for teams like T2. And they are the Japan Winter #1 place winners. So this is going to be quite interesting. Now this is going to be a Taiwan versus Japan match between Joe is Love Unite versus MJK. Now, knowing it's best of 3 series, the first team that actually gets to win in the series becomes the winner of the series itself. The draft is underway. We do have the ban on the Umbreon together with the people over there. Now, Inteleon, Mimikyu, as well as Eldegoss are going to be the first 3 picks for Joe is Love Unite. The Blastoise, and we do have the Mosquito, the Buzzwole, Mew, as well as the Hoopas, the first 4 picks for Team MJK.
I can tell you this for sure, that we are definitely going to be expecting a lot from Team MJK because they are one of the few teams which will not actually opt to go for the double defenders.
Oh.
They just like to go for a lot of offensive capabilities. And speaking of no double defenders, Joe is Love decides to go with a very bold approach here. Everyone is gonna be dishing out the damage.
I think MJK still okay. I'm still okay with them because they do have the Blastoise here, someone on the front lines. But you really want to run like what Joe is Love Unite running through. They are running here. Wow, they have the Eldegoss. Who's really the frontliner here?
No, the thing is they're gonna weather the storm. They have a double support lineup with no defenders. They're just gonna weather this whole storm. And most of the I believe is most likely gonna be the Wigglytuff alongside with the Mimikyu that's gonna be absolutely standing in the front line for this. Like even if you notice as well, they also went with the Unite item as well. So when you bought the Unite, they get that additional shielding. So just from that alone, I believe both the Wigglytuff and even the Mimikyu is gonna be playing alongside each other at the front line. But it is still a cause of a concern because there is the Buzzwood.
Heals and shields pair with the Mimikyu. I'm assuming that's the only thing that comes to my mind here, but there's no one else can actually be in the front lines here for the side of Joe is Love Unite. I mean, am I missing something? There's no way you can play Chandelure on the front lines. You do that together with Inteleon on the back line. Meanwhile, there's so many entries when it comes to their opponents here for Team MJK. They do have the Buzzwole, they do have the Blastoise, depends when they play Surf or Rapid Spin.
Of course.
The team fight as well.
No, you're definitely not tripping. You're definitely not feeling weird about this. This is exactly what we're getting from Joe is Unite, because like Denelli said as well, each of these teams in all the group stages only have 3 chances to rack up as many points as possible. So Joe's Unite is definitely out of the books. It's definitely way out of their current comfort zone for sure. But it's definitely a very drastic change to answer the scenario here. So regardless, I'm more concerned about that top lane because it is absolutely relentless. Buzzwole with the Hoopa. Now you not only got that early damage spike with the Buzzwole, you do have that really swift mobility with the Hoopa as well. So this is we're gonna be seeing a lot of very offensive rotation, and I'm worried that Joe is Love may not be prepared to counter that at all.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna be the usual that we could be seeing over here. But from the counter that we do have the Squirtle together with the Rowlet at the top lane for the sign of MJK. We may have the Mimikyu here as well from the side. Now it's giving a little bit away for the we'll call that on the left side. I forgot the evolution, second evolution for the Lantern guy.
Oh, Lantern, yeah.
Yeah, literally.
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong. So yeah,
Lampent.
So it's close, okay? It's Lampent, my banner here. And of course, we do a triple score going off in the bottom line here for the side of MJK, making it a quick 45-0 here in the early first 1.5 minutes into the game, and there's nothing that his Eldegoss can do to stop MJK from scoring on their end. Meanwhile, War Turtle gets taken down here, a little bit overextended. The side does not have the mobility to actually make an escape of here. Now here comes the screening coming up from the Wigglytuff as well, but is he going to do much? Look at that insane solar beam into light screen.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt, especially coming in from the Mew himself. The crazy part about this as well, like although during this patch, Wigglytuff did get that nice buff for himself. Like Dazzling Gleam is a lot more of a better secure move as well, along with Sing, which is better. Thank God there's no Umbreon that's gonna be like counteracting in this case here. But unfortunately, a little bit too deep there. Took a little bit more than he could chew for sure. That trainer definitely outworked that Wigglytuff, and he's gonna go down for sure.
Yeah, so look at that. Mimikyu doing a little bit of work here on the Buzzwole, but not be able to actually do much over here. Look at that. Dropping off the wild Pokemon in the air with some action over here. Good punish, yeah. What's that? War Turtle down for the count here just for a while, being away currently at level 6, 1 level away from actually making his way into a Blastall. Meanwhile, at the top side here, Mimikyu just muscling up. Maybe not a great idea muscling up against this Buzzwole over. He's just waiting for the time, and Mimikyu's down for the count.
I think you're using the word wrong here. He's not muscling up to the muscular Buzzwole.
He was muscled by
he was muffled by
the other guy. Like that's why I say I don't think it's a great idea to muscle up against the muscle guy.
You know the crazy part about it is that
look at that 3-man surf.
I know, that's absolutely phenomenal. But you know the crazy part about it is that he was 2 levels below the Buzzwole when he actually engaged upon it. So I don't know whether it's in like overconfidence or just absolutely bold, but regardless, bottom Regirock has been completely one of the first objectives was secured by Team MJK, of course, nonetheless.
Oh no!
And Boss was just constantly smacking down alongside with the
Both
Revolution
at the
here.
same time.
He's currently on a 4 KO streak.
Dude, he's level 10 at the current moment, and highest level here. Man, coming from Joe is Love Unite is at level 9 right now. Wow, so basically snowballing here coming from side from MJK, but still, what's the plan here for Team Joe is Love Unite? I mean, I do see the love, but
Oh yeah, he's showing a lot of love.
lots of love.
Very physically.
Very physically over
He
here.
gives you really strong hugs.
Mimikyu thought it was a Giga Chan there and encounter, but meanwhile, the battle still continues over here. Oh, that is huge. Over here, Blastos managed to take down on Mimikyu once again, and there's going to be a Reggie Lucky attempt here at the top lane.
The thing is, the Team MJK has been really, although despite the early advantage that they can say somewhat set for themselves, they have been also really making sure they still have their timings out. They're not really like being relaxed about it. They're still following their own policy. They even try to engage as early as possible to ensure that they're able to secure this Reggie Lucky. And now knowing for the fact that the boss was like level 10, not pretty easy for him to fall, but he does fall eventually. Groot punish as well, but Unite Moves are somewhat committed as well, and they're trying to get a couple of more. Blastoise a little bit down low. He does substage. You want to try to get rid of the Wigglytuff, and he will get it. Although the response is coming in, the team better be prepared, but the Reggie Lucky has been fully secured, and now they're trying to dunk as many points as possible, and they will succeed. A 257 points lead, and such a phenomenal start.
With 0 from the end coming from Joe is Love Unite, and I believe this is the first time we get to witness such a lead here from all the series we've witnessed so far. I just want to highlight that Blastoise screening out the Wigglytuff away from the goalpost, stopping the Wigglytuff from actually getting any shields from the goalpost on their own and over there. And of course, a little bit of push there with Wigglytuff away.
You know, maybe they're pacifists, you know? Like, I mean, just like the lane, you know, Joe is love, you know? Everything to do is for love, you know?
So no violence.
No violence here.
No violence here.
No
it's all
takedowns or KOs here.
Yeah, I'm guessing so. But meanwhile, we do see the Reggie gets taken down here on the side of MJK once again for the end, and another solar beam and light screen. And now I do have a question about this. I did wonder before. Now, if I were to use a Venusaur solar beam on a light screen by a Mew, does it amplify the damage?
Nah,
no, it doesn't. Okay.
Nah, it's uniquely for the
uniquely
Mew.
for his own.
If
solar
everyone could do that, let me tell you something. The amount of ranged units hiding behind that Mew is absolutely insane.
I'll be a Venusaur, just be behind me. Okay, you ready with the light screen? Yeah, let's do this. And the solar beam is actually a much bigger solar beam compared to what Mew can actually do. Yeah. Oh,
the amount of pokes is ridiculous. And the worst part about it, they're not even in range to try to counteract it. They're just getting slowly chipped down to size. Yeah.
Oh man, this is gonna be insane coming on from the side of MJK. They're not letting up at all, and they're bringing in the heat non-stop to the opponents here.
There's an opportunity for Shaw though. Now he knows that he got a lot of intel that they're currently on the top side trying to get the Reggie Lucky. This is going to be the official time when they can get some points in, and he will succeed. The Wigglytuff did it. 40 points in here, 200 more points to go.
Wow. Yeah, so but I think, is it going to be enough though? It's still a 217-point gap over here, and look at the knock-knock coming up from the Decidueye from behind. Nobody actually going on the backline strike to handle him over here, screening out the Italian as well. Though low in HP, they were able to actually take down on the Blastoise.
Completely knocking at the doors of Joey's United. Absolute control, absolute dominance. 40 seconds left, of course, before the Rayquaza here. But before that, there's still going to be another Reggie going to be spawning to the bottom lane here. And we can slowly see that Joey's United is slowly trying to prep for that situation here. While the rest of the team, of course, is getting their respective farm.
Yeah, of course, getting a little bit of space for both ends over here in terms of map control. It is definitely signing towards MJK. They've really cleared out the top and the bottom goalpost. The first tier goalpost coming up from Team Joe is Love Unite, and definitely looking for more, especially when we are only 10 seconds away from Rayquaza appearing here at the stadium. And we'll see what will transpire in this one. Of course, the responsibility is leading more towards Joe is Love Unite, as MJK is leading, which does not require them to actually get the Rayquaza at all. And all they have to do is screen out the team members from Joe is Love Unite from doing any form of scoring or even taking down the Rayquaza.
Just look at the position of the Hoopa, right? Like before he actually overextend all the way to the purple team side, he was actually floating around the top lane, ensuring that there's no any additional dunk by Joy's Love. Everyone has already been preset and predetermined where they want to be to ensure they get that ultimate success. But now, since the whole team was able to converge to them pretty deep into their own personal jungle, the Hooper decided like, hey, you know, I also want to join into the fun.
Oh.
Now comes in Hooper Unbound. Big ultimate coming in at the same time to try to look for a couple of more Unite move. Even the Hydro Cannon was also committed as well, just to try to zone them out. Now everyone is in complete disarray, completely isolated from the rest of the squad. And all that's left is our poor little Sobble here, or Inteleon, who couldn't last any longer than that.
Oh no, they even look at that, especially with the Zords just using out the portal, bring back everyone in good health as well. They're not even close to the Rayquaza pit over here in this particular match. 55 seconds on the clock, and they are 400, my apologies. They are 377 points away from the other team. They need to actually find somebody. Now they don't have, the only winning condition is taking down the Rayquaza.
Which is something that we did not expect, but you know, hey, you know, they're at least trying something. But remember, it's still not over yet. We're still a best of 3 series. It's still the second game, of course.
Yeah.
But from the looks of things, Team MJK, it feels like they are currently on the dominant side of things. I have to be honest here.
Yeah.
It's really the truth here.
Yeah, of course. And we look at Team Joe is Love Unite. Now, most of the damage is being dealt by the Inteleon, by Girl God. 72k damage. But if you compare to what the Team MJK has to offer, it is insane. And look at his citywide 91k damage. Even the Mew has 77k damage alone. So I would assume that most of the damage coming on from the Solar Beam.
Actually, I'm not surprised Mew actually pushing out that kind of numbers for being damage dealt as well, because of the fact that he has this range capability. Don't forget about nuking as well. Besides the Solar Beam, there's also the Electro Ball.
Yeah, Electro Ball, yeah.
Oh, that's so much coming out for him. But I think the real highlight is still going to be the Buzzwell. I feel like a lot of these games that we're going to be casted today is, especially if there's an all-rounder being involved, I think we should really keep an eye on those all-rounders a lot more, because like attackers, sure, don't get me wrong, attackers range, of course, high damage dealing range Pokemons, but it does take some time for them to really build up towards that stage.
I do agree.
For some Pokemon, of course. Not Mew in general. Like I'm talking about like other Pokemon like Inteleon, Espeon. They still have several evolution stages that they need to farm out several levels to get there. But Buzzwell in particular, or like Dragonite for example, still dish out such big damage.
Now I believe
maybe
most,
Q too.
Yeah, I do have to agree with that, because most of the spotlight that we have on today is mainly on the defenders, the all-rounders, even some of the supports as well do get a little bit of limelight on this, except for the match for Shane and Rodi, where they have Shingli over there playing the leaf. That's all. He's the only guy who actually gets a little bit spotlight for being an attacker. But beyond all that, as you mentioned, most of the spotlight we're going to be seeing for the day and in the next coming days as well is mainly on the defenders. We do see him on the all-rounders, and of course a little bit on the supports as well, which they so deserve, which is something that I do enjoy, because most of the time we do see attackers getting all this attention.
Which is what I'm saying, right? Like there's only 2 teams today that actually utilize speedsters in their lineup, which is both the Leafeon and the Talonflame, which is by Joe is Love Unite here. But of course, a quick replay to see exactly what happened. Oh, this is the one where I'm saying like, when the man, like you said, the guy tried to muscle the Buzzwole, the muscular bug.
Exactly, and I was like, I don't think it's a great idea for him to muscle the Buzzwole.
I didn't even like the term you use, muscle. It's completely opposite of what happened.
he was giving off a Giga Chat energy over there. He thought as a Mimikyu he could actually outmuscle the Mosquito here in this game, but I guess it's not really a great time for her. They did manage to clear out the Buzzwole from this encounter. They even used up all, which is great as well. I think a little bit overextension. I think over here they did manage to get it. Now look at this Blastoise squeezing out, using off the Surf and pushing out the Wigglytuff from getting that shield from their own goal post. Yeah.
The goal as usual is just to try to get that Regieleki as much as possible here. And now, and currently at this stage of the game as well, when like you have a Buzzwole who's like level 12 alongside with most of your team as well, they just diving into a team with no defenders is pretty much something which they don't really have to worry about. Like they know for a fact that there's not going to be much resistance here, especially once you get on top of them. Wigglytuff really tried to do his best to try to single them out as much as possible with the Dazzling Gleam and the Sing as well. But there's only so much you could do with the Wigglytuff, especially since you don't really have a lot of CC from yourself.
Yeah, and I have to say, I'm a little bit concerned about this match because Joey's Love Unite, they need to make drastic changes in the upcoming match game number 2, and they don't have a choice. They need to make a win for this game number 2 to force a game number 3 upon their opponent, which is Team MJK over here. Now, looking at the draft itself, that's where do I begin?
I mean, it was fresh. It was very different from the
fresh,
norm. You know?
agree.
Like, I mean, it may not be good in some ways. Maybe it's definitely not something someone or Denali, or maybe I believe Denali would not be very comfortable with that kind of lineup for sure. But
it was fresh, yeah. It was fresh.
It was different. It was different. Like I'll give them that. It was good content. It was a good laugh. Oh, I saw it. I had a good. Really good laugh
we're not trying to be disrespectful in any way to other teams and all this, but we also want to make sure that since you're also representing your own countries or your own region itself, right? Here we do want to make sure that you're able to actually give your level best here in the competition, and it will mean a lot if you're able to actually make it a win here in the regionals as well, to bring pride to not just yourself but also to your country as well. So we do foresee that. I do hope that Team Joey's Love Unite, I think they have a lot to offer, and hopefully they're able to surprise us in a more positive note in the max remaining games.
I mean, they definitely surprised us for that drafting for sure.
Okay,
like now the second drafting on the other hand, I think maybe now they'll be a little bit more woken here. At least now they figure out like, okay, going with no defender might be a little bit tough, especially depending solely on the Wigglytuff here.
Yes.
With the unite item as well for the bonus shielding. I think maybe right now we'll slowly see them revert back to the normal drafting style. At least having one defender will someone at least give them a little bit more weight, a little bit more options here, a little bit more security and safety when they're trying to engage most of these teams here. However, Team MJK though, I feel there is an opportunity because we are talking about not only the champions for the winter tournament, which is by the way handling for the Japan region, but also they came in 4th in the Pokemon Unite World Champion back in 2023.
Yes.
So I think this is an opportunity for them to try something drastic. I
say that's the best performing on the world stage when it comes to players. I mean, like if you look.
You mean for that round?
Yeah, no. I mean like for the team MJK as a whole, since they got 4th, right, compared to the other teams which play 7 and 8, and some of them are 5th and 6th. They are 4th place. I don't think anyone has a much better achievement in the world stage compared to.
Correct. And they were able to They weren't able to, unfortunately, not able to, but they were able to go toe-to-toe with OVO Absinium, which was also the team that knocked down Argil, which was S4L's previous team as well in the World Champions. So that was something to also take note about as well. So I think it was pretty great. They do have the level. They do have, I guess you could say, the experience and of course the confidence to be part of the top 5 World Championship.
Yes.
And I believe they're also going to be one of the few hardest teams to contend with in this group stage.
Yeah, and that actually speaks volumes on a lot of things on various levels, I would say. Now, of course, we do see, although this is only the regionals, you're about to witness some high-tier level plays here. This is not just regionals. Some of them are world-class players being featured here in the competition. We have been surprised in various ways, despite only on our 4th best-of-3 series for the day here, and we are ready to be surprised even more in the next upcoming matches. And of course, this is going to be game number 2 in this best-of-3 series in between Team MJK versus with Team Joe is Love Unite, which is the Group B round-robin stage.
Please do not ban the Zoroark, please. You banned the Zoroark. I mean, of course, we haven't get to see a Zoroark.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Zoroark, even if it was not being bad. I mean, people were not exactly picking the Zoroark.
No, the thing is, I don't blame them, right? Because like in the East Asia games, right, most of the team would like to play a lot more safe. You know, when you have a speedster in your lineup, you're somewhat restricted to the kind of play style to sort of set for your team. You're already directly a tempo setter.
Yeah.
You're trying to sort of set up the game to allow either your attacker or your all-rounder to really prep for themselves towards that mid to late game, depending on what's the Pokemon being selected for that composition and that lineup here. But of course, now speaking of speedsters, we got another one.
Yeah,
It's gonna be the Leafeon here for the first slot. That's gonna be our third team. Actually, no, same team that actually picked out the first speedster for today, which was Talonflame. Now MIS Girl got coming in with the Leafeon.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a first pick, Leafeon over here. Am I okay with it really being in the
I know
first?
Danny was very happy
picks?
about it.
Yeah, but okay, but this time they're bringing in something different. So they are bringing a much sturdier draft. They do have the Snorlax, which we've not been seeing much here during the day itself, and they're running together with the Eldegoss. So you do see a little bit this durability. We have sustainability in terms of healing, and they have the Buzzwole and the Leafeon. So good balance between attack damage. Oh, finally! They can actually get to play it. Because we have the Mamoswine as well, which is something different as well.
I feel that Joe is United is just completely trying to help out Danny because he's been talking about like, I want to see a Meowscarada. I want to see.
Yeah, this is the time they got to see a Meowscarada being played here.
Yeah, but of course, by the way, nice. Thank you for the flag, Denali. Leafeon is also one of the few. Is literally one of Girls Got best and also go-to Pokemon as well. One of the most unique ones for her.
Yeah, so we're gonna be seeing Team Joe is Love Unite bringing their A game here in game number 2. MJK decided to play a slightly different draft. This time about they have their hands on the Inteleon. They are still gonna be playing that Mew in this second game as well. And Mamoswine together with the Blastoise on the front lines here, paired up with the support. What is this? This one with the support Hoopa.
Actually, if just for a fun fact as well, Winstar actually has been playing a lot of Meowscarada in these ranked matches actually recently, and multiple times on multiple occasions as well. Although tournament, I believe this is going to be his first time bringing it into utilizing it here. But it's been, I'm going to be admitting, it's been a while since we've seen a double speedster lineup inside this kind of competition as well. Like usually you only have one, and the rest is just trying to balance out to whatever the team is somewhat required for the rest of the coming games here. But double speedster here, and we're not talking about like a single evolution. Meowscarada has 2 evolution stages, so it is going to take quite a bit to actually get that level 9, to get that full form out here. And I believe it's also going to be a central area Meowscarada as well. So at any time, if anyone were to invade him, just even to slow him down, just to pepper him slightly, that is definitely going to slow him down ridiculously.
Alright, of course on bottom lane here we do see some cuties with one big Snorlax in LA. Look at that cute swine up here, trying to poke on the Snorlax. In real life that would not happen. The outcome will be very, very dangerous.
I mean, it depends, right? He's slow.
It depends. What do you mean it depends? Look at Swine. Oh, trying to make his game up here. It's up against the Leafeon. Still be able to actually hold on to all that defender here.
Oh, that Solar Blade. Great at securing a lot of these wild Pokemon. It's going to be helping him to get that leveling up as much as possible here.
This time you see Windsor trying to make a little bit of rotation, make something happen for the side of Joe's Lord Midnight, but Mew is also in position as well. Both of them are hiding, making a 3v3 situation. He was going to be marching forward, is going to be the 5-foot
That is insane!
MJK gets both of them, and Snorlax just having a sleep in the middle between. Oh, was able to jack, but not being able to actually meet from that damage coming in. And Leafeon gets a last hit in on the Swiner.
Although, yeah, it's still ended for the 1-for-1, but I can guarantee you this for sure. They did not expect Swiner to actually be engaging first to initiate that confrontation. Topside, on the other hand, the Water Gun, of course, has been pretty great at poking things out here, but the Buzzwole, it is finally level. He's currently level 5 here. Absolutely astonishing. Was able to follow up with the Meowscarada to secure that 1 KO here. Water, of course, trying to poke him back with the Water Gun here to try to slow things back here. But here comes the rotation coming from the Mew. Beautiful timing as well to get this 1v3 to try to capitalize the situation, to try to garner some more control.
Oriana, of course, dashing forward and making an escape is going to be the Pylo Swine over here, providing a little bit of screening for his teammates. Meanwhile, looking at the middle here, we does see a secure on this Wild Pokemon family on the side of Joe is Love Unite. We're seeing a different team altogether. What happened to them during that break time, Leonard? They look like a different team altogether in this game number 2, and they're making things happen. And even the point gap is not that big of a difference between these two. Now we're at 34 side of MJK, and 29 for Joe is Love Unite.
They're trying to secure a lot of the central area here. Bottom lane so far a little bit more passive than usual, but the top side on the other hand, trying to find an opportunity to try to melt down this boss will not allow him to get any more advantage ahead in terms of leveling. Great timing with the rotation, try to go for a couple of more punishing, and they will succeed for it. Although yes, it will cost one of their allies here, but they're totally fine with the actual outcome of the result here. Nice timing with the Hoopa here. He does have the bottom to go back and forth with.
Yeah, they managed to actually get through from that trade-off, so 1 for 2 is definitely going to be worth it. They managed to screen out the Buzzwolf from actually making it into getting shields from his own men, but they also lost the Pylo Swine together with the Mew, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, my apologies, it's actually the War Total on the top side. Meanwhile, coming close is going to be a Blastoise at level 7 at the current moment, and this next trade-off is definitely going to be here at the Reggie Rock area. At the bottom side, we see the Solar Blade being expanded here, managed to hit the Reggie, did not manage to hit anyone on the side. Ooh! Huge Solar Beam from the side of MJK, but response comes with a Solar Blade from the Leafeon, and Leafeon gets taken down over here, making it a 5v2 situation here, siding towards the side of MJK, and they're going to be the ones securing the Regirock, giving them advantage in terms of buff for special and normal defense.
That was really great, and that was actually the breaking point towards this stalemate between both sides as well. Like, although we did see a couple of confrontation, we see a little bit more life in Joe is Love here. But that fight for the Regirock really did break the chains here. And now we can see a little bit more aggression coming in from Team MJK as they finally found that opening, a chink in the armor among the members of Joe is Love. Still, of course, outputting the amount of damage here, and we can see Leafeon only can do so much with the Solar Blade and has no choice to back off.
Yeah, it's literally a battle of solar going on here between the Mew as well as the Leafeon. Of course, only one of them can be crowned the winner for this side itself. Meanwhile, we look at Mascara here at the top, going up against the Blastoise and the Swablu family encounter. Going to be receiving a little help from the Mascara is going to be the Buzzwole over here. We do see rotation coming in. Oh, the Ice Fang as well as the jump here from the high house power from the Mamoswine. But it's a 1v2 situation. Doesn't have enough damage to actually take down anyone at the current moment, and trying to find victims from this encounter. So being utilized here down to half HP is going to be Elgar, so he's going to be making an escape. Meanwhile, giving a little bit of opportunity for the Blastoise to do a little bit scoring on the top side as they said, oh, a little bit of miscomm over here because the Blastoise shoved off the team members from Team Joe is Love Unite while the Mew was actually charging off the Solar Beam, but it's okay. They still managed to secure the goalpost at the top lane.
We're trying to find ways to bring this back here. A quick snipe towards the bottom lane didn't really work out too well because of the well positioning of the Hoopa. So just trying to be a nuisance here, trying to get the necessary intel as well. If anyone wants to try to go for the dunk, for the goalpost, he's of course going to be there to stop them in their tracks. But now they will Team Educate, able to secure the Regieleki. Now with the Mamoswine itself, with the full evolution, trying to zone them out as much as possible. Even the boss was able to barely get out of the situation with only a quarter HP to try to sustain, but he's still in the fight. Hydro Typhoon trying to keep them all in terms of place, but the Hoopa completely isolated the boss, was able to pull it out to safety here. Thankfully for that, unfortunately for the Leafeon, was not able to get rid of the support, but that's fine. While the rest of the team was being forced back to defend, one lone member was left out and will fall prey to the members of Joe is Love.
There were a lot of being done here by the Mamoswine. He was doing wonders over there. He even used up the Mamoswine, the Unite move as well, in between multiple heroes, and he's quite durable as well. So there's quite a few problems here for Joe is Love Unite to handle on the side of MJK. They need to handle the Mamoswine together with the Blastoise. Now both of them are very durable, and on top of all that as well, you do have a little bit of assistance from, you know, range Pokemons here from the Italian.
What?
Look at that.
So
almost,
close.
Almost. And MJK going to be getting the Regirock here from the bottom lane. Meanwhile, in top lane, Mamoswine, no problem. In between two heroes here, a little bit of assistance from the Mew. And of course, here comes the whole village. It's going to be the Blastoise surfing through, not making any position yet. Is the damage going to be enough? A little bit more. Oh, the Solar Beam making it a 3 KO streak in the hands of the Mew from MJK.
Lucapo has been lining up those Solar Beams absolutely phenomenally. And not only that, the Italian also was able to set it up. I believe that will be the fourth KO.
Yeah, in a row?
Yeah, will be four KOs in an absolute row with the Solar Beam snipe as well.
Yeah, and
Absolutely phenomenal.
that was actually together with the Thunderbolt ending to it as well. So the more damage you actually, so lesser HP, the more damage that ability actually hits you. And of course, as usual, look at this now one of the most naughtiest Pokemon to exist in Pokemon United with your Hooper. Now remember, you're low on HP from all that hustle and tussle. You get to go back home, refresh yourself into full HP, and coming back into the fray. Meanwhile, scores are not that far off, and we're definitely looking forward to this next encounter, which is going to be at the Rayquaza pit, as we're just 3 seconds away from the 2-minute mark as Rayquaza appears here in the middle. Now, will there be an opportunity for Joe's Love Unite to actually make a comeback from this by scoring points on the opponents when they least expected, or...
Oh, spotted.
Spotted out. Oh, they saw the Leafeon here on the inside. Probably it was just a blind Solar Beam coming in, but it did manage to actually hit on the Leafeon. Now here comes the screening over here. What can be done? And here comes the jump from the Meowscarra on the Mew, but he's able to actually juke it out. Managed to make an escape, able to clear the Swablu family, but the main attraction, the main objective here is most definitely to score in the next 1 minute and 25 more seconds.
Yeah, Luca was just a little bit too good at reading this scenario, but a really great initiation and pickup as well to try to remove the Mew as quickly as possible. 17 seconds, he's currently out for the count, but the Hydro Typhoon was able to catch on 3 people, trying to catch a couple of more, was able to group them all into 4, into a beautiful 5-man setup here, and they were trying to look for a couple of more, but a beautiful defensive pole allows them to reset, come back into the fight, fully fresh for another round. Round 2, ladies and gentlemen, and they will win out that tag fight.
Oh, look at that with the Unbound utilized by the Hooper as well. And even this Leafeon, he wanted to do something about it, but then he's low on HP. Now it will require him to utilize a bit out of time to actually go back home, do a little bit of regeneration, but he does have the points here. Now what's going to be the idea? Even, no!
Oh, God.
The Thunderbolt from the Mew secures the takedown on the Snorlax as well. Now, of course, Eldegoss making an escape here, getting screened out by the Mammoth. Here comes Meowscarra together with the Buzzwole. Try to make wonders here in the next remaining 26 seconds in the game. What can they do? They need to score. They have, now Team MGK does have the Blastoise on the top lane to prevent any naughty Pokemon from the side of Joe's Love Unite going for the scoring. Meanwhile, looking at all the battles over here, Leafeon, they did manage to get on the Inteleon, but is that going to be enough? They do lose the Inteleon. They do lose the Buzzwole as well. They're down to 3 Pokemons and they are down on time. And I think that is going to be the end of it. Team MJK will be the winner for this game, number 2 in this best of 3 series, and winning the series with a score of 2-0 against Team Joe's Love Unite.
Despite the scoreline, how close it is, the gameplay just doesn't feel that way. But definitely, I can guarantee you this for sure. This is by far one of Joe's Love Unite's team's best performance by far. I really think, although yes, MJK still had the initiative during the middle section of the game, but it still felt it feels like there was still a lot more fight left in Joey's Love until the fight towards the Regirock area. I feel that area really just broke the balance between both sides, allowing MJK to really start steamrolling and getting their somewhat of an advantage around the rest of the team members here. Yeah. Although, and let me tell you something for sure. I feel Lugapop was just a bit tad too good at this game, man. Seriously, like, not only is his like precision with that Solar Beam, but he always ensured that Solar Beam will always maximize the damage. When I mean by maximizing, I meant by he always tries to ensure it hits 2 or 3 people at once, right? He always lines it up absolutely perfectly. He's not simply throwing it out just to get the damage out. He's just like perfectly lining things up.
Which is not an easy thing,
especially
when a Solar Beam actually has a slight delay before it being shoot out as well. And in most occasions, you also want to line it up together with your light screen as well. So your pairing, it must be light screen together, your Solar Beam as well. And not just that, in between that also, he ensures that there's a good mix between that together with the Thunderball as well, because once that's in cooldown, you want to utilize the Thunderball. And a few takedowns he was able to secure because of that as well. And which is something quite rare, I would say, when it comes to Mew, because in most of the time, you're not really the priority core that actually dishes out most of the damage. But we'll get to see more here from the from the highlights from the match itself. And of course, during those early stages of the game here, in both games, we do see him actually utilizing the Mew in the game itself. Now, at early stages here, of course, we just see Secure Lasset hitting off on that Snorlax as well, punishing constantly on the side of Team Joe's Love Unite.
Actually, right, the thing is, I would like to follow up with what you mentioned as well, right? Like the fact that Mew doesn't necessarily get this much amount of damage or this opportunity, right? I think this is the part where you just have to give credit to the rest of the members, right? Because of the fact that they're able to give so much presence to set things up, to keep the priority on themselves as the defender
Yes.
or the supporter or the all-rounder. I think they really did a phenomenal job. That gave us so much opening, a lot more comfortability for
Ooh, close one. And even look at that. So
God.
it was just at the edge of, I mean, the solar beam range
Max
is
range.
that's already max range, I would say as well. But man, I also want to give a little bit credit to this Mammoth one as well. He did wonders in the game here. Look at that, the Mammoth mash utilized in multiple units, and coordination together with the hoop as well from the portals, now making it multiple rounds from your side. You get to reset in terms of HP, coming back into the fray fresh and healthy, which is just insane.
And it also just breaks that combo that like Buzzwell and the rest was just trying to follow up with as well when they were trying to doing mid fights too. So it does really it really threw quite the wrench into the plans here for Joey's Love Unite for trying to pick up a second win to bring back the game here. But then again, still well done from Team MJK, really showcasing or showboating in this case why they are in the top 4 in the World Championship in
Yes.
2023, and they are still planning to take this championship spot for the Group A stage.
Yeah, and of course they are definitely showcasing the best on what Japan has to offer, as they are the #1 winners at the Japan Winter Championship. Congratulations once again for making it a 2-0 victory. So with that being said, they earned themselves 3 points here in the group stage for themselves, which puts them in a very comfortable spot in Group B.
Now it's very concerning for Joey's Love because like now they're down. They pretty much because like every team in this round robin group stages, each team only has, I guess you could say, 3 series to take that for the trainers to challenge on, right?
Yes, correct.
Joey's Unite has already completed 2 games, and both series they actually lost it out 2-0 here.
Yep, correct.
One team remains here. I guess you could say the saving grace would be the fact that if they can win the 3rd series as a 3-pointer, there might be a chance, an opportunity, hopefully, because we still have a lot of contenders.
Yes,
still
I
going
agree.
head to head, very strong teams as well. But that, of course, does come down to whether Joey's Unite is willing to take up that challenge.
Yes, that's true. And of course, by winning the series itself, you get 3 points. That'll be the maximum of points that Joey's Love Unite is able to actually attend at this point in the competition, as they only have 1 game remaining, just as what Leonard mentioned as well. So we do wish them all the best, but I believe that is going to be the last match for them for the day. We're saving up.
I believe so,
Yeah,
yes.
and we're saving up for that final match to actually happen in the following weekend, which will be day number 2 here for East Asia for them. And we're also looking forward to the other matches in Group B, which will be happening very, very soon later on as well. As we've already completed 4 series, 2 more to go.
Honestly, I'm very excited to be broadcasting the 2nd series because it is actually between both Shin and Rode versus Unite Holic. Now that's a series that the 2 teams I'm really excited to see how far they fare at the current stage here.
And the thing is, Unite Holy is basically, was it Holy Unite Holy?
Unite Holic.
Oh, you're Holic.
Holy Unite!
Okay, Unite Holic is the only team who has in Group A who has not played a single series
Correct.
yet. Now they have plenty of opportunities to actually observe how the other teams within Group A go up against one another. So I'm very sure they've done their homework. They've been up all day witnessing all these matches, and they are definitely ready and raring to go and jump into the draft itself, see how they fare against some of the best that East Asia has to offer.
I mean,
Group A.
the same applies for Shin and Rowdy as well because like they just, I mean, yes, they managed to get 1 point, but they still lost it out to Team Mosquitoes as well. So basically, they lost a chance to try to obtain as much points as possible in their 1st series. They're going to their second series, which is going to be against Unite Holic. And
Yeah.
if that doesn't work out as what they hope for, then it's going to be a really tough time. But of course, I just got the word from our beautiful production. We are ready and prepped to check out that clip, right?
Yes, we are ready. And of course, we do want to highlight some important moments that actually happened in the game, which made it a very great victory for Team MJK. Of course, one of the highlights we have for the game is most definitely on display by Mew in this game. And of course, we're going to be getting my good sir here, YOLO Lee, to actually point out some great moments within the game that we should be paying attention to. And we'll see from this encounter, I believe this is the one that's happening at the top lane over here. Now, this is going to be quite exciting. Look at them, you dishing out that damage in a straight line. Light screen once again, a little bit protection for himself, and also able to actually do wonders here for the team. Look at this once again. Didn't really get the last hit in, but I think this is one of the few great moments that she actually had. There were also one time we actually get a 3 knockout streak as well on the opponents, and followed by another which didn't make it in time to be counted as a 4 KO streak, but still counted as 1 in our minds.
The thing is, now we're currently looking at the Reggie Round, because like I said, this was the one that really broke the tie between both sides, right? Between both Team MJK and Joey's Love Unite. You see, they saw an opportunity because they saw Lucapo, the Mew, a little bit extended, a little bit too far forward, and then you see the Leafeon. My girl is Love, right? She saw an opportunity to jump, to take the chance to jump on top of Lucapo. As you can see, he's currently positioned right above that beautiful solar blade. Production, please replay, resume. He jumps right back into the fight here, not taking into account that he possibly might have the eject button, and instantly completely isolated from the rest of the squad. And that really punished him a lot for that overextension. And the worst part about it, a quick pause here. So, thank you so much, production. So, instantly, because of that over-aggression, now the team was left, because now all the team's mindset was in complete disarray, because everyone was confused. They're wondering, why do you dive so deep? And probably the consoles are pretty that clean. Now everyone was just pretty much diving in one by one, having separate targets here, and no unite move, and no eject button or any way to get themselves out of this spot here. Hence, you see the Snorlax alone.
Yeah, you see disadvantage in numbers as well. It's a 2v1 situation for the Snorlax.
In every section!
Yeah, even I feel bad for this Buzzwole. He's in between a Surf from Blastoise as well as an incoming Solar Beam from the Mew as well from the top side. I mean, how much more brutal and aggressive can you be? Exactly, and the worst part about it, just in case, the Piloswine is not even joining the fight. He's prepping that Regirock, but at the same time, he's also serving as a gatekeeper, just in case any of them were to get out. He'll be there to secure the KO. I'm here.
Resume, please. Resume, and instantly, of course, the rest is history. Yeah. About 4 KOs, and they were able to secure the Regirock.
Wow. That was insane coming in. Of course, we're not done. Look at that lineup. Hitting up on both. The Buzzwole together with the Snorlax as well. And they're not done yet. Most definitely, after utilizing that, what's coming up next is definitely going to be what is going to be a Thunderbolt.
This is what I'm saying, right? Like, the fact that, just to prove your point, right, Flavor, on how the Mew was getting so much damage in this game is because of the fact that his team members are setting things up for him so well, forcing them into ideal spots, right into the range of Lucapo. And I'll be honest, Lucapo, I think he's a little bit too good at this game as well, because his game sense, his positioning, just understanding the lengths and the pros and the cons of his Pokemon. I think he's such a phenomenal player. Resume, please. So instantly always ensuring every Solar Beam is either having a collateral or at least still on point. I believe this is going to be the 3rd KO for himself, max rate, yes, and that will be the 3rd KO. And then continuing forward down, sadly, it was a little bit too far. The time was a little bit too extended, but that would have been 4 KOs in a row. Yeah. Thank you so much, production, for helping us out for that explanation. But still, what a great game nonetheless.
Nonetheless, most definitely, and truly enjoyable game to actually witness as well. Now, as mentioned previously as well, I just want to continue on to say that I think what Joey's Love Unite has to offer is not just restricted to what we have witnessed, and I believe that they still have one more series to go, which will happening next week for East Asia, for Group B, and we do hope to see more things coming on from them. But do not fret. Now, all the teams here from Group A as well as Group B will still move forward to the main bracket themselves. But of course, their placements in the main bracket depends on their rankings, as they will be seeded into the main bracket. The higher your seeding is, the closer you are to the main to the main stage. My apologies, for the 2 is the final segment itself. Whereas if you're seeded much lower, it will require you to fight more matches to crawl away to the finals.
Definitely, for sure. But anyway, let's quickly bring up the latest brackets here to see what, especially since we had finally concluded our 4th best of 3. Let's see what things has been updating here. So in other words, now we had to see that Fnatic Team MJK, their first debut here, the champions of their respective region, and also at the same time 4th place in the World Championship here. able to secure that 3-point, a beautiful start for themselves. Now we're slowly preparing for our 5th best of 3, which is, by the way, the game which I was very excited to broadcast. And nonetheless, I have a very beautiful person next to me to broadcast this with me as well. It is Shin and Rowdy versus Unite Holic. It's basically Taiwan versus Japan here. Really, really excited. Can't wait. But most importantly here, I'm really very curious of what's her opinion about this match, right? Because we're talking about a team that just didn't really succeed against Team Mosquito. Now they're coming in with full of fury to try to catch up with the lacking of points. But first things first, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly welcome back the stunning Professor Denali.
Yay! I'm really excited for this game. I have no idea. I was like sitting on the side. I was like, let's go. I'm so ready to go. Oh my gosh. No, this is a really, really exciting matchup. So again, yes, we're gonna be seeing Shin and Rude again. I think a lot of people are really excited to see our champions from last season come back onto the stage. They lost their first set. I think a lot of people were surprised about that. I was. Mosquitoes, great team. That's fine. They deserve the win. Shin and Rude though, I think a lot of people had expectations, so we'll see if they can make it happen in this matchup. But I don't think this is going to be an easy one either, because we have on the other side, Leonard, Unite Holic.
Yes.
And if you take a look at the side of Unite Holic, you might see some familiar names here. So I'm going to start with Unite Holic, because we know who Shin and Rude are. We've got Wafu, Bechin, DIR or Der, Mame, and Yupono. And I think the most important player on the side of Unite Holic is Mame. If you follow the Japanese scene, Mame, probably one of the biggest creators, one of the most well-known vocal people in Japan. I love him. He's got such an attitude as well. So, like, yeah, love Mame. I love seeing whatever team he's on. But let me introduce him to everybody first. So, Unite Holic. There are 2 players on this team that have played at the World Championships last year. So, of course, we had Mame, who was on the side of Oyasumi Makuro, and then we had DIR, who was from Secret Ship. So, these are the 2 players that have proven themselves at the world stage. Wafu, Bechin, and Yupono, though. I tried to find information on these 3 online. I tried to find information on past tournaments, past teams. I could not find anything, but then again, maybe lost in translation because their names are in Japanese. So it was quite difficult to find anything on them. But Mame, DIR, we do have a little bit of information on these 2.
I mean, definitely for sure, if we're talking about like competitive experiences, definitely DIR or Deer, and Mame is definitely up there for sure. And we're talking about, and speaking of experience, I think among all the players that we have, or among all the teams that we have also, especially for East Asia and Southeast Asia, I believe Mame has by far have the most experience. He's been in multiple teams, been to World Championships as well.
Very successful player. I mean, he's qualified, and I'm not sure if he's won a lot of Japanese tournaments, but you always see him like at finals, qualifying for finals, qualifying for things. Like if Mame's not there, then like who's actually competing?
Exactly.
So yeah, Mame, I think if anything, if I was to play Unite competitively, I'd love to be under someone like him with so much experience and so much knowledge to share.
I mean, like you said, he has a lot of attitude too, so like...
Not that kind of attitude, but he's like a good kind of attitude. Like he's an advocate for the players, because when something's like wrong...
Like a role model, like a
yeah, it's a great role model.
Alright, great.
Yeah.
Which I think then I wouldn't have to worry too much about his remaining teammates, Wafu, Bechin, and Yupono, because like, although yes, if you were to look for them competitive experience-wise, you may not be able to find them. However, individually, all 3 of them are very experienced in their respective fields here. Even though they may not be playing, I believe Awafu in particular may not be playing his main role, but the rest are still integrated into this current team, which is Unite Holic.
Hang on, I want to listen to Professor Leonard here. So give us the lowdown on Wafu, Bechin, and Yupono. So what are these guys good at, and how much experience do they have on these Pokemon? How many thousands of games do we have on some of these Pokemon?
We're talking about like 1,000 to 2,000 plus respectively, regarding all of their top 4 Pokemon as well.
Alright, let's go.
But respectively, I'm really happy to see actually Bechin coming into the lineup here, because previously he does play a lot of all-rounders before he was integrated into this team. He is going to be the sole defender here.
Oh, he's the defender.
Yes, Bechin will be the defender here. However, he has the capability to be as the all-rounder here.
Okay, so I was looking at the qualifiers, and I had the impression that Mame was actually the defender of the team. And in some cases, I saw him actually flexing with Yupono. So what I saw was that Mame would only play support if the team needed to play Hooper. Which my guess is that Yupono can't play Hooper. So Mame has to play it your Bono has to play the defender.
I love it. I love you brought it up because I was just about to bring it up. You did it right because if Hoopa was a ban or was still in the pool and Mami decides to play Hoopa, it's already instant switch of roles already.
Exactly, because the team's like super. Like I saw the team super flexing. I was like, what is happening here? Like, what in Arceus are these people doing? They're constantly changing their roles, but it's a good thing. I love teams that do this because when you have the option to flex, you can really throw some teams off because they're like, oh wait, hang on, what role is this guy playing today?
But also do take into account the reason why I say Betchin will be the defender is because he's all-rounder Pokemon, his go-to, the most confident Pokemon goes to, is currently banned for this competition, and that's Zacian.
No.
So he has absolutely no access to the one Pokemon he was the most confident in here. Even he was literally Zacian was his top one, by the way.
Well, I don't blame them because I'm looking through the notes. Okay, so he did play Zacian twice. I see 2 Zacians here. This is the only information I got to record was the one where they had on stream.
Yes.
We didn't get to see all the games, but they did play Zacian twice. But I do want to mention some of the Pokemon that we did see a lot for Unite Holic during their games, right? So here, their most played Pokemon was Hoopa and Decidueye. 4 games of Hoopa, 4 games of Decidueye on stream. Their second most played Pokemon was Snorlax, Dragonite, and Lapras, which these 3 I'm totally okay with. They're super popular right now, so I'm not really surprised about those picks. But did we get any crazy picks? We did. We actually got 1 Zoroark game from this team and 1 Absol game.
There was even a Dodrio picked up by Deer as well. But the thing
I
is,
don't have it here. Okay.
oh, that was under by Deer. Well, the reason why we see Decidueye and Talon in particular very common among Waffle being played is mainly because of the fact that this team loves to go double defenders. It's without a doubt. It's
Actually,
double defender.
I did notice that a lot in Japan. Like Japanese players, they just love to go for the double defender strat, but they'll have like 1 defender, 1 all-rounder defender. That's literally what it is. But that was the case though, because I do want to also quickly mention very quickly that the Japanese winter tournament, I think it happened in November. So this was a while back, and this was before the Lapras nerfs. And Lapras was one of the most popular all-rounder defenders being played. The second most popular was Blastoise. So you would always see teams picking these 2 as their top laners.
Yes.
But now that Lapras has been nerfed, it is less desirable. I don't think it's like completely unviable to run as a as a top laner, but I think you have to explore other options or just go back to the traditional all-rounder for that top lane.
Which is why I saw a very interesting picked up by Betchin during his Scream games recently, right, as well. And
spill the beans, let's go.
it was Gudra. Gudra as the defender. I thought it was quite common. Like, okay, among his Scream games, I noticed as well. He played Gudra. I guess if I had to give a percentage, he probably only played like about 3 to 5 games of Gudra.
Oh.
And that was about like a 57% win rate so far by calculation wise. So the thing is, and those games in particular, I can't really judge because I didn't get to see it personally, like how the game turned out. But apparently they were going up against another speedster, Leafeon in particular. So that's why I'm not too sure. Was it because like he got bullied early in the central area, or someone got bullied early in the central area, then lost that early lead? That's why they lost, or it was just something like just that one last minute fight that requires a bit. I'm not too sure. But you know, who knows whether they want to bring Gudra.
Well,
now,
I mean, there are a lot of issues with Gudra in general, right? It's not a very easy Pokemon to execute. It's a late game investment. 100% you've invested in this Pokemon for the late game. If you can feed it earlier, that's fine too. That's great. So those first 2 evolutions, you can't really do much for your team. Very, very little. It's like a Tyranitar. It doesn't come online until it actually hits Gudra.
It's a very sad Pokemon.
It's pretty sad. And that's like the ideal time for speedsters and central laners to hit that Pokemon, right? Because you want to slow them down, prevent them from being able to hit that timing window, which ideally you want to hit max evolution before that 6-minute mark. If you can somehow get 6.5 to 7 minutes, like, oh, that's a good game. That requires you to feed that Gudra, right? So you have to coordinate those attacks. You have to have your central laner ready to flank, feed the elimination to your Gudra, give it that experience, and hopefully you get that evolution much quicker.
Pretty much one of my top three things which I want to see for Unite Holic today. That's one of the top 3. The other one was probably to see how well the teams really synergize among themselves. Sure, you got 2 teams. You had 2 teams who has participated in the world stage, also have a bunch of experience, but that doesn't necessarily mean like the team becomes the dream team.
No.
Exactly. So I'm really excited to see how they're able to pull things together. going toe-to-toe, of course, while testing things out.
Against Shin and Rude, it's a bit of a different question.
No, but that's what I'm saying, right? You couldn't ask for a more better partner to test things out than the grand champion from last year's ACL.
Okay, I don't know if you want to test stuff out against the former champions.
No, I mean testing like the team-wise.
Sure. Okay, sure. I mean, I would be
I
happy
love-
if this was like
I
my first
sound-
matchup of the day as well. Like, I'd be
Her sound
like,
of
guys, run us
dissatisfaction, just like, I doubt they can do it, Leonard.
Oh gosh. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, we are here for the draft and interesting bans for both teams. Like Clefable and Slowbro.
No, they're thinking about it too.
Yeah, so Clefable and Slowbro are going to be taken out of the pool for both of these teams. Now let's take a look and see what are going to be the first two picks. I would not actually be surprised if Shinarude again tried to lock in Shan Sin's Pokemon first, because again, he seems to be quite new still. I mean, I've just been watching him, and the way that he plays and some of the movesets he uses, they are not modern. Like, sometimes he's using some of the older movesets, but they're easier to execute. Like, for example, Gravity. We don't see Gravity a lot because Follow Me is the preferred skill set, but Mew and Blastoise, I don't mind the priority here, but the Sylveon pick is a new one.
It's definitely very fresh, especially coming from the hands of Uniteholic. But I do want to question this: with the Slowbro ban, will we see a Leafeon coming? Zoroark, let's go!
Sir.
Okay, let's be honest.
Sir.
Okay, in my heart, when I saw the comfy came out first, in my heart I knew it was a
Okay,
Zoroark.
stop it. You Pono. Stop it.
I
Sir.
told you.
Stop.
That's Betches. That's Betches, son.
Let's go. We've got a Goodra here on
You
the
just
side
said
of
stop it. What are you talking about?
No, because every time people
No,
Stop
stop
it.
it. Stop. Okay, that's fine. That's
That's fine. Jeez.
we
I
were
was about to have a heart attack.
we were about to go
Oh.
through a point of no return.
Jeez. I was like, hang on a bit. Hold your dragon. Jeez.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm gonna say it first. Like, I'm surprised they are willing to try that Goodra, but although I wanted to say Leafeon first because it is one of Shingdi's go-to speedster.
Look, okay, I'm going to give the justification here for Zoroark in this game.
Yes.
I want you to have a look at Uniteholic.
Yes.
What do they have to stop a Zoroark? Nothing.
Yes.
Absolutely not. They do not have any targeted stuns. They do not have an Umbreon with Mean Look. They actually have nothing to crowd control Shingdi. The only thing they potentially have is Eupono. But Eupono is not going to be helpful for a very long time.
I know.
So this might just be a game where Shingdi pops off, but this could also be a game where Uniteholic pops off in the late game, because if you compare these two teams, late game, I'm looking at Uniteholic and I'm just like, oh boy, that looks scary.
No, I'm gonna be flat honest with you. Like, shit and rowdy, the fact that they actually went with the Crossel is just the fact that not only do you have you have a lot of initiation, you have the speedster, you have the damage, right? Now you have this guy with the Area of the Night with the Rock Tomb, right?
Well, I don't know if it's Rock Tomb yet. We have to wait and see what
has to be
Akura
Rock
wants to
Tomb,
do.
right? It can't be Rock Smash, right?
I mean, it depends on what the objective is
Shell
behind.
Smash.
It depends on the objective of the Crustal, right? Like, is he going to go for the micro scoring Crustal, or is he going to go for complete team support
Oh
Crustal?
man, if it was me, I just straight up just try to enable my Zoroark as much as possible because
Well,
like
you've got a Comfey that already enables your Zoroark, and you're not actually afraid of anyone at this point in time.
true.
So, yeah, let's give the game time. Maybe
But
Uniteholic are looking at this and they have a solution.
you know the term like more is always better, right?
Sometimes. If you have too much cake, you might get sick of it.
I mean, hey, there's no such thing as too much cake.
There it is.
You live by the cake, you die by the cake.
Alright, so we do have a lot of pressure coming in for Uniteholic. One of the benefits I love about Sylveon is that Sylveon early game is such a pain in the backside, especially
is.
with Mystical Fire. Mystical Fire is very annoying for special attackers. Blastoise and Mew are not going to appreciate the special attack drops coming in from the Mystical Fire. Also great poke as well, so Mew can't simply just stick his head out and feel safe. You have to be very mindful of your positioning. At the same time as well, Sylveon will be quite difficult to lock down as a Crustal because you have the leap from the Mystical Fire as well.
Don't forget as well, like for the patch itself for Sylveon, she has a lot more. She has
The Unite buff? Oh,
her Unite
yes.
buff she can literally
Delicious.
use it a lot more in fights now. does a lot more damage and of course more special attack damage. I think it's absolutely phenomenal for her.
It is. I'm actually really excited to see how well the Sylveon is going to perform this game, because also, let's not forget, it synergizes pretty well with the Espeon as well. So
Now the real question, Calm Mind and Hyper Voice or the one you mentioned?
it's using Mystical Fire.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's already guaranteed. I saw the Mystical Fire earlier.
Oh, I
was
didn't
like,
get to see it
what are you
just
talking about? Yeah, it's there, but look at this though. They just burst down Xingdi. Goodbye, and the Comfey as well. And look at this, Mew actually regretting his decision. Wushwan's not going to be too happy, trying to use the Surf to stop the scores, but doesn't get the cancel. Almost going down to that Espeon, but look at this though. They've got the Crustal coming in. It is Rock Tomb Crustal, so Ikura, he is trying to support the team, but unfortunately they get nothing out of that.
Didn't really get that much opportunity to really swift decision coming for Unite Holic instead of
Leonard,
trying to get that
they
off.
rotated the entire team. Look at the bottom lane.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like they just want to be as proactive, be as mobile, be as offensive as much as possible. Do not let Shin, Rowdy, Zoroark lead this dance. Don't let them have that tempo.
I'm actually worried that this team is mentally tilted because they lost their first best of 3 of the day.
No, that's what
Because that move just now, it felt so rushed, it felt so desperate, and it's like, the game has just started. Yes, totally understandable. You want this early game momentum, as we are currently seeing with this engagement. Almost losing BKC, just gets out with the skin of his teeth. But if you lose Xingdi, that's even worse. But yeah, it feels like a lot of these moves very rushed. And I want to quickly mention, you're up against a Hooper. If you can't burst these Pokemon down before the Hooper brings in reinforcements, it doesn't matter.
it's like pretty much adding more oil to the fire here as
Yeah.
well. No, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, right? Because there's literally two outcomes coming in from Shin and Rowdy, right? Since the fact that they were not able to secure their first series, they are
Oh my
literally
gosh.
they're really out for blood. They're literally fast and trying to be furious, or like you mentioned as well, tilted to really
Leonard,
think properly.
They just KO'd BKZ and Xingdi in
I
the
know.
top lane with Espeon.
I know.
Sorry, Espeon, with Sylveon. What is going on in this game? I mean, Unite Holic are playing fantastically. They have a great lineup. They're capitalizing on this really strong early game from this Sylveon. But I didn't expect Shin and Rowdy to have such a horrible early game.
And the worst part about it, they didn't even use the Unite move to actually secure those KOs as well. They just literally nuked them down naturally.
Oh my goodness,
Oh,
BKZ is
good
going to
stuff.
try and slow down this Reggie Alecki. They're trying to burst it down as well. This Espeon and Sylveon combination is just such a pain in the backside. And look at that! Oh my gosh, one combo and Xingdi is less than half health. This man, anyone sneezes on him and he's almost out.
I think that's the problem right now because of the fact that they're always sticking so close between both of the range attackers. They're just constantly getting ready to back each other up, or at least to deliver the necessary amount of damage to force it to back off here. Every confrontation, he tries to dive in, there's always going to be an Espeon. He dives into Sylveon, there's also another Espeon here to
Yeah.
push him back.
And even if you try and dive a Sylveon, there's a risk that the Sylveon just uses Unite because it's invincible during the Unite cast
Correct.
when it's leaping in the air, right? So then
Yep.
there's going to be no damage done by Xingdi, and he might just be hit by a Sylveon Unite. That's going to absolutely shred him.
Don't forget he has Mythical Fire as well, so
Mystical-
it hurts a
it
lot
hurts.
more.
So I'm wondering what is the backup plan here for Shin and Rude, because you look at the initial draft and it's like, okay, the initial draft is Xingdi pops off with the Comfey. Occasionally the team comes in to assist, and then hopefully the late game is going to go in favor of Mew and Blastoise. Mew can maybe get the steal on the Ray, and then BKZ can just be that very annoying factor. But that is not happening. They do get one little nice KO there onto the Hooper, so there is going to be no portal for the team to come in and reinforce, so we do get some free scores. But Unite Holic's late game, I am terrified if I am a supporter for Shin and Rowdy.
The thing is this, right? Like they did miss that chance to be the tempo maker, right? To sort of set the pace
They
for
tried,
themselves.
yes.
They really tried, and it was instantly countered back with the double range, right? With the double range attackers. Now late game in particular, I feel although yes, it's very scary by facts.
Oh, look at Mew! Almost
Completely
going
unbound,
down.
gone.
Oh.
Gone, eviscerated, gone. Unite moves are committed to
Jeez.
try to keep them in display with the knock-up here, try to force them back, and
Because
sadly,
he's
the
alone.
Blastoise completely alone and a
Hydro
little bit too late. Drop the Hydro Typhoon with the damage being enough. Where's the Zoroark? But he's completely not there to
the
follow up.
damage.
Damage been big. Keep going in. Crustle, all you can do with the Axis is barely all you can do is hold them back for as long as you can. Now the Regieleki constantly making strides, making ways towards the second goal post.
Oh my gosh, Uniteholic are breaking backs in this game. They are absolutely terrifying. Xingdi trying to get whatever consolation prize he can get. He can barely keep up with a Dragonite, so he's not even able to get that. Oh, this is really going to come down to the late game. If Uniteholic make a massive mistake, if Xingdi pulls off the play of the century, I really don't know what's going to happen. But the most important thing here is that if you're Shin and Rude, you're playing catch-up, you need to somehow equalize those levels. I hope someone's checked the score to see where everyone is in terms of levels. Make sure you're hitting your level caps or your level requirements before that Rayquaza comes up.
That's why I'm saying I'm not too worried, right? Because like even see, although Shin and Rowdy has not been, is a little bit far behind in points. Maybe not too.
Not a little bit far in points.
Okay,
kind of far in points.
quite far in point. Don't have the initiation, but they are still up in that level. They're still quite competitive. They're still engaging in the various jungle. I even saw Zora was overextending into the purple jungle.
I'm not sure, man. Look at Uniteholic. They've got a level advantage over Shin and Rowdy at the moment.
For now, yes, for now.
For now, but we're running out of experience on the map. Like, most of the map has been farmed. You've got a little bit of jungle left on the side of Shin and Rowdy's side of the map.
Top side.
The teams are fighting for that bottom red ice. That would be
Zorak!
It would be huge if Shin can get that one. Zorak actually getting knocked out by the Hooper. That's not very good.
That is definitely not good.
And the Dragonite gets the red ice.
Okay,
oh gosh. The entire team always gets wiped.
Now things is slowly falling apart here. I already can somewhat hear the plans that they had in mind is slowly crumbling down here. 3 seconds though, Denali. 3 more seconds to see how for this Rayquaza.
Whoosh one. This man needs to make magic happen.
I mean, he
pulls out a rabbit out of a hat.
I don't think he needs a rabbit at this point here. I think he needs to pull a win.
Miracle.
Just pulls like a big word that says
a
win.
Big win.
Because
true as
that's I can't see anything else here. Okay, unless they do something similar to what S4L did to them previously in their first series, which is just try to sneak for a dunk. But look at the position coming for the Sylveon. Completely take that into account for any sneaky contenders.
I mean,
here.
I think it's impossible for them to get a back cap. Like, almost all the Pokemon on the side of Shin and Rowdy, they have too many points. They would all get cancelled. Maybe Comfey is the only one that can quickly score a goal, but yeah, top you've got a Sylveon, bottom you have an Espeon, but we'll have to see. Going up top though, we've got Xingdi, who's going to have to try and go for that point score, but as he sees, there is a Sylveon, and he's in enemy territory as well. And look at this though, we have a skirmish happening in that middle lane. Teams are not committing onto the Rayquaza. We do have a Psychic Solaire being popped off by that Espeon. The Hydro Type Fruit by BKZ, but Xingdi, he is down. The damage dealer is down. Can they pull off a miracle though? Xing and Rude, their team is collapsing. They've run out of firepower. They've missed their opportunity. The entire team gets cleaned up, and Uniteholic are about to take this Game 1 against the 2023 Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League champions.
I can't believe it, man. And I feel like it was just a wrong taking the wrong route back home, really here.
But the thing is, like, what else could you really do? You had to have tried to make those risky plays. Nowhere in my brain would I think Shin and Rude was going to win in a team fight against Uniteholic. I already stated before, the late game is in favor of Uniteholic. The early game was where Shin and Rude was supposed to shine, and they just didn't shine bright enough.
Because I felt like because the route that he took, it felt more like a desperate attempt coming in from the Blastoise, because like he saw the route he was taking back. The Dragonite, of course, being spotted from the communication being told by the Espeon, right? Forces BKZ to literally just dive straight in for one sole Dragonite, even though that may not be the best dive he was trying to hope for, but he just didn't want to lose that draw too early.
Look at the damage output by Uniteholic. Like, Yupono and DIR, they're just taking a back seat. They're chill. They're relaxing. Bechin and Wafu doing God's work for this team.
I think people tend to forget, right, the fact that although yes, there is still another evolution after the EV for both the Espeon and the Ilveon, but they forgot the fact that because it is an EV evolution, it evolves at level 4 instead of level 5.
Really early power spikes. This was a deadly duo.
So it hurts so much for the top lane in particular, because like they were pretty much bench chilling for now, BKZ with the Squirtle. But then once it starts hitting hard alongside with the gangs coming in from the central area, that's when they're like, guys, there's so much damage. I'm a Squirtle. She's a Sylveon.
I didn't actually expect Benshin to do that much damage in the early game. I'm going to be completely honest. Like, I've seen Sylveon's before, but Benshin, absolute next level, did so much damage. And I even think it caught Shin and Rude off guard, especially Xingdi. Like, he's coming into the lane, he's like, I'm a big bad Zorog, I'm gonna come fail me, let's go. And then he just gets annihilated by these mystical fires. He's like, wait a minute, what happened?
Oh man, it's so fun. But most importantly, the fact that it's like this was actually Benshin's first attacker, by the way. He has always been playing all-rounder Zacian, right? I didn't know what was the possible like follow-up. I thought it would be another all-rounder, which is by stats was his Garchomp go-to for an all-rounder. So I believe this was the first time I'm seeing him playing the Sylveon, after the patch by the way of course, in this competitive this year.
And I mean, he wasn't even using the Sylveon for the Unite. It was just mystical fire.
Just like, I'm just gonna
Espeon.
burn you. Burn!
I mean, he literally burned down a forest in this game. It wasn't just burning Shin and Rode, but oh my goodness, like what a opening from Unite Holic. I am so impressed by this lineup. I was a bit skeptical because I was like, okay, there's Mame and DIR in here, but what are the potential of these other three players? Like, are they really good? Is Mame trying to raise them? Because you don't know the objective of a team, right?
Yes.
Like, are they all established players? I've never seen them before. And then to see them play like this, it almost feels like they've been playing competitive for such a long time. And I'm wondering, like, did they play under a different alias, or have they just been, are they a pub star that Mame saw and was just like, hey, let's make a team together, I really like your play style.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying so many times in the past, right? Where like there's so many talented players out there. It's just a matter of whether they're given the opportunity or just basically finding the right pieces in the right puzzle. Because there will be an individual player who excels individually, but he may not be able to fit properly with a certain team here. So I think in this case here, I think Mame was able to find 3 other members that somewhat plays alongside with his kind of style and also with similar mindset. That's pretty much why they're excelling so crazy like this.
Yeah. I mean, this was the final fight where Shin and Rode, last hurrah, they had to make a big fight happen, and they really tried to make it work around BKZ's Hydro Typhoon, but I actually think the timing for... So Dragonite actually united right next to BKZ right after the Typhoon.
Yes.
And as BKZ was Hydro Typhooning, Xingdi actually tried to retreat into the Typhoon because he was like, okay, if I'm in the Typhoon, I should be safe because they'll be knocked up. But he actually got staggered by the Dragonite Unite as he gets in there, and he's like, oh damn, and then he just gets sent back to the fountain. So it's like, you can see that there are high-level plays trying to be made, but the foresight that comes in from Unite Holic, it is actually scary.
It is really great, and I think they were able to just somewhat corner them because they just understand what is the desperation level they were trying to.
It was a slow choke as well, so they couldn't even run like left and right, either up and down.
Yeah, and even for the goal points, right? They just figure out like, hey guys, I'm pretty sure the team captain, right? Waffle was just saying, hey guys, they're desperate for points. I know some of them have points, some of them rush by for it. So someone played top, and don't even think about the hooper, right? He can extend as far as he wants, but he has that portal, so he can go anywhere he wants to go. So even if no one was at that goal post, he still can fly them and try to disrupt as much as possible.
I'm just trying to think, what are you banning in this next game up against Unite Holic? Like, does it have to be the Hooper? Because I kind of feel like the Hooper played a factor, but then it was like, the Hooper just enabled this heat. It didn't really, like, make the Sylveon any better. It was just great for reinforcements, forcing their opponents to have to fight into them all the time as 5.
The thing is, I think they can go for the Hooper. It may not be like a very priority ban here, but they can opt to go for the Hooper ban because at least that way you will at least ensure most of your fights will be grounded with you, and not with the sudden surprise that, oh, someone can just reset and come back fresh, restart the fight again with something that's not favorable for them, right? It's like, it's one of those factors which they want to do take into account because if you look most of their drafting before the Speedster Zora came in, they love a lot of those head-on fights, a lot of all-rounders, a lot of attackers here. So they are a lot more comfortable if they didn't have like that additional element. Hey, like, hey, I'm hurt. I'm gonna reset and come back and beat the hell out of you, you know, that kind of thing. So it is an option for them to go for the ban, but however, I feel they just need to take it into account where, like, if they want to go with the Speedster, they need to try to figure out the fact that whether their timing fits with their opponent's timing, because you have two EV Pokemon that can level up at level 4. Even your Squirtle can't do anything.
I mean, your laning is just terrible. It's horrible. You can't go anywhere near the EVs.
Can't imagine Squirtle just be like,
okay,
Squirtle!
hang on. I mean, there's this thing called Buzzwole that was kind of not picked at all. He's a really good bully against the EVs. So I actually think that might be a candidate for BKZ going into game number 2, but that's also them assuming that Sylveon is going to make an appearance. I actually think Betchin is an issue that Shin and Rude have to address.
Yes,
But the question is it still going to be him playing Sylveon? Because for all they know, they're anticipating a Sylveon, he picks something else, BKZ is on their Buzzwole, and then all of a sudden the matchup is terrible because they put something else for Betchin.
Actually, I don't really blame them. I think they were pretty much, all those players was pretty much in the same spot as me, because like we only knew that the only all-rounder he plays was either Zacian or Garchomp.
Yeah.
We never see him play an attacker. Defender, yes, we saw him train with the Gudra or the Lapras, but we have not seen the existence of Sylveon. I think they were just pretty much the same spot as me.
The surprise, yeah, the surprise factor.
Just like, oh, like, hey, you know, maybe we can deal with this.
You can do it.
Like Squirtle.
It's just a Sylveon.
It's like, BKZ, you got this. It's just like a level 4 Squirtle, a level 4 SP, and a level 4 Sylveon. I'm just like, Squirtle? And the worst part, like, you just see a random hooper coming, it's like, hey, you know, I'm here to support, you know?
I mean, that sounds like a disaster in itself. It's
No, it was already a disaster. Like, we saw it point blank clear at that top lane. 3 of them at his goalpost. He's just under the goalpost, just like,
It was just sad.
yeah. Even the Mew tried to just serve them back, and then.
Well, I mean, what else could Mew do, right? Like, it's a Mew. Mew doesn't tank anything,
I mean,
and
he's
essentially,
the god of Pokemon.
I mean, he's the god of Pokemon, but Sylveon counts as the god of Pokemon. Shit. In Unite, not in real life, but yeah.
Sadly, this
But
is Unite.
legitimately though, like Sylveon is such a great counter against special attackers, and there's nothing you could do about it. And not just
Yes.
special attackers, squishy speedsters too. Because
Yeah.
it's mystical fight, because it's an auto lock-on ability. It's not like Hyper Voice where you have to aim it and there's like a certain hitbox that you have to like hit people in. It's an auto lock-on. It's going to hit you regardless if you're within that certain AoE.
And really, I think this patch really did very well for Sylveon, because like previously Sylveon was more like her Unite move in particular was more like a get out of jail free card.
It was like to dodge attacks, and it was also to heal back her health too, because she
Yeah.
also regenerates health.
Now it does damage.
And I guess let's not forget like the attack bonus because of attack type, like
Yep,
attacker
yes.
type speed. Attacker type bonus. But yeah, like people didn't really use Sylveon's Unite for damage back then. It was to avoid a lot of those big attacks.
Like get out of jail free card, ladies and
But that's a
gentlemen.
little bit different. Now it does damage.
Yeah. And you can proc it out a lot more faster than a lot more common than usual now as well during fights. And by the way, more special attack stat bonus as well. So it's like, and it's not without the Unite move, by the way. It's just naturally he has more stats now, more special attack damage now.
Well, I guess we're back to pre-nerf Sylveon. Was Sylveon on release?
I remember when Sylveon was first released. everyone just cried.
Do you see how I remember how quickly they patched the game, because that was so broken.
No, can you imagine? I'm a defender player. I'm playing Snorlax, right?
Yeah, I didn't play Sylveon either.
And I
I
had my
was all-rounder back then too. Now I'm a defender, so it's different.
yeah.
but,
So
like,
I literally popped my ultimate. I had the Unite item, so that boost my shooting and my HP more, right? And she just melts it away. I'm like, what am I? What am I playing?
Unite.
Yeah.
You play Oh god.
I think that's pretty much Unite Holly, right? That's their that's their model. That's their theme, you know. It's
That's
like,
why their name is literally Unite Holic, because they're like full-on Unite Holics.
yeah, we're like, bro, we love Unites, man. So
Well,
good.
do they love it more than Joe is love Unite?
No, that's
the big question.
No. You see, Unite Holic is everybody. Joe is love Unite. It's only one guy.
It's only Joe.
It's just Joe.
Joe just loves-
The rest of the players are like, when they see a silver, we're like, we don't like it.
You'd be surprised how many people really like Sylveon. And there are some people I know, they just one-trick Sylveon. And it works, crazily enough. But I mean, it's a universal Pokemon.
I mean,
so
it's pretty much the same category with any other Pokemon that was released in Unite, right? Like anyone new comes out, right? Someone comes out, like Duraludon comes out, that was crazy. Metagross, don't even talk about Metagross.
Well, I mean, we can't talk about it anyway because it's not playable this weekend. So we can play it next weekend.
I can't wait for next week. Next week will be very fun.
It would be. I was really looking forward to seeing the debut of Metagross this weekend, and then I saw the announcement for it being banned, and I was like, oh, I have to wait another week.
I just love Iron Pokemon, you know, Steel Pokemon, just like that clunky thing.
Like, I just want to see more variety in my games. That's it.
No, I know there's one Pokemon you want to see in Unite. I know for sure.
Oh yes, the next one coming up is the Magikarp.
No, I was about to say Mandibuzz, but hey, you know, Magikarp works
Well,
too.
sure, well, at least I know Magikarp is actually coming out this month.
Yeah,
That's
we
the most
have a lot.
exciting.
Yeah, we had a lot of trailers for Gyarados as well too.
Yeah.
Some of the gameplay, so it was really fun.
It's really, I'm really looking forward to it because
Especially
it's
the
like,
flopping.
it's such, like if you look at this, like the kit, it is so unique. But I feel like it's going to be one of those special Pokemon where it's a unique, but it's a Pokemon that also fulfills a niche where I don't think it's going to be an auto pick. It's a strong Pokemon, but you have to acknowledge it's a weak early game. And it's still big balanced, I think, in the PTS, the test server. And I don't think it's going to be easy to execute. Like, teams are going to have to figure out a way to get that Magic Cup to Gyarados, but not just from farming. You've got to try and feed it those eliminations. KOs, give it that experience, get it into that Gyarados, turn it into that monster, and win.
You know when I was first told that Gyarados was coming to Pokemon, I actually picture like his only attack move was just splash and splash. Like just no damage counter,
Okay,
just
do
splash.
you know what? I sat there and I was like, I bet Magikarp is going to have Splash and Flail. And it does! Because those are its actual moves.
Yeah, because no, that's the only moves he could learn anyway.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, it does have Tackle.
No, that's only if you reach a certain level.
Yeah, but it has Tackle.
No, but no, if you
In the actual normal games, it learns a couple moves.
no,
It's Splash,
if you
Tackle, Flail. Flail is like the move that's
no,
up.
if I'm not mistaken, right? If you only raise the Magikarp, then you can actually get Tackle. But if you caught a wild Magikarp, it only has Splash.
But I raised my Magic Cups.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
My
So
Magic Cups are gold.
how many shinies do you have? Pokemon Scarlet, Violet?
Oh,
Because
no,
I'm
no.
looking for a shiny Magikarp, but I can never find one.
Hang on, what shinies do I have? I mean, I'm proud of a couple shinies. Which one did I hatch from an egg? I'm trying to remember.
You
which
got
ones.
from an egg?
No, so most of my shinies, I think everyone else, we just get it from the wild
Yeah,
spawns.
exactly, right? Because
Which
like,
one did I get from an egg?
Like normal people, without God.
Normal people! I thought normal people play Pokemon. What is happening?
Because like I don't want to call myself hardcore because like I used to breed a lot. I have a lot of breed jacks here. We call it breed projects, right? But I could never get a shiny out until I found out one guy. He's like, I'm a true player, and I was like, oh, how many are you breeding? Oh, I have 7 boxes full of eggs that I haven't hatched yet.
Okay, no, I've had that. Hang on, what was I hatching? I was hatching. This was a Sword and Shield. So I hatched a few shinies, and I made it my mission to get the toothpaste Ponyta. You know the Ponyta variant, the psychic type.
Yeah, yes. The Alolan
Toothpaste
one.
pony. I think I forgot what I called it.
Why would you call it?
I think I called it Colgate or something. I don't know. It looks like
It's a brand
toothpaste. No, okay, so the original Ponyta, it's like pink and purple, I think, and then
No,
the
pink,
shiny.
purple, and turquoise.
Yeah, and no, there's no turquoise. The shiny
I
is
thought
like
it was
blue or
like-
green.
Oh, the shiny one.
Yeah, the shiny one is green. So that's why I got toothpaste pony. So I think I ended up having to hatch 800 eggs to get the bloody pony.
Okay, so yeah, that means you're not normal. I'm not.
No, so I think if you hatch a certain number of eggs, you are beyond normal. Because the normal person probably goes to like 50 eggs. Like, okay, I can't get this. Right, moving on next Pokemon.
Yeah, that was me because I had 70 eggs. And I just figured out, I am not gonna get that shiny Gibble.
Oh, okay, how would you even know the difference? It's just the same color as the
No,
Pokemon.
it's a lot more
Yeah.
lighter.
A lot more.
Like it's
okay.
it's like a Snorlax and a shiny Snorlax, right? It's like one's like more distinguishable.
I don't
blue
trust
and the other one's
men when they try to look at colors. Because your range of colors is very different to my
How
range of colors.
dare you?
Because it's like, you know the memes that are always just like, oh, look at what color is this? And then it's just, you guys just say like, it's blue or it's red or everything. And it's like, oh no, it's scarlet or it's navy or it's all this like,
No, let me tell you something. You want to tell what's the most weirdest shiny color I ever met? Was a
Oh.
Hoppit. Do you know what color is a shiny Hoppit?
Hobbit.
You know the
Hold on.
the
Yeah.
flying cotton Pokemon.
Okay, I'm trying to think, what color is it? It's not yellow, is it?
Oh no, it's you. It's very weird, guys. It's literally green. It's just pure,
Just green.
just green. Like same color as the leaf. It literally just grew. Like the color pigmentation just grew all the way down, covered its entire pink body.
Jeez.
And the thing is this, I found that on my first run. Like the minute I joined Pokemon Scarlet, I just ran to that first run and I saw it.
My Scarlet run, I got super lucky. This is during my playthrough run. I
Yeah.
got a shiny. Oh, what's the little tiny form for Corviknight? I got the first evolution.
Skippy, right? No.
First evolution Corviknight. Anyways, I was just running around minding my business. I was like, oh, why is this one brown? I was like, wait a minute. Because the original one is like grey-black. And then
Yes.
this one was like, you're brown. Because
No.
I didn't see the sparkles. I was just minding my business. So So yeah, I don't know. I got a shiny Corviknight during my playthrough. I was very happy, but like.
Hey, let me tell you something. The other weird color I felt for shiny was shiny Dragonite. I thought that was the most saddest one. It's like really dark green.
Yeah, but it's pink when it's small, and then it's
Yeah,
green.
that's why no one will ever want to evolve the Dratini, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. I've got a friend who loves Dragonite. He will change it from that cute little pink thing to the green monstrosity. I'm sorry. I prefer normal Dragonite.
He's pretty much like the black sheep of the family, right? He just goes to that family gathering. He's like, "Hey guys," they're like,
Jeez.
"It's Joe."
Alright, so I do want to give everyone a bit of an update on what's going on, because you're probably
yes.
wondering why we're on this Pokemon tangent. So we are currently running into a bit of an issue with the players and the lobbies. We're trying to have our admins are trying to get that sorted. So we do want to apologize for the wait. Thank you for sticking around with us. I do believe we are almost ready to go.
Yep. And of course, while we're waiting for
Yes.
the next round as well, everyone, I would love to remind everyone to don't forget to hydrate.
Yes.
yourself. Because you know it's been a long day, a lot of screaming, a lot of shouting for your favorite teams as well. Always important to keep yourself hydrated, because you know why? A healthy body is a healthy mind. A healthy mind is a happy soul, right? But of course, if you guys didn't forget to drink your water, especially for you, Denali, and our broadcast team, and our viewers, you guys are still 10 out of 10.
Wow, this man's too prepared. Shit. I only have coffee, so technically I haven't drank water today.
Ah,
Whoops.
yeah. Technically, it's still made up of H2O, so you're still fine.
Partly. I don't know how much. I don't know how many
It
parts
doesn't
water
matter
is.
how much, partly how much percentage is still H2O
Alright,
in it. You
alright.
cannot escape it.
Alright, fine.
Everything has water. You're made out of water. We're made
We're
out
all
of water.
made out of water. I don't think I drink enough, but oh gosh. I'm ready for this next game though.
I am also excited as well, and hopefully during this time as well, hopefully it did really cool them down slightly.
I just got notified that the draft is ready.
Oh,
Let's jump into game 2 of this best of 3 series, and it's a
Let's go,
banger
let's
of a
go.
series, ladies and gentlemen. It's Unite Holic going up against Shin and Rude. This is the first best of 3 for Unite Holic. Shin and Rude have played a match today, and they unfortunately lost that one, so they are in a position where they have to win, and they have to reverse sweep Unite Holic now because they lost game number 1.
Mm-hmm. Dragonite being banned? Weren't they the one?
That was unexpected. I didn't actually expect the Dragonite to be the target man here.
Yes, exactly. So, interestingly, okay, Dragonite is going to be the main focus here. There's going to be one all-runner out of the pool. Does that mean they're very confident in the fact that they can actually deal with the Buzzwole, or for the fact that there will not be any all-rounders in this round?
I honestly have no idea.
Because
I wish I knew.
Because the thing is, we have been surprised today, right? We have seen
See,
Lucario.
I had a feeling Hooper was the issue, and that's going to be picked up by Shin and Rude. Although I'm surprised it's Sanshin that's going to pick it up, though. So if he can make this Hooper work, I mean, I'd be impressed. But if they switch it to Ikura, I also would not be surprised. Sylveon, understandable, but I'm quite surprised that Wafu has actually gone for the Inteleon here, because that means that there's no way Espeon is going to be picked up by Unite Holic, but Shin and Rude pick up Espeon themselves.
Do it.
Don't.
Do it.
So, okay. Okay. That's it! Oh my god!
Technically, if you think about it, if he gets the poison stack off, he actually can do really big damage. However, it's easily countered from a single CC like Hydro Typhoon,
Okay.
for example.
Look, we have to stop first, because there is one.
How do we stop this?
Hold on.
Is there another? Yeah, are we gonna see two speedsters? Oh, no, it's
Gudra, jeez, look at the steals though. Look at all these steal picks. But Slowbro is being considered by Unite Holic or Mammothswine.
I don't think they will. I don't
interesting.
think they will opt to go for the slow roll.
No, Mummy does play Mammothswine. I think he is
know.
actually really thinking about
I
it.
know, but I'm saying like if he was to go for the, I don't think he will go for the slow roll if that was the thought process here, because it's too individual.
Yeah, it's too single target. You need AoE disable. So, Mame Mammothswine, this is a signature pick for him as well. He's played a lot of this at the Winter Tournament. And yes, they do swap. So, Ikura is going to be handling the Hooper. BKZ is going to play the Gudra. Now, I did not cast the East Asia regional qualifiers last year, but I did hear from our friends, I think it was Permasneeze, Moonboy, and JJ, that BKZ did play Gudra during those qualifiers. So this man has handled this Pokemon before, and I'm really interested to see what kind of improvements we're going to get from this man on this Pokemon.
Yep. And honestly, I'm really excited to see Ikura actually bring in the Hooper, because he's also one of the few support Pokemon he has on his belt for himself.
Yes.
But it's definitely not something he would mostly prioritize in this
No, but I feel like in this game, because they had to deny the Hooper away from Unite Holic, Ikura has to play it because, again, I said this before, I don't think Sun Shin would have had enough time to practice playing Hooper.
Correct.
Hooper is one of the hardest supports to play competitively. I've heard horror stories of support players spending so many hours playing Hooper, just trying to learn it and master it and try and figure out all the little nooks and crannies and different kinds of play styles. Like, for example, people learning how to put the hyperspace hole on the high ground so that your team can actually use the hyperspace hole, but also not be in a position where the enemy team can actually knock you up and prevent you from going through it. There's like a lot of nuances to this Pokemon that require hours and hours of practice to understand.
Ghastly's gonna be definitely really be careful in that lane as well. Central area, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for a little bit of invasion here. But seriously, I think it is actually pretty viable. It will be quite devastating.
I don't think there is going to be an invade, to be completely honest. They're just sharing the farm because they want to try and get the Sylveon to level 4 as fast as possible. And this is why they want to try and put pressure in this lane. But Xing Di coming in here, he might be the X factor to turn things around. Oh, finishing off does get the Sylveon. So this is what Shin and Rude need to do. If you can shut down that Sylveon early, even though you've already got the level 4 in that Sylveon, this could be a big benefit to your team because you're slowing down its progress. You're going to make your laning partner's life a lot easier. I mean, this is the best thing Xing Di could do for his team, and thankfully it's working out. But Unite Holic, they're going to pick up on this. As it doesn't mean they have to change the way that they have played, and they have to do something different. I don't think they need to change yet. Although, hang on a minute, they're going to try and do some damage there to their Haunter. No, not fully Gengar yet. We'll need a little bit of extra time. But this is sort of what happens when you share your central area. When you give that farm to the Sylveon, you are delaying your Gengar's evolution.
I mean, there's no choice because there's just too much variables in this game that could really go wrong here for them here. Pretty much why they're trying to stick as much as possible to either prepare for any central area, for any jungle invasion here, or the fact to try to at least counteract for rotation. So far, it's been working well for Shin Rowdy in the early phase, especially. Took a little bit one too many solar blades to try to secure that wild Pokemon. That really paid off quite well for them. But let's be honest, Sylveon should be able to farm out the necessary levels pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, but I have to say BKZ, after that little assistance from Xing Di, is doing much better in this lane, especially considering that he is playing that Goodra. So fingers crossed, his team is hoping that he's going to be able to get to that Goodra as fast as possible. Haunter trying to do a little bit of damage there to the Wartortle, but look at this, they're caught out by the Hooper and get shut down by that Solar Blade. We'll have to see DIR a little bit later on, but another KO happening, almost getting a third here onto the Eldegoss. They will leave Eldegoss alone, but Shinarude, game number 2 looking much better compared to game number 1.
Yeah, the priority is definitely pretty obvious and visible for all of us to see here. They just didn't really care too much about the lane of the points anymore. It's just more like trying to get that lead, trying to get a lot of kills as much as possible. You notice, right, when they went for the central area Altaria spawn, instantly everyone from the top lane just rotated towards down there. They don't mind giving up the lane towards the Sylveon. We just want to get rid of this Haunter, and he did overextend himself because he wanted to do a couple of damage. And once again, can he get out of it? No, too low. No, unfortunately not. Libre just constantly being thrown out. Of course, a quick temporal displacement with the portals allowed them to reset and dictate where they want to go again. And now, I guess you could say the seed of fear is being implanted into Unite Holic, because at the moment is, where is this Espeon? Where is this Hooper? Where's this Leafeon? Because they're just constantly just bouncing across the map here.
Yeah, they're bouncing, and then they also have to manage BKZ, because if you leave him alone, he's going to get Goodra experience for free. But down bottom there, Registeel gets secured there by the Espeon. So Shin and Rude with the attack buff, that is a very scary buff to go up against. But I do like the patience being shown by our Taiwan champions. They're playing it slow, taking it easy. They are prepared to rotate to the top lane to assist if necessary, and that is currently the play. They will actually pick up the Gengar, so DIR doesn't even get to play the game. They're trying to score points, but they are taking a lot of chip damage, and hang on a minute, have they stuck around a little bit too long? We do get the Sweet Kiss off onto the Goodra, only one connection. He will heal with the Dragon Pulse, but goes down. We still have BKZ, hanging around in this fight, but he is taking quite a bit of damage. The fact that the team has this Hooper, they've reset, they're ready to go. Mame's injured, Slanson goes down, unfortunately. No follow-up from Shin and Rude. The team is eventually coming. Espion is halfway through the map. BKZ is almost here, but look at this though. The Reggie Alecki, less than half health. We do have, oh, they couldn't actually get the steal. Xingdi not in position. Fantastic secure by the Gengar. DIR helping the team out fantastically there. So Reggie Alecki going in favor of Unite Holic and Shinarude. They're going to have to think about what to do next.
Really, the intel and just like the entire course was pretty much clear. They say like, hey, you know, we do not have that range poke capabilities. Just commit all the skills to try to secure that Reggie. Like, that's pretty much why you saw the intel charging up the snipe shot.
I have to say props to Unite Holic because they knew Xingdi wanted to go for the steal with the solar blades. They perfectly timed their abilities. I think they must have counted it down to the second because you saw its health. It was about a quarter left. Gone.
Yeah, exactly. They're just waiting. They're just waiting things out entirely, and they're really just keeping track as much as possible because they're slowly falling out because of just a lack of intel where they're positioning, where they have been engaging from at the moment. That's pretty much why you just see like some unfortunate player being picked up as they face check a brush. But now Mammoth is currently into the mix as well. Blast is currently getting poked out to sides here. Hooper unbound, complete activated here, and instantly a first kill has been secured. Trying to look for a couple of more. Leafia downs into the backline here, trying to find an opportunity before even the Unite move was able to fully have 100% capacity, instantly removed away by the solar blade. A couple of more, cutting them down to sides. Sylvia pumps the over and remove one of the main core damage dealers. But just in case, still have to find a way to escape the situation. And poor Mammoth Swine will be cut down to size. It has a little bit too much weight to lose.
And this Reggie Rocket looks like it's going to be sacrificed to Shin and Rude unless Holic have a way to get this final hit. Oh, the snipe shot not going to do anything for them on the side of Unite Holic. So the buff will go in favor of Shin and Rude. Will they continue with the fights though? Because we've seen in the past teams when they get the buffs, if they do continue to push, they can overextend. We do see Gengar trying to eliminate that Blastoise. He's still alive though. Very, very tanky boy. He will finally take him down. Unfortunate there for Shanxi, not able to play the game here. BKZ coming into the fight, now going to give Der a run for his money as this Scooter doing so much damage, absorbing so much of it too. Hooper almost going out, but Ikura able to just get out of there. Espion on the side, trying to chip away at that Inteleon. Will be able to zip one out of there, hiding in the bush, gets a snipe shot off. They're still going. Mame going down. The team continuing on. Unite Holic have stuck around for far too long, and Shinarude are ready to take these lives.
I think this is still totally fine. They just lost what they lost the Mammoth in the process. That's totally fine for them. Now we saw the full outcome coming in for the Gengar. Once he gets the poison stacks, spamming that hacks is absolutely no problem for him, especially when he got that intel. No Unite moves, no more CC. He slowly picked them off one by one. However, the same can't be said when it comes down to the wire here, because that was a fight that was a lot more longer than it was supposed to be. Now we're slowly dishing out to the Reggie Lecky. Can it be the same here? A lot of control. I don't think they want to fight for this. They want to get more points in, and Hooper's trying to do his best to delay that.
But down bottom though, they're trying to score points, but they were so smart on Shin and Rude. They actually sent BKZ down there, and look at this, the entire team storming that bottom lane. Everyone's trying to get out of here, but I do think we are going to be losing some Pokemon on the side of Unite Holic. Now Mame is trying to desperately get to his team, but thankfully Shin and Rude thinking twice, gonna get into position because it's almost time for Rayquaza. 20 seconds to go. This is your last moment to farm, but at the same time, Unite Holic have to guard that top lane because that buff from the Reggie Alecki, it's still going. We could be seeing an insta-dunk, and look at this. BKZ is trying to get there, gets pushed out by Mame. No opportunity. Great deny coming out from Unite Holic.
Because has finally been spawned. This is the final moment. This is the final countdown here. Everyone's just trying to get the nest as much levels as much as possible for this potentially last fight.
And points as well. Unite Holic are currently leading with 185 points. Shin and Rude are behind by a significant amount, and they don't really have anyone in a position to go for any kind of back caps. That bottom, the bottom goal zone is very protected, and the top goal zone protected by that Sylveon. But maybe this is what Shin and Rude want. They want Unite Holic to fight as 4. They eliminate the Pokemon here. They take Rayquaza, and they should be able to take this game. But
that's the problem,
is
right?
that the play? Look at this.
No, that's what they hope for. But right now, they're just still unaware. They're still unsure. That's why we haven't seen much engagement for them just yet. They want to confirm the existence of the Sylveon. They're keeping track. They're saying, okay, we see the Gengar, we see the Inteleon, we see the Mammoth who's currently in our face here. Pulls him all the way to the back line, but he's still able to sustain. So push him back. But Leafy was able to get to the back line, but only finds the Inteleon. Where's the Sylveon? Finally spotted. Now they're confident. They're trying to engage
BKZ,
towards
he's
the
getting very
Rayquaza.
low.
Getting perked up out, and Unite moves also has been committed as well. Can they get rid of the Gudra before it is too late here? And Members are doing a phenomenal job trying to zone out the leaf here.
Hydro
Typhoon knocks them all up into play here.
Rayquaza
Trying to
getting
find an
ripped.
opportunity here to Crow to get last hit here. Who gets to secure?
Unite
It wants to be Unite Hauling. Secures the Rayquaza. 2 KOs. And now they make their way to dunk more points. A full 5-man wipe on the Nelly. All will fall, and Unite Holly suffered
And
so
it's a
much in the early
surrender.
game. They surrendered. Ladies and gentlemen, GG is the call. And Unite Holly, an unbelievable turnaround after a whole anguish of the early game.
Oh my gosh, what a game! We saw so much pressure coming out of Shin and Rude, constantly going back and forth with Unite Holic, point after point. Yes, there was a minor gap between these two teams, but in that late game, Shin and Rude, they just could not find the opening to fight into Unite Holic. And the race against Rayquaza, that is always such a dangerous race because you can't guarantee that you're going to get that last hit because who are you up against? An Italian, one of the best snipers in the entire game.
And the crazy part about it as well, like, you normally, in some cases, you see that, like, especially because it's from our point of view, we see where everyone is. It was a 4v5 when Sylveon is handling that top goal post. However, they just have no intel. They just didn't know whether they should engage. Is it really a 5v4? That's pretty much why you saw Xingdi went so far rotation, trying to sit to the back line. If he can get a head count, if he can get some form of sense of security, then they can actually try to engage on this Rayquaza because time wasn't really on their side. They were the one having their backs against the wall with the less points here. But once they engaged a little bit, Leafeon forced out the Inteleon, and that's when Sylveon revealed himself. That's when the whole team said, we can go for the Rayquaza. We can attempt, we can try. But you really gotta give it to Mame, right? He has been zoning and setting things up so much as the man was in the last round. It had been such a menace for some of the team here. Even forcing the likes of Shanxin to fall back to back up his team. Only BKZ was in the Rayquaza pit, trying to help them out.
He had no choice though, right? Because you also want BKZ to be your frontliner. Like he's a massive Pokemon. He's a defender as well. But he's going to have positional issues because Gudra doesn't really have the best way of positioning around that Ray pit. So he was stuck in the Ray pit. His team was on the other side. He wasn't able to provide any assistance to them once they actually got pushed around to the back. So what could you really expect him to do? Like the team was forced to actually race for that Rayquaza because if they tried to fight, they know that they were going to be at a really weird positional disadvantage because of where BKZ was. They couldn't get him out of there.
That's what I'm saying. It was pretty, like, I can feel the pressure coming from BKZ because he was in that pit, and you can see his Pokemon Gudra, the animation, trying to be as close to the wall as much as possible because Mami was busy pushing everyone on top of Rayquaza pit and even further away.
Well, he did a great job at corralling them, right? Like he was pushing them around the edge.
Like herding sheeps, you know?
Herding. But the most important thing was that vision. Like you keep mentioning this, right? Like especially in a game, a team battler like Pokemon Unite, vision is king. We do have a couple highlights here from that previous matchup, and oh my goodness, we thought it was going to be a Shin-Rude game. We thought it was going to be a Game 3, but Unite Holic coming in with a 2-0 sweep against Shin-Rude. I don't think anybody expected this result from this matchup.
I think it was also a really well done job coming in from Unite Holic as well because they didn't really allow them to escalate that lead any further.
Yeah.
Because they had the early game mainly because of the fact that the Leaf Blade had better range. It had better poking abilities compared to the side here for the rest of their lineups here. But when you get to that mid game, you start seeing like everyone just turning out. Sure, there's some clashes, but not too much of an extension, except for the bottom flight for the Reggie roll. That one went a little bit too long than I expected there, but that's totally fine because I think maybe their goal at the time was just to buy time.
This was the fight. Like, look at the position. It's just so awkward. Like they were all over the place. They just weren't together. There was just so much pushing happening. Like this, it was insane.
Waffle is just like, I totally got this, guys. Just do what you want to do.
Do what you want to do.
He's totally the star of the show, seriously. Like I think he's been really doing a good job. But then again, the draft pick coming from Shin and Rowdy was also quite great in trying to counterpick and trying to prevent as much hero selection from the side here. I think it was really great.
Yeah. All right, I do believe it's time for us to talk about the man of the match, and it's none other than Betchin on his Sylveon. Guys, I think, to be completely honest, this man did so much in these matches. I think in particular it was that game 1. Leonard, would you like to take the board? Because I love your drawings.
All right, so
Yeah, so there was, I think there were several instances where Betchin was phenomenal, but we do have this one in particular. I'm not sure what Leonard is looking at here, but oh, okay, he's just selecting his colors. All right, so let's go through this highlight together.
all right, so real quick, right? I believe this is the one with the blasters on, right? So just quick check here.
I mean, we're looking at it here together, so it's fine.
All right, so coming in. All right, this is the
This
one.
is game number 1.
Yeah, this is the game number 1, right? Okay, so let me try to reset this a bit. All right, so
You could just press clip 1.
oh yeah,
There
that's
we go.
all right. Yeah, that's right. So towards in this fight, right? If you notice, right, everyone was really coming to combat, right? So coming from the side, you already have the Zora here. He's completely already zoned out from the rest of the side, right? He's trying to figure out on what point of engagement can he come from. Can he do this long rotation towards the top side and try to go from the brush and re-engage into the fight here? Or can he try to re-assist his Crustle, who's currently trying to keep this one player in check here? While at the same time, you already see the Sylveon and Mame and even 2 more members in the backline completely surrounding the poor Blastoise here. He's pretty much calling for a massive help. The rest of the team is trying to find a way to re-engage back the fight, but just find no way. This was be knocked out for sure. I feel like the mistake was they decided to re-engage in despite having one member already that low. And remember, if you also look at the fact that I believe they decided to go back in is mainly because of the fact that there was still a Unite move on top of that Blastoise. That's why they decided they wanted to try to attempt that fight. So let's just quickly resume this exact
So we
fight.
see the Unite there getting used on the majority of Unite Holic, but even after the Unite though, Xingdi, he came in, he thought he could finish them off, but you know what Betchin did? Press the mystical fire button.
Yes, and look how close they are in vicinity to him, right? I believe Betchin is right here.
Right there, yes.
Right there. And there's everyone so close to the vicinity of the fire, okay? Everyone was around the fire. Everyone was literally getting ready to be cooked. And the poor Mew
I don't know if
is
that
too
works that
far
way, but okay.
from the party here, alright?
Mew just came back, so
So Isley came in, pops the mythical fire, and then everyone just scorch and burn. They can only do so much in this situation, really. So let's try to move on to the second clip here. I believe this is the one with the this is the Rayquaza
yes,
steal.
this was the Rayquaza steal. It was a very chaotic Rayquaza. We had so much happening. We had fights happening in the bottom left of the pit. We had a fight happening in the top left of the pit. We had a Inteleon that was on the right side of the ring. I was like, oh, there's so much happening.
So I want everyone to take this really important count to the fact, right? You have you have 2 strong defenders, and I agree, really great. You have the Blastoise, who's currently at the bottom. You also have the Gudra, who's currently in the middle of the Rayquaza pit, trying to have a really good positioning himself, trying to re-assist the Leafeon, who was able to get towards the backline. The Leafeon goal was try to snipe the backline as many people as much as possible. The Italian, who already popped the Unite move, have given so much vision. But look at the rest of the team, right? The Mamoswine has already engaged forward alongside with, I believe, with the Sylveon, so getting ready to zone out the Hoopa. Reason being is they do not want to allow this Hoopa to reset this fight. Although yes, Rayquaza is relatively low in the first place, yes, but that doesn't mean they don't have time to reset here. So it's a really good zoning coming out from the Mamoswine. But look, just take into account where the Leafeon is, right? Who's currently zoned out instantly, right?
And look at the position. I think most importantly, I want to look at Xingdi's position. This man is a breath away from getting knocked out. He is trusting his team to get the last hit on that Rayquaza so he can instantly go for a score. That's one of the main reasons why he's there. He would love to go for that last hit, but he knows he's not going to be of use to anybody if he's eliminated.
That's why I say it was very crazy, right? Because once the Sylveon or his team member Sylveon figured out that the fact that the Mamoswine Mame did a great job on zoning out the Hoopa, which is, by the way, no longer around. The Hoopa is no longer around. Now all he had to do was just
is a breath away from getting knocked out. He is trusting his team to get the last hit on that Rayquaza so he can instantly go for a score. That's one of the main reasons why he's there. He would love to go for that last hit, but he knows he's not going to be of use to anybody if he's eliminated.
That's why I say it was very crazy, right? Because once once the Sylveon or his team member Sylveon figured out that the fact that the Mammoth and Mame did a great job on zoning out the Hoopa, which is, by the way, no longer around. The Hoopa is no longer around. Now all he had to do was just retrack back and chase out Xingdi, which, by the way, Xingdi is literally completely lost. Has nowhere else to re-engage.
Hold on. He's not lost. He's trying to stay out of the Inteleon Unite range. But I also think he really thought his team would actually get that last hit on the Rayquaza, which, look, I don't think that was going to happen at all, because Xingdi was literally their best last hitter when it comes to Rayquaza.
That's what I'm saying, right? And then, okay, let's continue with the clip as well, right? So I believe the Gengar was able to get a beautiful toxic, beautiful time spin for the Hydro, and then we pause here.
And he actually came back because of, oh my gosh, he came back because of Ikora's Unite. But when he came back, he came in right next to Wafu.
And the worst part about it, if you notice as well, no more Pokemon Unites. All fired at. No more Unites to really assist them or control any of the states of this fire. The same goes can be said for the side here for Team Unite.
I mean, Dur does have his Unite.
But there's still the Gengar, which is
Dur.
still massive amount of damage. I'm really curious to see which damage counter actually picked up first, right? Was it the Gengar supplements or the fact that the Inteleon came in at the last minute here?
I think it was the Inteleon that actually got the secure here. So, yeah, it's not yet. That was the Leafeon.
Oh, then now I just noticed with the pause, right? The entire team was being focused here instead of the Rayquaza, which I'm very curious to why.
That was actually Shansin also surfing them, meaning that he's not using that surf to potentially steal the Rayquaza.
Yeah, exactly. So like the priority was, I believe, because how hectic the fight was, and we're talking about a fight that was happening 360 around the entire pit.
Where's BKZ?
BKZ? Oh, he's...
He is. Is he outside the pit?
No, BKZ is here.
Is he still there?
He's still there.
He's still there. I can't see him.
He's being pushed out by the Mammothside. Like
He's
you
blending in.
Yeah, he's blending in with the Mammothside, right? He's just barely finding a way to fit in. The only person who was very free, who was very comfortable here, was just Wafu.
Inteleon.
Yeah,
Yep.
Inteleon. Wafu.
He's chilling.
He wasn't even fighting with the Hoopa. He was just dancing because he was just waiting for a prime opportunity to really jump back in. And of course, that being said,
And there we go, snipe shot. I saw the instant snipe shot.
yeah, and that was it. And the worst part, everyone else just got completely isolated here.
And they got wiped out as well. So, Uniteholic, this is a scary team. 2-0. Shin and Rude.
What?
2-0. What a nightmare group.
But it's definitely one of the best series that we watched today for sure. Like from the drafting itself, the mind game, the chess moves being made by the two team captains into that, which is then transitioned into the round itself. It just feels absolutely perfect.
We still have more games, Leonard.
I know.
Sorry, we have one more game to end today before we're done with East Asia. So,
That's true.
but tomorrow we have Southeast Asia. That is the most exciting thing, because Southeast Asia is equally exciting. Maybe we're a little bit biased here because all of us here are from Southeast Asia, but look, East Asia games, they've been fantastic. But very quick, we're going to go through a recap here for Group A. So Shin and Rude, they have completed 2 games today, and unfortunately, in their second game for today, they were not able to win any games. They got 2-0, meaning they are still sitting on 1 point in their group. And this is terrifying because they've only got one best of 3 left, and it's against KS. This will be next week, so we're not going to see any more of Shin and Rude today or this week. In the meantime, KS, they've only played one best of 3. They have 3 points because they beat Mosquitoes, and this is a team that I am keeping my eye on. I cannot wait for this team to perform next week. The Mosquitoes have completed 2 games, securing 4 points this week, and Uniteholic have only played 1, but they've also got 3 points. So what a day for some of these teams. But Shin and Rude, they have a lot of work to do next week, or at least they need to win that best of 3 up against KS. So Group A is done for today, but we still have one more game to go, and I'm going to welcome back Professor Flavor to the desk. Welcome back, Flavor. We have one more game to settle the day, and guess who it is?
It's going to be the final series of the day itself, and I'm excited. Now I have a few questions before we jump into all that.
Yes! What's the question? What's the game? Okay, so the game is... All right, so our final game to end the day, and yes, you better be excited. It's MJK versus Too Easy. Now, for anyone that doesn't know, Too Easy has not played today at all, but if you take a look at the roster, you're going to be seeing some very familiar names. So starting off with MJK, we have Sona, Pinty, W Green, Ruin, and Lucapo. Whereas on the side of Too Easy, we have Z-Ray, Snake, Solo, 77 Chin, and Froggy.
Oh, I think I do see Z-Ray over there together with Froggy. I'm not so familiar with the other 3 and 4 quite
That's
unfortunately.
where I come in handy,
Thank
sir.
you very much, my
Yes.
lady.
All right, so if I can find the right page here, that would be good.
We'll be right back after the commercial breaks.
Yes. Okay. Right. So let me start with Too Easy because we did look at MJK earlier today. So Too Easy, for people that don't know this team, so this team is a newly formed team that's captained by Z-Ray. Now Z-Ray, if this name is not familiar to you, or it is, Z-Ray used to be the attacker on orangutans at the World
Yes.
Championships, also on High Five. I don't know the reason why he decided to make his own team, but he is the captain of Too Easy. Now, 2 of his players have history playing competitive Unite. So we do have Solo. Solo was the substitute for MYS at the World Championships at Yokohama this year, but you might also remember him from Renaissance. He played under the Renaissance banner for ACL last year. So Solo, he has a proven track record. He is a player that has been active in the Unite scene. Now, as for Froggy, Froggy is actually the former support on the side of MYS. So to see these 3 on Too Easy, I'm really excited to see them play. I have no idea who Snake and 77 Chin are, but I am keen to see what they can bring to the team. Now, on the side of MJK, because this is not the same MJK that you're looking at from the World Championships
Yes.
roster. So, from the original roster from MJK, there was 2 new faces to the team. So we had Ruin. Ruin
Yes.
actually played for T2 at ACL last year, and I remember Ruin very fondly because he was a amazing Cramorant player. There's like
Yes.
one highlight where he played Cramorant last year, and I will never forget it. Literally dives into a Mew, almost KOs the Mew, and then somehow manages to just escape the enemy team. And they won because of that one play. So Ruin is like in my brain. I will never forget this man.
Ah.
W Green though, this is a very new name to me. I do not know who this player is, but again, it might also be a lost in translation thing because these players, not all of them play with English names. They sometimes will play with Japanese
Yes,
characters,
that's
so I
true.
can't like properly check them. But the rest of the team, I think you guys will remember this from the normal MJK roster.
Yeah,
I think
correct.
in particular, Lucapo, this man is famous. I still remember his play at Worlds where he almost 1v5'd as a Urshifu.
You can clearly see why they are world level players over here as well, together with Pinty as well. Now, just to bear in mind as well, they actually rank the highest in Worlds compared to all the other teams being featured here on East Asia, which is 4th. Now, this is something very, very key important thing to where you're dealing with some high level players over here, and I'm curious to see how a team which has not competed throughout the whole day here in this Group B bracket go up against a team which they had plenty of time to actually observe in their previous series.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like some people would say, oh, that's an advantage or it's a disadvantage. It sort of depends on the player, I suppose.
agree.
But knowledge is power, especially when it comes to drafting in Pokemon Unite. And you also get a glimpse into how a team plays because
Agree.
you get like that top-down view. You get to see, okay, this player does this, they're aggressive, they love to play this Pokemon. Let's take a look and see what their opponents are doing. Are their opponents actually countering them? Because I remember having a conversation at the World Championships with Slash. I got super lucky, I got to interview the man. Very, very smart. And one of the great things he told me was that sometimes being able to view your opponent's play against someone else is a huge advantage because before they went up against Omo, I'm talking about Luminosity here, I can't believe I'm changing the topic here, but before they went up against Luminosity, they actually struggled against Omo Abyssinian in their games, even though that they won in their first round. And it was actually because of the previous round, I think it was the lower bracket grand final, because of, I think it was Oyasumi Makuro, because of how they played. That was how Luminosity figured out the solution to Omo Abyssinian. They saw how important certain Pokemon were to Omo Abyssinian's playstyle, and that's why they decided to either focus them down, pick them, counter-pick them, whatever, and that was how they won the World Championships. They were really scared to go up against Omo. They actually wanted to play against Oyasumi Makuro, so
Oh, I guess
it was
that's
crazy. So Too Easy are in that same position now because they've seen MJK play.
great.
So now, because of what they've witnessed, they've seen their drafts, their Pokemon, a little bit of their playstyle. I'm pretty sure they've done homework as well coming into the tournament. They have an idea as to how to play in the drafting stage, but in game is always going to be a different story. They'll come down to your own execution.
Yeah, and of course this is something that could be applied to the previous series as well, where we see Unite Holic, which had the previous game, which was also in the same
So
scenario
good.
where they had the opportunity to observe how the other teams competing, and so they're able to actually be in that series in a much better advantage, because you're coming into a new season, I would say, of Pokemon Unite. Of course, those past data would not be as good as the fresh ones you actually observe.
Yeah,
there as well.
on the day
On the
match
day.
data. Wow, you love that stuff.
Yeah.
But interesting bans coming up from both of these teams. Froggy's like, I don't want to play up against Glaceon.
I like how 3 votes turn into Slowbros into a Gengar. So they're having a little bit of scuffle there. I was like, but we want Gengar, baby.
Look, it's fine. They don't mind
It's
that
fine.
much. But we are going to start seeing some picks here, and Z-Ray is actually going to prioritize the Inteleon pick, possibly.
Which is a very top first pick for most teams here in the tournament. May
No.
I highlight?
They've actually decided to change. They prioritized the
okay.
Blastoise here for 77 chin. So, okay, they were thinking about going for the attacker first, but I think Blastoise, this is definitely a Pokemon that you have to consider as a potential first pick. But this also gives Ruin Inteleon.
Yeah, so they snatched off the Inteleon for this time about. So this is going to be optionally for them since you're not having it. But I still do agree, I know you're mentioning on the Blastoise as well, because as an opener, you have other options. You don't have to worry so much, and there's not really much of a counter
You
to
can
it.
pivot it as well. If you want to play it as a defender, you can play it as a defender, which at the moment, it is currently a defender because we're seeing 77 play it. But we might see a change later on, we don't know. But Froggy is going to be playing the Hoopa, and Snake is going to play the Sylveon. That is pretty interesting. We are seeing
Which we haven't seen much.
no Blaziken. Okay, they changed their mind.
Yeah.
Possibly Blaziken, not going to be this time. But we are seeing a couple of Pokemon come through. So Buzzwell's going to make a return to the main stage. We haven't seen this in that previous series. Z-Ray is highlighting Pikachu. I kind of hope he's trolling me right now because I am not expecting a Pikachu. But I am keen to see what Solo is going to play. I don't know what Solo has as his back pocket pick. It looks like they're going to follow the Japanese meta and play Dragonite.
Well, so I guess they're not picking the Pikachu
Espeon.
here from the end, which I believe is a troll. Yeah, so it's going to be an Espeon together with the Dragonite here, sealing the deal on the draft coming up from Team 2 Easy from Taiwan. Open second
but we're
placement.
seeing the Lucapo Dodrio.
Oh, this one. Okay, is it really in the hands of Lucapo here? We'll see if it's going to be locked in
It
by
will
him.
be Lucapo, yes.
Yeah.
It will be Lucapo.
So they
He's the
secured-
central laner for MJ.
So I think this time about, now this is going to be insane. Now,
yeah,
Dodrio in the hands of a master is an insane speedster. Now, I believe that is the first time also we're actually seeing Dodrio being played out here. Quite a
Did we
tough
see it
one.
today? Yeah, I
No.
don't think we did.
No, we didn't. So
I
this is
don't
the
remember-
first time we actually
yeah,
appeared.
I don't remember
Together with
seeing Dodrio.
Sylveon as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm actually quite surprised about this play coming out from Too Easy, the Sylveon and Espeon combo. And I kind of wonder, like, was this inspired by our previous matchup from Unite Holic? Because we saw how strong this combo was, Sylveon and Espeon. The fact that they both sort of help each other. They're both special
Yes.
attackers. They do so much damage. And Sylveon kind of boosts Espeon in that regard too. So you're kind of dealing with a lot of damage. And Dodrio is going to have a tough time if it's Mystical Fire, because Mystical Fire will lock onto Lucapo. And there's not much he's going to have, there's not much he'll be able to do about it. But the rest of the team, yeah, I'm not 100% sure here. I'm still wondering, like, is it, are we not going to see Psyshock at all? Because Psyshock has just not been popular.
I mean, yeah, it's not been popular. It's not been the choice for skill for in the
No.
previous Espeon usages over here. But it still could be an option as well. A little bit hard to land, but not as much high burst damage as how initially was as well, due
Yeah.
to several nerfs. Now,
Oh, a
something
lot of nerfs.
now, how I do wish Too Easy was the one who actually had their hands on the Umbreon instead of the side of MJK in here. I mean, it would make sense because they want to lock down on the Dodrio, but since they're securing it for themselves, for MJK, so I guess who's going to be one handling this Dodrio in this game?
Sometimes people also pick Umbreon if they want to pick the Dodrio. Because,
Exactly, yeah. So
know,
you
yeah,
ensure
you
that the
deny
enemy's
it.
not going to grab it, yeah.
Yeah, because if you deal with Mean Look, that's not a Dodrio. You're not playing the game. Means to put their phone down, go have dinner.
So there's no way of us preventing them from picking Umbreon, so why not
No.
we pick Umbreon for ourselves so that we can also pick up together with a 5th pick, Dodrio for our end. Yeah, so of course, right now we do see that the mid laners have already made their own rotations to the top lane here. It's going to be the Sylveon together with the Dodrio. We do have the Dragonair is already online here for the side here, but gotta be careful. That best damage coming on from Doria is gonna be packing quite a punch, and I mean it literally.
Oh, look at the damage there onto the Buzzwole, but they're going to try and go for the return. Luckily, that Mystical Fire Leap going to be able to get that Sylveon out of the fray. Lucapo's hunting around, but no one's in position for him to punish. So he might just go back into the central area, unless he runs into a Hooper. I see a hyperspace hole there. But it looks like Hooper should be alright in the meantime. Oh, that Buzzwole.
Just gonna say Buzzwole's low HP, but he's still gonna get taken down here in the
But
hand.
look at Umbreon. He's melting to this combo. Oh,
no.
my goodness. Bit of a punish coming in from Too Easy.
Losing 2 this early into the game in the hands of Too Easy. Well, that's a great start.
Too Easy or Too EVs?
2 EVs, yeah. There. So
that
you do
wasn't
see-
funny.
Please delete that part. I mean, I had to wing it. I can't leave her alone, right? Like, okay. Well, click that like button if you want more of that.
Oh gosh. Alright.
Meanwhile, coming back to the game here, of course, in telling her being coming back into the whole fray here, doing a little bit snide, not meaning to latch onto anyone. Meanwhile, oh look at that, dunking it through. They managed to catch on that Hooper.
Yep.
Oh man.
And it's just a Sylveon too. Sylveon is horrible if you're trying to cancel multiple Pokemon at trying to score.
Yeah,
It's a
so
really great
yeah,
job.
it's a 1v4 situation anyway, so they were just dunking in front of his face. It's not that he can actually do anything to screen them out.
I mean,
You know-
even if they tried to do something, you'd probably get KO'd anyway because
Exactly.
you just get thrown around by the Buzzwole.
Yeah, not
So-
really a good idea. So
yeah.
you have Buzzwole together with a follow-up damage coming up from Dodrio as well. I don't foresee you surviving any of that. And even
No.
Dodrio on your own, you're able to actually do wonders as well by just charging through maximum mobility. Here. But meanwhile, Regi's here at the bottom lane. We do
Can
see
they
trade-offs
finish?
coming up from the start. Meanwhile, we're losing a 3v1 situation. They managed to clear out on the Sylveon all alone here on the top side. But it's going to be too easy.
Triple
Creating that
trample?
opportunity. Triple trample
Ooh.
here, utilizing the multiple units. Able to actually catch on the front. Dragon Knight
The
still forcing
Psychic
through.
Select!
But they're also going to be catching up on the Dodrio here. They're going to be losing it together with the Inteleon. Oh.
Zero actually saving the game with his Psychic Solaire. If he didn't cast that, I actually think that would have been the end for Too Easy.
Yeah.
But perfect Psychic Solaire. Big opening for the team. They couldn't break the goal zone. That is unfortunate. But I think those KOs to help equalize the levels, already a big enough victory there for Too Easy. Because they also got the bonus experience from the Reggie.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of balance coming from both ends. I believe he's sliding a little bit more towards Team Too Easy over here. We do see a charge coming up from the Umbreon. Is any catching coming from? No, there is not. Try to actually grab on the other barrier as well from Venting. So he won't do anything, but there's nothing stopping him. Oh no, he's able to actually stop. The Buzzwole to actually do a little bit of scoring, which forces them to actually go into engagement. So that's what you get for messing with these two. They did not manage to stop the Umbreon from scoring. This time a little bit space for the Buzzwole. Instead, will see if he'll be able to actually survive this array of attacks. No, he will not be able to, together with the Hooper, gets taken down.
Man, Too Easy. They're trying so hard to defend this goal zone, but they committed so much into that top lane. And MJK, they are trying to break these goal zones because it limits the power of Hooper's hyperspace holes. That is the reason why they have been camping that bottom tier 1 goal zone. But Too Easy, they are here to slow down the parade, maybe to get some knockouts. And look at this, another Psychic Solaire catching out the Umbreon will be able to set that up for the team. Dragonite doing a lot of work, almost getting Lucapo, but he will be able to get out of there. Lucapo running all the way to the top lane. No, he actually got KO'd.
Yeah, that's true. By who?
Did he get hit by a wild Pokemon?
I would assume so. I mean, there was no one else on the side of Too Easy who was able to snipe from long range.
There's no poison damage, right?
Yes, there's no poison damage. Yeah, I would assume it was a wild monster. It's better for him to just return. It's not giving any benefits to the enemy team.
We don't have Future Sight on Espeon, do we? I thought it was Psybeam.
Was like, yeah. But anyways, coming back to the whole thing, the thing is, I think overcommitment coming up from MJK. They were already doing great when they're actually trying to take down on the bottom goal post from Team Too Easy. Due to overcommitment, it gave a little bit of opening for Too Easy to actually get a written team fight from their end to Team MJK. So the game continues on right here. The points are close to one another. We look at 189 for Team Too Easy and 162 towards MJK. Meanwhile, we have a 2v2 situation here between both ends. At the top side, we see Dodrio doing a little bit farming. At the same time, I saw dishing a little bit damage, also creating an opening for a portal to the bottom lane, making an advantage situation for the side of Too Easy. Will they be able to achieve
Psychic
the side
Select!
once again this time? And once
the
again,
Hooper!
Hooper gets it. The last hit in on the Regis, and they also managed to get their hands on the Inteleon together with the Clave Able on the side from MJK. Dodrio goes down as well, making it a 5v1 situation with two of them coming back right at this point.
Man, too easy. They are doing a wonderful job keeping up with MJK. I was a little bit worried about this roster to begin with. I was like, they're going up against Liverpool and Co. This is not going to be an easy team, but they are doing a fabulous job keeping up with the objectives, doing what they can. Not only are they getting the objectives, but they are actually winning some of these team fights convincingly. And interestingly enough, Ruin actually revealing his position does not get the seal onto the Reggie Alecki. And are they really looking to commit onto this Blastoise? Nice snipe shot, but...
Yeah, I don't think they're going to commit and they just disengage from all that. They still have their hands full, handle it Reggie Lackey, and now too easy. It's just snowballing from all this. Charging on forward, trying to go in for the chasing. It's a bit of Buzzwole, not really good idea as Hooper returns back to the base, refresh himself, and Buzzwole makes an escape with that teleport. And of course, at the top lane, they managed to stop the Regieleki from continuing their pursuit through the top lane here. And everybody comes to reset as we're only less than a minute away from the Rayquaza coming into the stadium on the middle segment.
40 seconds to go, their flavor. Teams are
Points
trying to...
3 points difference!
3 points. I mean, the game is so close. And teams are trying to scrape together as much experience as possible, but I mean, so far so good for Too Easy. They are ahead in terms of levels at the moment. 30 seconds to go. Any extra KOs here would be bonus experience for any of these teams, but it would be also a very greedy play for this to happen.
Oh wait, Umbreon was all the way deep inside on the left side here on the map. What is he doing there? If anyone from the numbers was Too Easy actually managed to catch him out, there is no one there providing any form of safety or assistance. He's alone.
He's providing vision. He's actually trying to give MJK vision to see, okay, does anyone from Too Easy walk into this bush? Can we punish them? Is there a way that maybe Buzzwole can get in here to finish things off? But with how spread Too Easy is, there is no way you're going to get any kind of ambush for MJK. So it's going to come down to execution. Who's going to initiate the fight? Where is it going to happen? Dodrio actually going to spot out the Dragonite and will poke with the try attack. So that's going to flush him out of the bush. MJK, they do know where Espeon and Dragonite are. They don't know where Froggy is. He's still hiding in that bush. He's all alone.
They do see the attack animations, right?
They won't see it unless it's like a ranged attack coming out of the
here
bush.
comes the mobilities, but jump is
there we
forward. Umbreon, not sure what he's doing, but manages to make his way escape from all that. A little bit sniping coming from Inteleon on the side of MJK. We're here trying to do wonders.
Flank.
The flank is coming in. We're going to be Sylveon coming on from the right side here. We will don't you do anything about it. Meanwhile, Dojo getting screened out, not be able to actually enter any of the team fight that come up. But here comes a Sylveon.
Hang on, it's all alone. Is there a Unite available on that Sylveon? He will use it to heal back up to so much damage as well. We see a Typhoon only connecting onto that Umbreon. The rest of the team for MJK. Buzzwole's injured. He has to back up. He's actually trying to help his teammate here to push away that Blastoise. The Moonlight will start to heal. Umbreon coming in with the Unite as well. Oh, this is actually a really scary fight for both teams, but so far the point lead is in favor of Too Easy. There's no Hooper, so there's no more resets on the side of Too Easy. MJK realizing the position. They know they are behind on points here. They're trying to go for Espeon. Z-Ray trying to do the damage. Will actually be finished off by the Inteleon. Now Licopo slowly starting to damage into that Blastoise. Dragonite is down as well. Hooper is back, but it's now down to these final two Pokemon.
Here comes
they
the
either have to go for the steal,
they have to go for the steal.
They got to slow this down, do whatever they can, and it's going to be Inteleon to secure that Rayquaza. MJK going to get the boost, instantly snipes down the Blastoise, and this is going to finish up the game. MJK getting game one up against Too Easy. This game looked like it was going to be Too Easy's, but that final engagement around the Rayquaza pit, we've seen it so many times. It is a dance, a tango, a ballet. One misstep and you're kicked out of auditions.
Wow, Too Easy was having an amazing time up to the Rayquaza moment, was not able to hold on to that momentum and giving away, losing out a few of your Pokemons here during that engagement and giving away, creating an advantage in terms of the situation. It's a 5v2 situation during that Rayquaza takedown itself, and unfortunately Blastoise did not have the damage to actually get that last hit in on the Rayquaza, and Inteleon managed to get that and make it a convincing win for Team MJK. What a match, Danali. It's quite unfortunate it had to come down to that point where Too Easy had to lose despite having such a good early and mid game.
I wonder if things went downhill after Solo tried to go for that flank, because he was The team
not
was
being able to do much.
He wasn't able to do much. His team was quite far away as well. They weren't really in position to come in with any kind of follow-up.
Blastoise did try to actually jump in to actually provide a little bit of assistance.
He tried, but I mean, it's also, remember, it's a defender Blastoise. This isn't
Yes.
the all-rounder style. So he's
Yes.
not really doing damage. He's there to provide support with that Surf and Hydro Pump. But Solo came in, he ran into like 4 players on the side of MJK, and he had to use the Fairy Frolic. Otherwise, I think he would have just been knocked out there. There's some good damage, but again, if you're going to come for this flanking style, you need someone to finish them off.
Yes,
you
I do
have
agree.
to finish off those targets.
You have to get in
Otherwise-
position, you need to have a really good follow-up damage as well. And remember, the enemy side also has a Clefable on standby as well during that whole
Yeah.
mix.
Because Pete's job, he just stands there and heals the entire team because the team is already grouped up together. So
Yes.
it's not really that much of a loss here for MJK. So for Too Easy, like, again, we're seeing a lot of the issues for these teams that are leading. Their lineups, execution is so difficult. Like,
Very,
these
very
very
difficult.
tough to execute lineups.
And it made things worse when they actually lost out both the Sylveon and the Espeon during that Rayquaza encounter, which so happens to be the first 2 that actually got taken down. The only one left out there is only the Blastoise to get the Hooper, as there was a follow-up takedown on Snake, which was utilizing the Dragonite.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of wondering at this point because we've seen so many people play this Dragonite, and the numbers for the Dragonite are not looking that fantastic. What is the goal for these Dragonite picks? Because utility-wise, Dragonite doesn't provide that much for the team. Like, yeah,
Yes.
he's big, he's threatening,
Yeah.
but there are a lot of other Pokemon I feel you can run in that same position, and they provide a lot more benefits for the team if you're not looking for damage. Because obviously, like, you're doing 30k damage in a game.
Exactly, and that's not much. I mean, it's not even average, I would say. It's not something that I would actually choose a Dragonite for.
I think if you're doing 50k, then sure, I think I could justify the Dragonite pick. But it's like, you're only getting 30k, and for a lot of the fights, I'm just not seeing the Dragonite effect. I'm not sure if I have high expectations for this Pokemon, but I'm a bit skeptical still.
Yeah, but the
how
thing with
effective it
Dragonite is that
is.
being an all-rounder, he's a literal all-rounder. He doesn't excel in any parts, literal average, but is he average enough? It does look like that.
Is he average enough?
His average, it doesn't look like he's
There's
even
different levels of
average, as
average?
based on numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, so, like, I mean, the numbers doesn't add up to a point where I would really, really need a Dragonite draft. But
Yeah, because I think like one of the benefits I'm only seeing really for the Dragonite is he provides a team objective shred. So if they're there, they are great for taking objectives by themselves solo because they have that damage,
Yes.
that single target damage. But outside of that, I kind of feel like you could delegate that to a different Pokemon that might be a little bit more helpful. But also, I guess we are also remembering like teams are slowly adapting to this no Zacian meta because EX Pokemon are banned, and prior to this, everyone was playing Zacian. Like
Yes.
that was the all-rounder people were picking. So trying to find that alternative, I guess it's like a very big learning process for everybody involved. But I kind of feel like someone's going to experiment. I don't think this Dragonite is it.
yeah, is it really the time to go experimental? I guess in the group stage, this will be your final place for you to actually do any form of experimental things. But once it goes to the
Sir,
mid,
you don't even experiment in this group stage because your performance here dictates where you're going to be in the
and
playoffs.
how your seeding will be. Yeah.
Exactly. So I could, if you wanted to experiment, I'd experiment in scrims. I'd experiment with people that are not in ACL.
I'm guessing
you
they're-
don't
I
scrim
think-
here.
I'm guessing they did, and it did work out well for them. But when they played out here, it didn't work out as well as how they actually played it. Of course,
I'm not sure if I did watch the games. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I don't recall Taiwan teams ever playing Dragonite in their qualifier. So I'm not sure if this is maybe them watching the Japanese teams and seeing like, hey, they're picking Dragonite, let's try ourselves and
like
see.
if the Japanese are doing it, we're doing it too. I mean, like they're also one of the top going off in the world as well. So you
Maybe.
want to use it as a point of reference. We're not sure, but
Because
I
there's
do
a lot
believe.
of respect for the
But
Japanese.
probably I would love to actually keep these questions for the players when we have the opportunity to actually interview them and see what they feel about the Pokemon and why there's such an interest going off on the Pokemon. Probably there's certain information that we don't know about, which makes it
Possibly.
a viable choice for most of the teams. We're not just highlighting but 1 or 2, but most of the games we see today do showcase Dragonite, which is something that does not appear in recent Pokemon Unite tournaments when it comes to ACL, even the regionals, or even the country leagues.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just going to have a look at the battle data here very quickly before we do jump into our next game for this best of 3. Because remember, folks, it is a best of 3 series. Now,
It's
it's
not
too
over yet.
easy. It's not over yet, but the issue is it could be over after this next game if MJK are just given another game and it's a 2-0. Now, too easy. they got to somehow reverse sweep this. And
Yes.
I think their early game is fine. I
They're
actually
fine.
think they did great during the early game. It's just that execution going into that late game. They've got to somehow polish that up. Don't get greedy. Be very mindful of what you're about to do and everyone else's position. Like, if everyone isn't in position and you're trying to pull off a backstab like Solo did,
I mean, we've seen a few in the day which worked out well. Some of them didn't work out so well.
it's risky.
I mean, especially when you play a Sylveon going for a backstab, is that really going to work for you as you're not even in position to actually do any form of follow-ups? I mean, like Hoopa, yes, you have the mobility, but like Pokemons like Espeon as well as Dragonite, even with Blastoise, yes, you can go in with the Surf, but you have to time it really, really well. But even with that, he doesn't dish out damage. It's just a follow-up knock-up, but there's no damage behind that, so you need to have Espeon in position and all this. And it's not really the best when it comes to dishing out damage to multiple units as well. So I think they need to think thoroughly on how they want to play it from early, mid to late game. And I have to admit, when it comes to Pokemon Unite, there are certain situations where you might have to give up your early game to actually perform well in mid game, late game, because there's no such thing as performing everywhere well unless you just snowball and scale. You just scale well towards late game, and you so happen to have a great game in the early game.
I'm just looking at some of these past picks from Too Easy, and I'm quite surprised that they didn't even consider Mew for Z-Ray, because Mew was actually one of the most played Pokemon for this player, especially in the Taiwan qualifier. And the thing, and there's a reason for this, because Z-Ray has proven in the past he is an amazing Mew player.
Yeah, he's one of those. He's one of those.
He's one of those.
He's one of those.
Yeah, so I'm quite surprised that he actually decided to go for Espeon instead. Did he? Let me check here very quickly. Did he also play Espeon in their past games? He did, but again, he played it once. Like, he played a couple of alternatives. He's played Espeon, he's played Inteleon, he's played Ninetales, but the most played is Mew. Like,
Yeah.
why wouldn't you pair up the Sylveon with Mew? The draft is ready, so let's go into that. But yeah, I'm kind of questioning, why aren't you playing Mew?
Yeah, something that you actually play a lot with. I would assume that probably they have their own reasons in between
Maybe
that
it's the
particular.
level 4 power spike that they're looking for. Maybe that's the main
Yeah.
reason. I'm not sure.
But is Mew able to actually dish out the amount of damage what Espeon can actually offer in the draft as what they've played? I mean, like up to
Could.
70k.
I think you can, but it also depends on your lineup as well. Is your lineup able to supplement that Mew? Like, as long as you got the front line, you're okay. But then if you're going for this like double EV comp with Sylveon and Espeon, then you got that level 4 power spike. A lot of people can't face tank it
Yeah.
anyway. But yeah, let's take a look at these Pokemon very quickly, as we are going to see Pete locking in the Clefable, whereas for Too Easy, Solo and 77 going to lock in that Buzzwole and that Blastoise.
Buffy picks.
I like the Buzzwole.
Okay.
I feel like this matches Too Easy's playstyle, because they love to be aggressive, and Buzzwole is amazing during that early to mid game. Ruin going back onto the Inteleon, we're going to be seeing that Mamoswine, potentially Trevenant.
Ooh, so you're playing Trevenant here on the front lines.
I feel like this Trevenant is to just be a pain in the backside for that Blastoise and Buzzwole.
Yeah, so I guess you need somebody to actually not just screen out, but also be a nuisance as well. You do have a little bit of mini lockdowns coming up from Wood Hammer, so you can actually land 2 of those in the face. It's going to be very, very difficult.
Pikachu!
Oh, they are running a Pikachu.
Gosh.
So this time they're not just faking it, but also running it. The Pikachu together with the Hoopa as the 3rd and 4th pick.
This is... Sir? Hold on. What is this? What is this? MJK, you don't you...
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Triple attacker comp
Yes, they're
for
running-
MJK.
Is this greedy? Is this...
This is definitely different.
Okay, I like how you were like, I don't want to say it's greedy,
Okay,
but...
technically you can run Sylveon as kind of an all-rounder. It is a little bit of a tankier EV out of all the EVs. But yeah, this is definitely out of the ordinary. I don't think the average team would normally run a comp like this, especially into a Buzzwole. But if they prove me wrong,
I hope you're ready
I
for
don't know what I'm gonna
Buzzwole.
do.
I hope you're ready for what Buzzwole has to offer for
Jeez.
this game.
MJK. I honestly, if they win with this competition, with this composition, I will be blown away. The unexpected. I'm 100% sure the chat is going crazy as well, because triple attacker comp is unheard of in competitive Unite.
I mean, you can actually play with 3, but right now the question is, it's not
But-
like you even have. It's not like you have 2 front runners here. Now you have 1 support and one on the front line, which is going to be the Trevenant. Is that enough? Now,
Trevenant-
you are
okay.
putting a lot of responsibility on a Trevenant here.
There's not. I don't think a Trevenant is able to juggle both a Leafeon and a Buzzwole. I don't know what the build is going to be for 77. I'm pretty sure it's Surf.
And
but-
he's not really a true defender, I would say.
But I'm just wondering, like, I mean, would you even consider rapid spin spout in this game to force Trevenant to like?
Just to be in a sense,
Just to
just
stop
to
him.
address the Trevenant.
Because like there's nothing there to actually stop the rapid spin build from this
the
Blastoise.
Blastoise, yeah.
But it's a support Blastoise too. Like normally Surf is the priority build, but yeah, I just oh my gosh, this comp has thrown me for a loop. I'm gonna say that for sure.
Is Too Easy smiling on this? Is MJK experiment with things here? And of course they are in the lead, and of course you would want to continue having a good time here at the end of the day by just making a win rather than making your management team worry by trying to force into a 1v1 situation in game 3. But I guess we just have to run with whatever that is.
Oh.
Meanwhile, look at that. Leaf lane and follow-up coming from the Leafeon here together with the Hoopa. And taking on one, and they managed to get another. Still holding on strong to that. It is going to be the Fatum here trying to make an escape, but he does have the mobility. He's able to actually make an escape from here. I guess not. Leafeon's gonna get that last hit and going for the takedown. Meanwhile, we do see Esmer returning back here into the lane with a rotation from the mid lane by the Mew. And of course, trying to secure this in a 2v3 situation. Aspeon, Buzzwole together with the Hoopa, and most of them is going to go in the side of Too Easy.
Sliver of health there. I thought the Buzzwole was going to go down, but luckily was able to get that reset. But man, these lanes are not looking too bad here for MJK. I mean, because of all these ranged attackers, they have so much poke. I will say that. They've got a lot of poke ability, and they can do quite a bit of damage to Too Easy before their melee attackers actually get close to them. But that Leafeon is still going to be an issue, I feel.
Yeah.
The Leafeon is basically free to go into a lot of MJK's attackers. The Shedinja doll. But Froggy's still going to go down, unfortunately.
Delaying
But
the
there is a
inevitable.
Leafeon. Does not finish off Lucapo though. That would have been a nice KO there.
Oh yeah, but then of course uses up the Jack-1 interaction, making an escape over here. Leafeon just clearing through this Swabbly family here before Sylveon able to actually make anything here together. His teammate. The score is quite even coming up from the end, 15-14, but we're still too early coming on. Of course, we just lost yet another here on the bottom lane. Getting back in just few short moments. Of course, Too Easy utilizing this Hoopa once again, and very comfortable with this moment support from their end. Now talking a little bit about this bat cap coming on from the enemy. Before all that, of course, we're gonna hold on to it. Look at that. He's gone.
I don't-
Sylveon, of course, very fragile.
Yeah, I know it's fragile. I'm just, like, I'm still mind-boggled that you'd want to pick triple attacker into Buzzwole Leafeon. Like, I can understand not anticipating the Leafeon because that was the last pick, but Buzzwole had already been revealed.
Yes.
And if Buzzwole gets on squishies, we've seen it earlier today, teams, they will fully commit to jump onto a Pokemon like Mew with Buzzwole because they know one combo can finish that Pokemon off.
And the other can't do the same to a Buzzwole.
Yeah, like they just can't do anything to
They
this
can't do the
Buzzwole.
same to the Buzzwole. It doesn't work vice versa, you know? And of course, this is going to be an opening for Team Too Easy to actually go in for this takedown on this Regieleki on the top lane. Meanwhile, we do see a few of the mons from Team MJK ready on standby, trying to do a little bit
Trevenant.
defense over here. Trevenant, low on HP, munches his way back to the inside, getting a little bit of shields from being on there and off the goalpost. Gotta be careful over
Nice
here.
eject. It's going to get out of there nicely. So Too Easy, they're not going to commit with the Regieleki, but they are scoring points. They're breaking goal
At the bottom
zones.
lane doesn't need any Reggies here.
No.
So you actually do that since your hand's a little bit occupied on the top lane, stopping that Regieleki.
Well, you're seeing a bit of a skirmish in that bottom lane. No full commitment, and the snipe shot doesn't connect to 77. So they're more or less fine, but is Too Easy really looking to fight into MJK here? Their Buzzwole's about to go down, but look at this though. The Trevenant almost connecting with the Wood Hammer, will get with the Horn Leech, and that final basic attack will take down the Buzzwole. So the main tempo, the main crowd controller is out of the picture. This Hooper trying to get out of there. Shedinja doll will just get out with the hyperspace hold. Beautiful timing.
Yeah.
But MJK, they're really ramping up the pressure, and I have to say, for them to play this aggressive, considering their lineup, balls of steel.
They-
Confidence I wish I had.
They are ready to prove you wrong here, Danny. It looks like they are doing quite okay. They are able to obtain 2 of the goalposts coming from Team 2 Easy side, from the one from the top lane and one from the bottom lane. Here, so wow. So I'm guessing that MJK is doing well at the current moment. We do want to foresee how things will actually transpire for them from this point onwards, as we are at the 5-minute mark and we're at mid game and going into the Rayquaza pit engagement, which was something that we do anticipate will be starting towards Team 2 Easy instead, as they do have the Blastoise, they do have the Buzzwole as well. Meanwhile,
Unite
calm down! Look at that! Damn, what do you have against a Sylveon?
Right, so MJK, they are splitting up their forces. They've got 2 down bottom to take the Regirock buff, and the rest of MJK are going to try and apply pressure in that top lane. We do have the Mystical Mirage coming out from that Mew. They can't see it, but it looks like they actually managed to. No, that was a Regirock, and Regieleki goes in favor of 2 Easy. That's going to be a big win for this team, because MJK, they were hoping to get the steal, but look at this, they're getting so many KOs. They have the Blastoise. They actually had the... They're just getting everybody. What is going on in this game?
Oh, things are going haywire over here. Meanwhile, Hooper with the Unbound here, tried to dish out damage and the back. Now this time going on for the chase on the Pikachu, but the Wood Hammer
Siri.
at the back of the head is going to take him down over here together with the Hooper. Look at this, Danny. Level
MJK.
12 on the Mew at the current moment, the highest level. He's putting pressure on Team 2 Easy.
Yeah, 2 Easy really needs to catch up on those levels. Level 11 on the Leafeon, that's the highest level on their team. And unfortunately for Zire, I mean, I was expecting more from this Pikachu pick, unfortunately, but it's just they haven't found the opportunity to really utilize that Pikachu. And I'm kind of wondering, is it going to come down to that Rayquaza fight? Because Thunderstorm, Pikachu's Unite move, shreds attackers. I'm going to say that right now. If you have low health and you get hit by that Thunderstorm, very good chance. I don't think it's going to 100 to 0, but it will do significant damage. It will allow the Leafeon to just sort of come in and go for that cleanup. So you have to be careful with your positioning as MJK.
I have to agree. Of course, especially when you're squishy as well, which is most of the heroes for MJK. Meanwhile, coming off in the top lane here, Cummins a little bit sprinting coming in. Is that Unite being utilized as well? No, they were not. It was going to be from the Buzzwole here. Hydro Typhoon hitting up on one. Not enough to do much right here. Oh, on the side end, Leafeon makes an escape. Goes in for a quick retreat on the right side. Oh, look at that full reset coming on from T2 Easy.
Oh,
they're not gonna come back through that.
That was huge. So there's going to be no Fairy Frolic for the Sylveon at all. We did see the Hydro Typhoon, so unfortunately for 2 Easy, they won't have that for a considerable amount of time. I don't know if Thunderstorm got used, so that might also be on cooldown. But 2 Easy, that was a great fight for the team. They are still ahead in points. They are getting that catch-up experience. They are still behind, though. They don't have a level 13 Pokemon. If they can get this Reggie Steel buff, I think that would be ideal. But look at this, though. MJK, they considered going
This will
for the
benefit
Reggie.
them the most, actually.
It would.
Oh, but then it's going to be the hands of 2 Easy.
This is almost double points time as well. So if MJK are considering it, they're going to have to stop them from scoring in that bottom lane. 15 points, 24 points, and I think that actually got broken. No, yes, they did get broken. So only tier 2 goal zones left on the side of MJK. Same with 2 Easy. It's now going to come down to this Rayquaza fight. If 2 Easy want to play this safe, do not take Rayquaza. You just stop MJK.
Stop them. That's it.
You zone them.
It is not your
That is your job.
responsibility. There's no burden or responsibility for you to actually take down the Rayquaza at this current moment. All you need to do is screen off the team members from MJK from actually taking down the Rayquaza, which has superior attack power by.
And it's actually pressure an MJK to go for the push. Leafeon's 45 points, actually looking to go for a big Hundo Dunker, almost 100 points. Might be able to get it in time. Actually, no, hiding in the bush, so the team, they are waiting.
Rayquaza.
But yeah, that's the thing. Rayquaza's being taken. Froggy's being chased by a Sylveon. I actually think Froggy's going to be taken down here. Actually goes for the Hooper Unbound form as well. Pikachu comes in. Thunderstorm going to be used by Z-Ray, who gets the final hit.
No! It's going to be
Mew! Getting the Rayquaza!
This is going to be the turnaround that we're looking for right here. MJK getting last hit by the Mew on the Rayquaza. And look at that. It is going to be almost a full-on T1 with only the Buzzwole, the only Pokemon in surviving from Team 2 Easy. What can they do over here? It's already 387. There's nothing you can do at this one moment.
Hang on. There is a small window, but they just have to break those shields first. 480. Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
the gap is getting a little bit too big, and Pokemon are respawning. 30 seconds
Italian has
to
another
go.
50 over there, but he does not have any more shields right now.
Yeah.
Doesn't go for any form of scoring, but yet another 48 in the face of Team 2 Easy at this
Oh,
moment.
gosh.
20 seconds in the clock,
Luca
Danny. What will
Poe.
happen? Oh.
Luca Poe, the hero for MJK, securing that Rayquaza. Too Easy needed to get that last hit, or they needed to zone, but I am a little bit baffled at how they actually approached that Ray fight as well, because Buzzwell was getting zoned by Luca Poe, right? Luca Poe, Mew,
Yeah.
was zoning away a Buzzwole single-handedly. And the majority of Too Easy weren't even near the pit as well. They were just waiting in their bushes. And you would think that as the aggressor, you should be the one guarding the Rayquaza pit.
Yeah, but I would assume that when that last hit actually came about, I would assume that Mew actually did the last hit using the Electro Ball. And we do know Electro Ball is a good securing ability here in the game. It could be, actually, what we really wanted to address this as well, that on the side of Too Easy, they also have the Pikachu, also have their own lineup Electro Ball. But during that whole encounter, they were just losing it. And I'm guessing, look at this. Team MJK just rubbing it in our faces right here. Yup!
Triple attack is legit.
I mean, Trevenant as a defender with a Clefable support was enough. It is enough to address whatever Too Easy is bringing to the table here for this particular match. Wow. I mean, was it the fault of Too Easy being too passive on that whole thing? I mean, like, should they not have Leafeon to actually go in for scoring, instead be there during the team fight? Would that have made a change?
Maybe, to be honest.
Yeah, so I would assume that MJK must have had, there must be a point where they actually saw that the Leafeon was not present during the team fight as he was actually going for scoring. And that would be go time. I mean, like 5v4 situation. They managed to got 2. By the time Leafeon got in, it was already a 5v3 situation, which was not in favor for Team 2 Easy anyways. But ladies and gentlemen,
Let's have a look at the highlights.
let's have a look at the highlights, man.
Man, what a series. I was hoping it was going to be a 3-game series, but MJK just proving they are a monster of a team, and I think in particular Luca Poe is a monster of a player. Isn't it back-to-back? Didn't he get both Rayquazas in both games? He got this one, and
Yes.
was it Ruin?
Was it? Was it the? I lost track. Was it Italian getting?
I think it was Ruin actually getting the Rayquaza.
Was
in
Ruin
game
the
number-
Italian on that?
Yeah, Italian.
Yeah. Italian got for the first game, and then for this one it was Mew.
Yeah, so I think it was Ruin, and then it was Luca Poe, but the last hit capability, I mean, to be fair, if you do compare the two lineups, I would lean towards MJK to steal those objectives. If you're not zoning them away, you have to worry about a snipe shot and a solar
Yes.
beam or an electro ball. Like, these are really great sniping Pokemon, but then on the other side, you've only really got that solar blade. Pikachu, unfortunately for Z-Ray, he's running Thunder Pikachu, so he's going for that gradual damage. He's not going for burst damage.
That's why.
Yeah, so he went for Thunder. And unfortunately with Thunder Pikachu, it's it's great for chip damage, it's good for gradual damage, but it's just not the best when you want to snipe those objectives. Like, it's kind of weird. I think this is an issue we've seen from both of our Taiwan teams today. They just haven't been able to secure objectives because they have not drafted a objective securer.
I do agree in that. Now look at this
That
last.
solar blade
Oh
came
my
so,
goodness!
like,
Oh,
just a
Blastoise!
fraction
He
of a
missed out on
second.
such a huge Hydro Typhoon over there. There was no one in his premises, so that was not able. Probably, if Blastoise was able to actually land that Hydro Typhoon at a really good position, it would have been a game changer as well. But all these are just what ifs. But
There's
at
a
the
lot
end,
of what
it's
ifs.
all about. There's a lot of what ifs. You know, everybody's like, oh, what if this happened? What if this happened? But at the end of the day, we've already had a winner. So congratulations to Team
MJK.
JK. Yeah.
2-0 as well. And this is going to be a
With the 3
horrible...
attackers, so game number 2.
It's a terrible start as well if you think about it for Too Easy, because they weren't able to bring it to game 3, so they weren't able to even secure that 1 point.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot of work ahead of them going in next week. But we do have our highlight segment here, so I will give this a shot. I know I failed the first time. Hang on, Flavor, have you done this segment?
No,
Yeah.
I have not. I do
Professor
love I do
Flavor.
love your drawings over here. Now you
My
did fail the first time.
drawings.
Yeah, your
My
drawing.
drawings. Well, I'm not sure if my drawings are very good. So here we go. So we've got this this little clip here.
Thank you to
From
production
Too
team.
Easy. Yes, thank you to production. It's Too Easy versus MJK. This was game number 1. So let's have a very quick look at what sort of happened here. So this was... Oh, this is game game number 2. Okay, so we've got 2 clips here. This is from game number 1, and this was actually the zoning from MJK. So MJK, I don't know how they did it. They actually managed to just cut into Too Easy. And the issue with Too Easy is that the 2 remaining Pokemon that were left in the game, they had no sniping capability.
Yep, they had none.
Right? It's a Blastoise, it's a Hooper. You really don't have too many options when it comes to going for that Rayquaza. So let's watch that again very quickly and sort of break this down here, Flavor. So position-wise, Too Easy, they were so spread apart. They were so spread, Inteleon actually jumped onto both of the evolutions. Like, isn't that... Let's go back again. Isn't that insane?
That shouldn't be the case, you know. You would expect the 2 evolutions to actually jump on
Can you see that? Yeah, so he's about to jump onto both of the evolutions. So he's there. He's right next to Z-Ray. He's about to finish him off, just a little above. Okay, so Z-Ray is... I can't... Okay, there we go. So Z-Ray is right there. He's pinned against the wall. He cannot move. Up here is your Sylveon.
Yes.
Both Pokemon get taken down by the Inteleon. You can see here we've got the Blastoise surfing in. Too little too late. By the time he comes in, it doesn't matter. And
if
Ruin...
you do play this a little bit, actually the Blastoise surf hits the wall. So
yeah, exactly.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I remember this part.
So that misplay alone was
very costly.
That misplay alone really hurt the team.
It could have landed on a Dodrio. It could have landed together on a Clefable. Yeah, it could have hit multiple units and could have been game changer, I think.
It could have. And so with both of the attackers down, that left the rest of the team to sort of take over. But remember, right? Dragonite in this game wasn't there to do damage. He was there to zone for the evolution. So with both of your attackers gone, what's your what's the plan B? You've lost both of your attackers.
Your main damage dealing Pokemon,
Yeah, so it was just beautiful play there coming out from MJK. The zoning, the positioning, and I think
prioritization as well.
Prioritization, and in particular, that wall surf. I think that was a really great thing that you pointed out there, Professor.
Oh man, I remember that wall stuff. I didn't want to point it out because there's so many other important things that was actually happening over there. It's quite unfortunate that he was actually surfing towards the wall, but he didn't manage past the wall, but the surf didn't go through.
Yeah. So here's the second fight. This was from game number 2, where we questioned the positioning of that Leafeon, right?
Yeah.
Where was Leafeon? Leafeon was...
I think he was still... Yeah, he was actually making
it. So Leafeon, as you can see right here on the screen, is actually scoring at the bottom of the map. Right here, scoring. Not with his team. We do get the hyperspace ball here from because he's actually trying to find Leafeon. I remember this play, and it was very smart because we wouldn't want your Hooper to be able to actually use the hyperspace hole when he needs to. Not when you're being pressured to Leafeon, because that's not an ideal situation.
I believe that he didn't manage to actually utilize it. That's why he had to come down over here and hands on that. Oh no, he's still by future. Yeah, but still getting chased down by the Sylveon here.
Yeah, and then there was this very awkward fight where everyone on the side of Too
was
Easy
on the top side.
Yeah, they were on the top side and they were scrambling to get to Rayquaza. Whereas if you look at where everyone is right now, like you've got MJK here, like MJK all here. Everyone is already at that Rayquaza pit. They're there to ensure that they get their final hits. As you can see in the top corner, you have the Leafeon. I'm going to go back again. I want you guys to look at the timing of the Leafeon and the Blastoise. They came in too late.
Yeah, a little bit too late.
Absolutely too late into this fight. Like their timing, you can see they tried to make that timing happen, but it was just too late.
Yeah, and also on the bottom left, we do see the Blastoise as well not be able to land a single basic dehydratement on any of the Pokemon units on the opponent's side as well, which is quite unfortunate. Of course, he's going to get a free takedown here in the hands of Team MJK.
Yeah, so...
bizarre. I mean, strong endings on both occasions, on game number 1 and game number 2. It led up to almost a full team wipe from Team Too Easy. Only the difference in game number 2, they managed to retain the Buzzwole. That is all.
Yeah.
Wow.
So MJK, I am impressed. But then again, yeah, I don't know. Let's take a look at our MVP for the day as well. I mean, it was Lucapo.
Yeah, I was looking
without a doubt.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he was playing very exceptional. Someone to be on the lookout for here from the team. And yeah, with such a draft, I believe that with this information in hand, it's going to be very hard for the enemy to tell what exactly they're bringing to the table. They're playing so different from game number 1 and game number 2, especially with game number 2 kind of throwing everybody off, which kind of shows that they can actually bring to life some of the most bizarre draft that we have seen in the world of Pokemon Unite, which makes Pokemon Unite very beautiful. Of course, people do question the composition of the draft between your defenders, your support, your attackers, your all-rounders, and more. But I guess anything can happen in Pokemon Unite.
Anything can happen, but I think it also requires someone having the correct idea for the circumstance.
Yes,
like, obviously, for the team to come up with that, you kind of had to think like, okay, we can make a triple attacker composition work here. Let's do this, 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 this.
Yeah.
And it went according to plan for the team. But let's have a look at the brackets for today so you guys get a quick update on what's happening for East Asia this week, because we are done with East Asia.
For day number 1. And
Yes.
this is something that everyone's been looking forward to. These are the scores that all teams in Group A, starting out with Shinro. They not off to a good start today itself. Did not manage to win a single series. Got themselves only 1 point by winning one game against Team Mosquitoes. Team KS at 3 points, which by the way, they only played 1 series for the day.
They still
and
got
one
2
against
more to
Mosquitoes.
go.
They got 2 more to go. They're already having 3 points on their own. Mosquitoes at 4 points, 1 win and 1 loss, 1 point over there. And Unite Holic with 1 match for the day together with Team KS. 3 points.
I cannot wait for KS and Unite Holic to go head to head.
Oh, yes.
I think they'll be so fun to watch. And even Mosquitoes and Unite Holic, I feel like that's also going to be a very exciting one. But moving on to Group B, we have MJK sitting
Maximum.
on 6 points today after 2-0ing both Too Easy and Joe is Love. They've got one more matchup next week, which is going to be up against Zora Tigers Gaming. Now, Zora Tigers Gaming, they also got a 2-0 today off of Joe is Love Unite with 3 points. Going to be super happy with their performance. Too Easy, unfortunately, starting off the week with a 0-2, so no points on the board for this team. They still have 2 matchups next weekend. And finally, Joe is Love Unite. They are on the back foot this week with 2 0-2s, meaning they have 0 points on the board. And their final matchup is up against Too Easy.
Yep, they need to get a convincing 2-0-2-1 win against their opponent on their last match here in Group number itself. And something to highlight is MJK is the only team that has fought 2 series and won a clean 2-0, and at the same time earned themselves maximum of points from 2 series, which is 6 points, compared to the Group number A, which is maximum attained is only 4 points.
To be expected for MJK, to be honest. I mean, this is a world-class team, right?
Yes.
Literally, world championship
The world
team.
champion, running 3 attackers. Whew.
Okay, 3 attackers, maybe that's a little out there, but definitely not surprised about the 2-0s. I think this is a team that has proven themselves on the world stage. They've got some fantastic players on their team as well, and great additions as well. I'm really happy with who they've actually picked up. Like, the team seems very coherent. I think Ruin has been a perfect fit for the team as well. So, I mean, I want to know what's going to happen next. I think I'm not excited for next week. I'm actually more excited about the week after, because that's the playoffs. That's where the teams are playing for the 3 spots
Yes.
to go to Bangkok for the offline finals. That's where it's going to be at. But of course, you have to play for placements first.
Yep,
So
that's true. And of course, it is very important for you to actually have good placements in your group stage. That will determine your seeding in the main event. My apologies, in the main bracket, which is going to be day number 3. Yeah.
So, unfortunately, we are done with East Asia for today, but we still have Southeast Asia kicking off tomorrow at the exact same time. So make sure you're going to be visiting any of our streams on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube. Make sure you're there for tomorrow, because Southeast Asia, I actually think it's going to be just as fire today. The region is extremely competitive, just like East Asia. The competition has taken is leaps and bounds better than last year. So do tune into all of those games to find out who is going to be our top 3 representatives for Southeast Asia in Bangkok. But my name has been Danielle. He is Professor Flavor, and we're going to be seeing all of you guys tomorrow for Southeast Asia. But until then, have a wonderful day, Pokemon trainers, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
See you guys.
That being a little bit nice and inside, trying to zone them out as quickly as
Oh,
possible.
no.
And Era is just like, what is going on? The Seaball not going to be able to find anyone at all, but the S1 was able to get all the way to the back line, catches all the main timers here. Although yes, the Hydro Typhoon comes in for the counter initiation, but it's all too late. Damage dealers have fallen, the attackers are gone. All that's left is a Blastoise who's probably going to be a little bit out of his shell here, and completely a full 5-man wipeout.
Very tough. Yeah, BBQ, if you score 100 here, I think you'd be all right. But if it's do or die now. Joe is Love. They have to get into this, and they're even going to fully commit the Inteleon Unite as well. Oh my gosh, the 4-man, it doesn't look like it's enough. They just get pummeled. So Shingdi always cutting down the Elder Gods. The team is there. Oh, beautiful combination onto Ikura. Almost down, but he will be able to heal back up in the meantime. Ebe, though, coming into the fight. We do see a Snow Globe coming in from the Alola Ninetales. Ebe, though, trying to run away. Shingdi is taken out of the picture here. Fabled cut away from the team, so they're not able to get any heals off. Ikura finished off by S4L.
And pick up as well to try to remove the Mew as quickly as possible. 17 seconds is currently out for the count, but the Hydro Typhoon was able to catch on 3 people, trying to catch a couple of more, was able to group them all into 4, into a beautiful 5-man setup here, and they were trying to look for a couple of more, but a beautiful defensive pole allows them to reset, come back into the fight, fully fresh for another round. Round 2, ladies and gentlemen, and they will win out that tag. Night Moves also has been committed as well. Can they get rid of the Goodra before it's too late here? And members are doing a phenomenal job, but no longer around. Now all he had to do was just retrack back and chase out Shingdi, which, by the way, Shingdi is literally completely lost. Now trying to zone out the leaf field. Hydro Typhoon knocks them all up into play here. Trying to find an opportunity here to Crow to get last hit here. Who gets the secure? It wants to be Unite Hauling. Secures the Rayquaza. 2 KOs. And now they make their...
Sylveon, I actually think Froggy's going to be taken down here. Actually goes for the Hoopa Unbound form as well. Pikachu comes in. Thunderstorm going to be used by Z-Ray. Who gets the final hit?
No! It's going to be Mew!
Getting the Rayquaza!
This is going to be the turnaround that we're looking for right here. MJK getting last hit by the Mew on the Rayquaza. And look at that! It is going to be almost a full on T1 with only the possible, the only Pokemon in surviving.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on.